Today on Monkey Life, Alison's called in to rescue 2 abandoned marmosets, and she's shocked at their living conditions.
Wow. Look at the filth. Ugh, it's just disgusting.
And newly arrived chimp Toprish is introduced to potential new pals.
You ready, Peppa?
But things don't go to plan. Plus, they heard it on the grapevine. A fruity feast goes down a treat with the barn woolly monkeys. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I know, this is a big leap of faith.
The park provides a home for more than 260 monkeys and apes from 24 different species. It's first light on a Saturday morning, and Alison is preparing to set off on yet another rescue resulting from the British pet trade.
Here we go again. It's urgent, it's a rush, and it's the crack of dawn, and we're off to Surrey to go get 2 more marmosets. It's tragic.
Her mission follows a phone call from the RSPCA, informing her about 2 marmosets discovered living in the bedroom of a flat in Caterham, Surrey. The tenant who owned them was evicted, and the landlord allowed the monkeys to stay until someone could be found to care for them. After a 3-hour drive, Alison arrives to link up with local RSPCA inspectors and the police.
We've just met the landlord, the RSPCA and the police have attended just to make sure everything goes smoothly, so now we just have to go find the 2 marmosets, see what we have.
The police have discovered the names of the 2 marmosets from the man who lived at the flat. They're called Caesar and Bud.
If it's okay, I'd like to go in and take a few photographs and just sit and look at them for a minute or 2.
Alison cautiously opens the door of the bedroom where the 2 primates have been living.
Don't even know where you...
Oh, there you are.
She's shocked at the conditions.
Wow. Look at the filth.
The marmosets have had the run of the bedroom. There's filth and debris everywhere.
Ugh, it's just disgusting. In every level, just disgusting. Are you Caesar? Caesar man? Good boy. So this room, if you could smell it, really stinks. The filth from the marmosets running loose in here is just solid everywhere. Ugh. This is about one of the worst conditions I've seen in a long time. This is really disgusting. It sucks, it's wrong, and I just can't believe it continues on today in the UK. Here you go, little man.
The 2 marmosets are different species. Caesar, the larger of the 2, is a Jeffroy's marmoset, while Bud is a common marmoset. Surveying the conditions they've been living in leads Alison to think they may have underlying health issues.
The common marmoset looks like it's got a kink in its tail, which is a sign of rickets or nutritional bone disease. We'll go through the kitchen and see if we find any appropriate vitamin supplements, but they need fresh air, they need a clean environment. The only thing that they've got going for them right now is companionship of their, I say, own kind, similar kind. And that's about it.
Both marmosets are very agitated, and getting them into a travel box will be a challenge.
I'm stunned.
One word, isn't it?
This is gonna take some doing to catch them up, actually.
Alison manages to contain Bud in the large cage, while Caesar continues to run wild in the bedroom.
It's okay. It's okay.
Marmosets may be small, but they're lightning fast.
Not sure.
Eventually, Bud is cornered.
Yeah, I don't want to stress this one too much more.
One down, just Caesar to go.
Okay. Rockin'. Warmed up now. So, would you like to go in the cage? I don't think you will. Boy.
But Caesar is proving even more evasive than Bud. Time for plan B. Alison allows Caesar into the corridor outside the bedroom. With no cage to hide behind and nowhere for him to leap, she stands more chance of netting the lively marmoset. And it works. Finally, both marmosets are safely boxed in their travel crates. Now they can begin the journey back to Dorset.
Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you. Stinky hug. You, sir? Dirty handshake. Yeah. All sorted. We'll see what happens with the owner and whether he tries to demand them back or not. But mainly, I'm just here for the monkeys, and we'll get them back to the park. Quick, smart, get them sorted and settled, because last 2 days have been pretty stressful for two tiny monkeys that have been left neglected for clearly a very long time. So, time for some TLC back at the park.
Monkey World has had an influx of rescued marmosets in recent years, and space is now at a premium. But the park will do everything they can to give these two the life they deserve. Back in Dorset, at the Bachelor Chimp enclosure, the primate care team are busy distributing a large donation of watermelons for the 14 boys who make up the group. There's plenty for everyone. But to ensure all the chimps enjoy the fresh fruit, and not just the high rankers, the melons are being carefully placed and hidden. The majority are whole, but some have been cut into smaller pieces to give the low rankers a better chance to grab their share. Jester, Buxom and Mojo lead out the rowdy bunch, who all make excited calls as they spot the treat. Jester wastes no time snaffling a whole watermelon. But his half-brother, Buxom, is more interested in asserting his dominance, starting with Turkish Charlie.
The dominant males do sometimes get bad press. They're seen as the aggressive ones running around and beating people up, but they do have the softer side. They can be very caring. As I say, we do often see them grooming some of the low rankers and spending time with them, because that is equally as important for them as going around and throwing their weight. They do also need to form those coalitions, otherwise they're not going to have the backings to stay into that dominant position. It's not just all about them being these big dominant males running around and stomping their feet. They can actually have a soft side where they will spend time to create those bonds with the others in their group.
But today, the more dominant males are playing true to type and hoarding as many watermelons as they can. Mojo's halfway through the first of the two he's snared, while Jester shows that managing and keeping 2 melons can be tricky. Buxom, having finished his display, has bagged 3 melons and has no intention of sharing with anyone. Paco, however, is quite content eating the scraps and leftovers. But it's not just the high rankers scoring well in the fruity feast today. The boys at the bottom of the pile get in on the action too.
Keto, Freddie, Rocky, everyone that normally, we wouldn't expect to do so well in a feed, did brilliantly. And even Gypsy, who he hung back a little bit in the release, so he came out about 5 minutes later, came out of the enclosure and still managed to find a watermelon, which is why it's so important for us to hide the food around in loads of different locations, because it goes to show that even those individuals that come out later still get a good chance of getting their food. Yeah, it was nice to see the low rankers do so well.
After being on the other end of Buxom's dominant display, Charlie's bided his time. At the bottom of the pile, he rarely gets involved in group feeds, and today he sat watching while the others gorged on the treat. But he's had his eye on a whole melon the others missed. He makes his move, and success! It's all his.
He's not a fan of many vegetables. He's a very fussy eater. He mostly just likes his fruit. He does quite like leek. That is one vegetable he does really enjoy. But yeah, you will often see he'll just wait until a lot of the more dominant males have moved on before he'll start grabbing bits of food. So he is quite a cautious male.
After the initial excitement, all the chimps have managed to get some watermelon. And all that's left are the empty skins. Following an early morning start and a 250-mile round trip to Caterham in Surrey, Alison has arrived back at the park with the 2 rescued marmosets.
Oh. Hi, sorry, more new arrivals, but I think it's the right thing.
Caesar and Bud were living in the bedroom of a flat in filthy conditions.
In the guy's bedroom. No, like I can't even describe.
In the last 5 years, Monkey World has taken in 45 primates from the UK pet trade. Some came from owners who couldn't cope with the care and demands of looking after the small monkeys, and others were confiscated following cruelty cases.
I've got a waiting list at the office right now of about, well, it's 55 or more individual marmosets. The last couple of weeks, I haven't caught up with all of the other requests that's come in, so it might even be heading to 60 individuals now. But at the park right now, we've got at least 39 marmosets on site. And we're bursting at the seams.
Caesar and Bud are temporarily taking over one of the bedrooms, normally reserved for another pair, until Alison can find a more permanent solution. Once Karen has weighed the 2 marmosets, they're released into their new home. They've had a stressful couple of days, and it may take some time for them to settle in.
Unbelievably nervous and a bit scatty. Condition-wise, not terrible, but yeah, very flighty right now. There's been a lot of leaping around, a lot of jumping around, but they've also had a very big day. If they've lived in that house for 3 years, it's a lot of change. There's other animals in this house that they're getting used to the sights and the smells and the sounds of, so it's a lot to take in, really. They've kind of just settled now, and I think as we pull back and there's less people in the house and they just get time to just settle in, have a look around, get some food, hopefully they'll settle down fine.
For Alison, it's another frustrating episode, and one she sees far too often.
Something's gonna have to change. I can't build a whole new marmoset house for more victims of the pet trade when nothing's changing. It's just relentless. And somebody's gonna have to take notice. I'm not quite sure what to do.
The team will need to make a long-term plan, not only for Bud and Caesar, but also for all the other marmosets on Alison's waiting list. It's a lovely warm afternoon, and at the barn woolly monkey enclosure, the group are about to get a juicy treat. Freshly harvested grapes on the vine.
So we've spread the food far and wide, nice and up high as far as we could get it, mainly so everyone gets a little bit of everything, and we want to make sure that no one's being chased away from any food and there's plenty to go around. But we also want to encourage them to do lots of natural behaviours. Suspension feeding is really important with the woolly monkeys. They have that really impressive prehensile tail, so making them use that and hang from it and hang their whole body weight from it is really impressive to see. It's really great to see them actually moving and not just sitting on their bottoms.
The eager woolly monkeys rush straight out into the enclosure. The noisy chirping and trilling are happy, excited sounds, prompted by the bounty of grapes. And it's a race to see just how many they can eat at once.
Very excited reaction. As soon as they saw the grapes, that was it. The trilling was non-stop, absolutely deafening, and it's been really nice to hear. They do get really excited for food anyway, but the reaction has just been unbelievable.
There are 6 members of this group, 3 males and 3 females. At 29 years of age, female Quapper is the eldest. Then there's Paquita and her daughter, 9-year-old Isla. The boys are youngsters Xavi and the baby of the group, 2-year-old Cassius. They all come together under the leadership of one large, bubbly character.
Chippy is the dominant male over here and he's absolutely wonderful. He's just a big hunk of love and he's just absolutely amazing. He's a gentle giant. He does like to show off how big and impressive he is. He does a lot of displaying and shaking the mesh, but he does do lots of lovely snuffling to the rest of his group and making sure everyone's nice and happy. He doesn't really like sharing his food, so he takes them all off to eat by himself and then comes back to get some more, whereas the others will eat as they go and sort of all hang around as a group, where Chippy doesn't share food, so he often just takes himself off. But yeah, he is definitely in charge of this group and he's a really impressive woolly monkey.
One member of the group has been piling on the pounds recently. Paquita's daughter Isla is looking a little rotund. The primate care staff think she may be pregnant again, but predicting the due date of an expectant woolly mum is notoriously difficult.
There is no definite way of telling, but she is looking particularly round at the moment, and I don't think it's just all the grapes that she's eaten. But we can never be 100% sure. We never know what's going to happen. Isla has given birth here at the park before, and her young son Cosmo has now graduated over at Top Woolies and is doing really well. But as we did have to step in and actually hand rear him, we do keep a close eye on Isla.
Only time will tell if Isla is eating for two. But one thing is certain, just like the rest of the group, she's got a craving for grapes today. Across the park, in the newly renovated pavilions, a recent new arrival has been causing quite a commotion. Alison and wildlife vet John Lewis collected female chimp Toprish from Turkey a few weeks ago. She'd been living in a zoo 50 miles south of Istanbul, after being illegally taken from the wild and sold as a pet. She lived with a family who gave her up when she became an adult and difficult to keep. She's never lived with other adult chimps, and now, at around 9 years old, she has the opportunity for a home with others of her own kind, in Bart's group. In the first few days, Toprish settled in well at the park, so the team decided to start slowly introducing her to members of the group. Initial introductions were in adjoining bedrooms with mesh in between, to avoid full physical contact, as chimps can be extremely volatile.
You ready, Peppa?
Low-ranking Pepper was the first chimp the team chose to meet Toprish through the mesh. It was the first time she'd come face-to-face with a full-grown adult chimp since being stolen from the wild, and she voiced her disapproval. Sadly, her background has left her desperately lacking in chimp etiquette.
Toprish is clearly freaked out, and whether it's just frightened or whether she truly has that bad of an attitude, but she's being very aggressive and full on towards Peppa, who's dutifully ignoring her. Either she's going to calm down, or eventually we'll have to call her bluff and open a door and somebody will thump her and she'll have to learn some manners.
The team persevered, introducing one of the group's older and calmer males, Mickey, alongside Pepper. This time, things were a lot quieter, possibly because Toprish recognised Mickey as a male and therefore a potential mate.
What do you think, Peps? I think so. I think that's probably leave it on a positive. Always a good thing to do.
The pair were clearly quite intrigued by each other, and the team were encouraged enough for Toprish and Mickey to move to the next level.
We're starting to see more positive interaction between them at the mesh, so we're now going to go with a full contact introduction, so opening the slide so that they can actually physically get to each other. Fingers crossed, it's all going to go well.
Jeremy was prepared in case things got out of hand.
Are you all going to be nice? I want everybody to be nice.
Toprish seemed relaxed and unfazed with Mickey next door. But as the slide opened, it all kicked off. Mickey came through like a whirlwind, puffed up and heading straight for the new female. Instead of being submissive, Toprish gave as good as she got. It was left for Jeremy to intervene. Things calmed down pretty quickly. Mickey had made his point.
You taking charge? You taking charge, mister?
It was a lesson learned for Toprish.
Smart enough to know not to be stuck in one end room. She knows to stay in the corner.
Since that meeting, the team have continued to give Toprish mesh contact with various members of the group, and it seems there's one chimp's company she prefers: Pepper. So today, the team are going to give a full introduction another go.
Today she's gonna meet Peppa face to face. So she has been alongside of her on a few occasions, and actually it's gone from Toprish being aggressive, Peppa puffing up and slamming the mesh, to them actually sort of having quite a nice greeting at the mesh. So we're hopeful that when we open the door this time, Toprish has actually learned enough over the past week or more to have a little bit more chimp etiquette rather than just sticking her tongue out at people. You know, it's small steps, so today's the next step.
If all goes well, it'll be a positive experience for Toprish, resulting in a friend and ally. But it's not a done deal. Peppa may feel she needs to exert her dominance.
Good girl, Peppa.
She's more interested in the food than the new chimp.
Yeah, it's good. You show some respect. Good girl.
A slightly bemused Toprish stays put, keeping her distance, but more importantly, not overreacting.
Excellent job.
She's just happy to sit and observe Peppa, which is progress of sorts.
Toprish is wary. Peppa's got the upper hand. That's all good. I think it's a good thing to end on a positive note so that Toprish knows if she's respectful, she can be with one of the other big chimps and it's not going to be a problem, and keep trying to build a little bit further until she actually makes positive, good contact with somebody. But not bad for today.
Today's meeting was encouraging, and Toprish may be learning how to be a chimp again. She's heading in the right direction, but with 14 others to meet face to face, there's still a long way to go. Next time on Monkey Life. A first for the park with the birth of a baby for rare guenon couple Nia and Benny. And Alison is delighted.
It's a bit of a voyage of discovery, not only for them, but for us too.
Plus, breakfast for the orangutans. But it's all a bit puzzling. Today on Monkey Life, a first for the park with the birth of a baby for rare guenon couple Nia and Benny, and Alison is delighted.
It's a bit of a voyage of discovery, not only for them, but for us too.
And a world of adventure awaits woolly monkey Cosmo.
Cosmo!
If he can just muster up enough courage to venture out.
Good boy!
Plus, breakfast for the orangutans, but it's all a bit puzzling. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Hey, Mrs. Benny and Nia. Oh, there's a little boy.
The park provides a home for more than 260 monkeys and apes from 24 different species. It's been just over 10 months since the park welcomed a pair of rare, young, red-bellied guenons. They're the only two being kept legally in captivity anywhere in the world. Originally smuggled from the wild forests of Benin in West Africa, they were eventually confiscated while in transit at Beirut Airport. A charitable organisation called Animals Lebanon, set up to improve the welfare of animals in the region, took them in and cared for them. 6 months later, Benny and Nia arrived at Monkey World. They moved into a specially renovated house and enclosure, along with two unlikely housemates, Patas monkey Nitsa and aging ring-tailed lemur George.
When we first agreed to take on the red-bellied guenons, it was a little bit different than the other species we have at the park, because there are no others anywhere else in the world, which means we have to make a serious decision about what the plan is for their future. And for me, I thought it might be an idea if we allowed them to have one baby, just to make them a family unit. So we didn't worry about birth control. Benny and Nia had a few healthcare issues. They also needed to settle down. But it's happened. The first baby has arrived, and it's a bit of a voyage of discovery, not only for them, but for us too.
The team knew Nia was pregnant, but with so little known about the species, they weren't entirely sure when the baby would arrive. Then, one afternoon, Nia gave birth. No one from the team witnessed the event, but Mum and baby are doing well. The new family are being kept indoors for now, so the staff can keep a close eye on how they're coping. But so far, Nia is doing all the right things, and her new arrival is suckling and keeping a tight hold on Mum.
You know, people might say, hey, you're a rescue center, you shouldn't be breeding them. To be quite honest, I don't really care what other people think or say. To me, letting this baby come was just about giving something to Benny and Nia personally to let them feel a solid family unit and to have the most full life here at Monkey World that they can have. We're just pleased that it's clearly a very healthy little baby, and Nia's done really well, and it looks like that she and Benny are going to stay a tight family unit and look after the baby really well.
The primate care team at the park keep a record of the weight of all the animals in their charge. They try to weigh them at regular intervals, because monitoring weight gain or loss is a good indicator of the primate's general health. And it's weigh-in day for one of the youngsters at the Loris complex. It's slow Loris Nora, another new resident at the park who arrived from the Lebanon. She came to Monkey World 5 months ago after being confiscated from the pet trade by the authorities there and then cared for by the team at Animals Lebanon. She was only a few months old and weighed just 190 grams and was in very poor condition. Now she's a very different Loris and growing rapidly. With plenty of exercise, her muscles and strength have developed well. When she last hit the scales, Nora was 370 grams, and Karen's keen to see if that's increased. Loris are nocturnal primates, so everything is carried out under red light conditions.
She was weighed a couple of weeks ago, so we're going to try and keep regularly weighing her, obviously so we can keep an eye on her weight, but also so that she's always used to the scales. It's just a good behaviour to get into them when they're younger, as we have a lot of issues weighing the other ones. So while she's being good and getting on the scales well, we want to make sure we keep reinforcing that behaviour so it becomes normal, and she's always happy to do it. Nora, you come see?
Karen sets up the scales.
Nora, where are you? What's the best route for you to get down to me?
Providing Nora with an easy route to reach them.
Hi there.
Lorises are notoriously slow-moving, but Karen knows exactly how to persuade Nora to be a bit more mobile, enticing her with tasty insects.
You get it? Clever girl.
Lorises love them.
Delicious.
Today, it's waxworms, but speed is, well, relative. The clue is in the name, Slow Loris.
There she goes.
Despite her enthusiasm, Nora's just a bit too slow, and the scales time out.
Good girl. You're doing a very good job there, but the scales have switched themselves off. You want to come this way?
Karen needs to persuade Nora off the scales so she can reset them.
All I need to do now is get her away from the door, put some more worms on the scales, and then I'm sure she'll go back on perfectly. Simple as that, really.
And it is. Nora's fondness for treats and for Karen makes the job easier.
Hi. She's just very human focused because she's been raised for the past 5 months by people, so it's understandable. You get that one. You got it? Go. And look, more on the scales.
Second time lucky.
Good girl. Get them feet off as well. One toe left. Can you move that little toe? There we go. Wowzers. Well, she's certainly eating well. She now weighs 480 grams, which is 110 gram gain. I think as a baby, any weight gain is good because she's growing. In the first few weeks or month when you have a new animal, it's always nerve-wracking. You don't know whether the change and the new people and the new environment is going to knock them a bit and knock their confidence and make them not want to eat. And so it's always good, even though we can see she's doing it well and we know she's eating, it's always good to get that second. They get the actual weight on there so you can actually put a number to it, so it's good.
It's great news. Since her rescue as a tiny malnourished infant, Nora's grown into a strong, happy and healthy loris. Mental and physical stimulation is vital for all primates. So the team work hard at finding new and innovative ways to keep them engaged and active. At Tuan's orangutan group, the team have come up with a novel feeding design based on an Indonesian food container.
We call it ketupat, and this is the idea of just trying to get everybody climb up high. Although it's same height as my height, but I'm still taller than them, and they still have to climb up to get the stuff inside. And this is the idea of enrichment and sharing equal portion of their breakfast.
The device is designed to give everyone an equal chance to feed. It takes patience and tenacity to reach the treats, slowing down the more dominant individuals, particularly Tuan.
He always moves really, really fast. But when you put it inside of this, Tuan have to work really, really hard to get the stuff out, because when you see like all the stuff inside there, it's really, really difficult. So he got to use his arm and his leg to stretch it open to get apple or whatever you put inside there. And the small people, low-ranking people, for example, like Awan, she can get stuff as well because we put a lot of them inside.
And it's leader Tuan who's first out. He's now at least 35 years of age, and it's important the staff keep him active. Given the opportunity, he tends to take the easy option. To prove the point, he immediately heads for the nearest and lowest feeder. But, as predicted, he struggles to get his large hands inside the holes. However, he shows remarkable agility and balance as he tries to force the feeder apart. 6-year-old Awan, the youngster of the group, has already managed to prize out an apple, proving that, as Jano hoped, being smaller in this task is somewhat advantageous. Lucky approaches the task with panache. By supporting her entire body weight with one arm, she uses her remaining limbs to force open the feeder and grab the apple inside. Tuan has moved on to number 2. His huge hands more of a hindrance than a help. By looping the feeder over the hose, Lucky again shows impressive initiative. Now she can easily reach without overstretching. Lucky is quite a dominant female, and at times intimidates the other ladies in the group. The team are always trying to come up with activities that might grab Lucky's attention. Taking her mind off any power-grabbing politics. What better than a baby? Hujan, a 21-month-old male orangutan, hand-reared at Krefeld Zoo in Germany, will soon be heading to the park to join them. The youngster should be a real boost for the entire group, providing an infant for the older females to mother and a playmate for little Awan. For now, Awan has more than her fair share of breakfast. She has 2 puzzles on the go, and she's not sharing with anybody. She picks out the monkey nuts inside, while nosy Sylvester looks on from one of the high platforms in the orangutan nursery. Tuan's luck has changed. He's hit the jackpot without effort, finding a pile of monkey nuts which have fallen from one of the feeders and been missed by the others. And when breakfast is over, Awan gets a loving hug from Lucky. Let's hope she'll share her aunties with her new arrival. It's a big day for one of the younger members of Levar's woolly monkey group. 18-month-old Cosmo has had a busy year. He was hand-reared by staff at the park after Mum Isla rejected him, and he's come on leaps and bounds. Cosmo's settled in well with his new woolly family and loves his house and outside caged enclosure. But now it's time for this young man to take another big step in his development.
We're letting Cosmo out into the forest for the first time. We thought it's about time that he started to really test his climbing skills and start climbing these really big trees in the outside area. Hopefully it won't be a massive anticlimax and he won't just sit on the platform, and he will come out and actually explore the trees and start using that tail and be really impressive and start going up into the trees like he should do.
Cosmo is still quite small and, unlike other youngsters, doesn't have a mum to carry him and show him the ropes. So the primate care team have adapted the enclosure to help Cosmo take his first steps into the tree-filled forest. Zingu, with her daughter Layla on board, is first out. She gives the new rope ladders a glance, but not ready to test them out yet, she heads off in search of food. Levar is next, and with his usual flair and bravado, he immediately tests the new apparatus. With 5-year-old Bueno Jr. playing follow my leader not far behind. Olivia bags herself a tasty carrot, while agile Zingu reaches down to pick a juicy blackberry, showing daughter Layla how it's done. The skill is avoiding the prickles. The group are enjoying the great outdoors, but there's one missing. Young Cosmo is still inside, and wondering where his family have gone. Levar heads back in to show him the way.
Cosmo!
Eventually, with a bit of encouragement from Levar and the primate care staff, Cosmo takes a peek outside.
Cosmo!
He looks around tentatively, building himself up to take a first step into this unfamiliar new world. But he's not prepared to take the leap just yet. While the youngster bides his time, Zingu finds such a tasty caterpillar that she's salivating. And Layla shows she's a quick learner reaching out for a blackberry.
Good boy!
Finally, Cosmo takes the plunge. He's still uncertain, but he tentatively makes his way into the enclosure. And once he's out, he can't resist the temptation to take a better look at the wonderful new surroundings. Watching some of the younger members of the group relish the delights of the enclosure spurs Cosmo on. Soon, he can't resist exploring this exciting new world, albeit with a little caution. He even has the confidence and poise to hang upside down foraging for blackberries, discovering for himself that they're covered in prickles. Not having a mum to copy means his woolly skills will take longer to develop. But all in all, it's been a good initiation to the great outdoors for Cosmo, and the team couldn't be happier.
I'm personally really excited. There's a final chapter in graduating Cosmo into this group full-time. He is doing really well. The next couple of weeks, he'll really just be finding his feet. But it's really exciting, and it's a really good success story for Cosmo and for us here on the Woolly Monkey team.
After such a fantastic day, Cosmo decides some rest and familiarity are in order and heads back indoors. The park has 5 mixed-sex groups of capuchins, ranging in size from 20 in the largest group to the smallest, which houses just 5 primates. The primate care team constantly monitor them all, watching to see if any are struggling or unhappy. Sometimes this means moving an individual to another group in order to give them the best life possible. And that's what's just happened with Gizmo.
We've moved him up to the top capuchin house. He's now living with 4 females and he's doing really well. He was struggling in Sonny's group where he was. It's a very large group. There was 21 individuals in there and he just really struggled with that large amount of animals. So we moved him up to a smaller facility with less animals.
Gizmo has come a long way since arriving at the park back in 2004. Jim and Alison rescued him from a home in Ipswich, where he was living in a filthy, unheated shed in the back garden.
Oh, jeez.
He suffered 19 years on his own in these appalling conditions, with a complete lack of care. So it's no wonder he's had issues over the years.
He struggled in the larger groups. He found it difficult to socialise with the other individuals, and it meant that they gave him a bit of a tough time. They targeted him and they'd give him a bit of a chase around, which isn't ideal. We would sleep him on his own at night because it was just nicer for him to give him a bit of peace and quiet. But that's not really ideal. Capuchins are social. They should interact with each other and live in these groups. So we wanted to try and do something that would facilitate Gizmo being able to do that.
The sad passing of Tao provided the opportunity to move Gizmo into a smaller group, consisting of just 4 ladies: Maggie, Ginger, Maddie and Sophia. Thankfully, the 4 girls took to Gizmo straight away.
They all absolutely adore him. They follow him around like a little shadow and just try and get any attention they can off of him. We've actually seen an enormous change in Gizmo since he's come up to this house. He is so happy compared to how he was before in Sonny's group. He's really playful. We didn't have the opportunity to see that much before, but now his true character has really come out and all the primate care staff absolutely love working with him.
The move means wary Gizmo has fewer individuals to worry about, although there are 4 feisty females to contend with. But there's no competition from other males, and fewer egos. It's great to see Gizmo finally settled and relaxed. Autumn is coming to an end, and the days are growing shorter. Over at the Siamang enclosure, Abdi, from the primate care team, is putting out a seasonal treat, so the gibbon pair can make the most of the last rays of autumn sun. He's distributing pumpkins filled with yummy nuts and mealworms, full of protein and ideal for the chillier weather. Sam and Sasak quickly head out, keen to discover what's on offer for this morning's breakfast. The pair have been inseparable since they met 8 years ago, following the tragic death of Sam's son and, prior to that, his partner Sage. Gibbons mate for life, and the park went to great lengths to find Sam a new companion. When Sasak arrived from Dublin Zoo, their bond was instant. The doting couple spend most of their time together, grooming and foraging in their wonderful tree-filled enclosure. At this time of year, there's less food to find, so today's pumpkins, complete with wriggly mealworms, are a real treat. Sam is feasting on as many insects and nuts as he can. Keen not to waste any, the pair hunt around for mealworms which may have fallen into the undergrowth. Sam has no problem reaching, grabbing and rolling a pumpkin towards him. As he tucks in, Sasak is equally enthusiastic. She munches happily on a large chunk of pumpkin. Siamangs are the largest of all the gibbon species, living in high mountainous regions where fruit isn't always readily available. They rely more heavily on leaves, favouring young leaves and buds. At this time of year, there aren't many of those, so grass is a tasty addition. When the two have feasted, it's back to grooming, a bonding ritual this pair enjoy. Before stretching out in the warm autumn sunshine. Next time on Monkey Life, James travels to Germany to meet a baby orangutan in need of a new home.
Very cheeky looking orangutan, very playful, looks like he's going to be full of bags of energy.
And the spider monkeys have a really good time searching for breakfast. Today on Monkey Life, James travels to Germany to meet a baby orangutan in need of a new home.
Very cheeky looking orangutan, very playful, looks like he's going to be full of bags of energy.
New chimpanzee Toprish shows she's learning how to interact with her own kind.
Toprish was great then. She was respecting her by panting at her, but just keeping a distance and didn't go up to her.
And the spider monkeys have a really good time searching for breakfast. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Just trying to make him happy and comfortable, and we'll see how we can achieve that.
The park provides a home for more than 260 monkeys and apes from 24 different species. On the banks of the River Rhine, a few kilometres north of Dusseldorf, lies the city of Krefeld. And that's where primate care team member James and colleague George are headed. They're on their way to meet a baby in need of a new home. The pair have spent 8 hours on the road via the Channel Tunnel. Their destination is Krefeld Zoo, established 80 years ago in the Westphalia region of Germany, close to the Dutch border.
Hello, good morning.
Hello,
nice
Eva.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Eva,
How are you?
hi.
Hi.
Typical English weather? Or?
Yeah, this is George.
Hi, Eva, nice to meet you. Yeah,
Eva is one of the keepers. And she's the main carer for this little chap, Hujan, a 21-month-old young male orangutan who was born at the zoo. Hujan is the reason James and George are in Germany, and he's definitely worth the trip. When Hujan was born, his mother developed complications and was too ill to look after him. Staff stepped in to hand-rear him until she was better, but when he was given back, his mum rejected him. Hujan went on to spend time with his grandma, but didn't manage to fit in with the rest of the group. Consequently, the European breeding programme contacted Monkey World for help, and the team agreed to take him on.
The group we're going to try him in first of all, we call it Twan's group. Twan's a big male, but he likes kids. He plays with kids, which is strange, isn't it? But in this group, we have Awan, little playmate, and then we have 3 females. 2 of them are really, really good with many orphans over the years. One called Ame and one called Lucky.
we are so happy.
I'm very, very hopeful it will work. So,
Before James can get to meet Hujan, the zoo's vet wants to check the infant over. He's had a slight cold in recent days, and she wants to make 100% certain that he's fit to travel.
You want a hat?
Everything's fine.
The vet is happy. Hujan is given the all-clear to make the journey to Dorset.
I don't know why.
But to get there safely, he'll need to travel in a transport box throughout the journey. And the keepers have been crate training him for this over the past few weeks.
Got a present for you, Hujan. I don't know what you think of it.
To get Hujan used to the crate, it's been set up in his bedroom. For the next 2 days, James will interact with the little orangutan in order to bond with him and gain his trust.
You're gonna beat me up.
This will be vital when the youngster arrives at Monkey World and is confronted with unfamiliar faces and surroundings. Hujan isn't shy and is already responding positively to James. It seems bonds are already starting to develop.
There's a laugh. There's a laugh. Everything's gone really, really well so far. Very cheeky-looking orangutan, very playful. Looks like he's going to be full of bags of energy. So I'm sure he'll go down well with some of our adult females back at Monkey World.
Hujan is left to rest while Ava gives James a tour of the ape complex, which also houses gorillas and chimpanzees. But James's priority is finding out more about Hujan's immediate family. This youngster is his uncle. And this is Hujan's grandmother, Leah. She now has a baby of her own.
So this is the one that looked after Hujan for a little bit? Yeah.
The fact that Hujan has some experience of living with adult orangutans will help when he gets to Dorset. James takes the opportunity to learn as much from Ava as possible about his behaviour, routines, and his general diet and health.
I'm just taking some notes about Hujan, so I'm just writing down feeding habits and anything I can find out about him, basically, so that when we get back to Monkey World, we'll know how to look after him as best as possible.
It's been a long but successful day. Tomorrow, James will be back for another bonding session with Hujan, who seems a real bundle of fun and energy. The staff at Monkey World are constantly coming up with new and innovative ideas to keep the 260 primates in their care busy, stimulated, and active. Today, there's a strange, large object being wheeled into the spider monkey enclosure. They'll have never seen anything quite like it before, and it should perk up the 3 residents.
Today we've got a really big wheel for the spider monkeys. We're going to weave the branches around the outside of it, put breakfast in and see what happens. They like exploring new things. Flint in particular gets quite excited about new exciting things, and Pumpkin finds new things quite funny. So we're not quite sure how they're going to react to it, but it's always nice to keep them on their toes and do something nice and new for them.
Spider monkeys are arboreal, which means in the wild they live their lives off the ground in the trees of their natural habitat. To try and replicate this behaviour, the care team need to get the large cable drum suspended in the air. No easy feat. Spider monkeys can be a little cautious, but if the reward is high enough, their curiosity will get the better of them. And this breakfast of sticky honey and raisins should be very tempting. It's a race between Pumpkin and Flint to get to the enclosure, with Pumpkin getting there first. They're both a little wary of the alien object, which has suddenly appeared in the middle of their home. Pumpkin is very food-focused and makes the first move, suspending herself using her strong prehensile tail. She quickly strips out a few of the branches before reaching in, and immediately makes short work of the cup of treats. Flint has also managed to grab himself a cup and picks out the raisins, watched intently by the oldest in the group, Hickory. Pumpkin goes back for seconds. She's discovered the wheel moves, and so uses her tail to suspend herself in the air, keeping her feet free to spin the drum round to get to the cups. Hickory's patience pays off. A discarded cup still has honey inside, and he makes the most of it. Flint demonstrates his strength and agility is just as good as Pumpkin's. Although it's Pumpkin who's done most of the hard work today, all three spider monkeys have managed to share the sticky breakfast. But for greedy Pumpkin, it's never quite enough. Many of the primates have lived at the park for the majority of their lives, but one of the most recent arrivals is still trying to settle in. Young chimp Toprish was stolen from the wild for the pet trade in Turkey. She's had very little experience with her own kind and has limited knowledge of basic chimp etiquette. The team's ambition is for her to become part of a large social group and join Bart's gang. Her lack of chimp manners has been evident during introductions, but her carers have persevered. They've been allowing her to meet others through the cage mesh so she can get used to them. And at last, Toprish is starting to make progress.
She's doing brilliantly. She's showing so much more chimp behaviour now than she was when she first came here. We've seen more that she's pant-hooting when people come in, that she recognises the voice, and panting and holding her hands out to people, which is what she should be doing, which is great. We've seen her grooming other chimps now, which was a massive step forward, because again, grooming is the sort of all-important thing to building your place in the hierarchy. So the fact that she's doing that now is a massive step forward. She's just got to learn the sort of more subtle bits of etiquette, but that'll come. You know, she's young. It's all positive so far.
Toprish has formed a pretty good relationship with Pepper, and this morning, Chatter, who she's also met before, is joining the pair in the bedrooms. Toprish displays perfect chimp etiquette, making the right noises and presenting herself submissively to Chatter. In fact, things are going so well, the team decide to introduce another chimp who's been waiting in the wings. 38-year-old female Clin, who was rescued from a laboratory.
Clin's confident. She's been here for years. Fairly laid-back character, so hopefully she'll be more. I think she's going to be more interested in the food, like Chatter was when she just went in. So, fingers crossed.
At first, it's mesh contact only. Toprish is beginning to understand how these things work. She meets Clin face to face with absolutely no aggression. It's a far cry from the initial introductions when she first arrived. Hannah decides to go a step further and open the slide to let the two meet.
Right, everyone ready?
Yep. I think Clin might go on.
Chatter and Clin demonstrate a perfect chimp greeting. Chatter is submissive because Clin is a high-ranking female in the group. It's a good lesson for Toprish, and she follows their lead. By holding back and not charging in, she's showing that over the last 2 months, she started to recognise and learn how chimps conduct themselves in social situations.
Toprish was great then. She was respecting her by panting at her, but just keeping a distance and didn't go up to her.
Eventually, Clin comes through, offering her arm. And Toprish responds exactly how she should when confronted by a higher-ranking chimp. She's submissive. It's just what Hannah was hoping for.
It's going to take time to get her in with the whole group, but I certainly think we're on the right track.
This is a great progression for Toprish. Her background means she's had to learn chimp behaviour and etiquette from scratch, and it's not been easy. But today was definitely a step in the right direction. It's been 6 weeks since Alison rescued 2 marmosets being kept in appalling conditions at a flat in Caterham. Caesar and Bud are the latest in a long line of marmosets to arrive at the park as a result of the British pet trade. Many from a similar environment. It's left the park full to the brim.
It is a real issue that we have so many marmosets at the park, but we can't obviously leave them in their situation that they were in before either, so this is obviously a better life for them than they had.
The two newbies are sharing facilities with another pair of marmosets, taking it in turns to use the large outside enclosure until a more permanent solution can be found. Today, primate carekeeper Keris is putting out feeders filled with raisins, a tasty and much-loved treat. But they'll have to work to reach them.
They seem interested in everything that we give them. They're very willing to try out new things. At the start, even feeding them bugs was a little bit hard because I don't think they'd ever really had bugs, but they've grown to absolutely love them, and now especially Bud, he is just all over the mealworms, so he's loving that. They do get involved and try use it as much as they can, so it's really nice to see for us as well.
The team are pretty certain that, until arriving at the park, the pair had never been outside in the fresh air and sunshine. And it's made a remarkable difference to their general well-being. Their coats are looking so much better, and both are far more confident and less withdrawn in their new surroundings. Caesar, the larger of the duo, is a Jeffroy's marmoset, with a white face and dark tufts. He seems quite at home among the branches outside, nimbly reaching down into the feeder to grab a raisin. Bud is a common marmoset, a different species slightly smaller in size to a Jeffroy's. They may be different, but they have established a great relationship together.
Bud kind of doesn't go anywhere without seeing Caesar. Even if Bud didn't want to come outside for the first couple of times, he had to because Caesar was straight out and they don't like being separated. So, well, especially Bud, he's very attached to Caesar.
Caesar and Bud seem happy and settled in their new home. But the appalling conditions in which they were found are all too common. With no more space at the park, and the pet trade in marmosets continuing, something needs to change soon. It's been 3 months since gibbon Kitty cheated death. Her heart stopped during an investigation under anaesthetic into her rapid weight loss.
Still really, really low. We need a bit of atropine.
The team revived her, but following the drama, the results were inconclusive, and there's been no real improvement in her condition. In fact, she seems to be getting worse, and her appearance is a stark contrast to how she looked only a year ago.
Kitty is still a very active gibbon. She's still very talkative, as always. The biggest concern that we've noticed, a real change in the last sort of 2 weeks, really, is that she's lost nearly all of her body hair. She looks really awful because she's obviously quite thin underneath. We've been giving her lots of supplemental feeds to try and build that body weight back up. But she does look a lot worse at this point because a lot of her hair's actually fallen out. So some of that is a little bit aesthetic because we're used to this big ball of fluff that is Kitty.
Until the team get to the bottom of what's wrong, life for Kitty goes on. She lives with agile gibbon Paul, her long-term partner since 2004. Today, they're getting some tasty treats, pomegranates full of juicy seeds, plus red peppers and tamarinds, and unfamiliar hard-shelled fruit. Some are hidden in socks to make the pair work that little bit harder for their meal. Kitty is first out. Despite her appearance, she's still blessed with considerable grace and mobility, and she heads straight for the peppers. Frustratingly, the first piece doesn't come easily, although it doesn't take long for her to find a more straightforward option. Agile gibbon Paul bides his time before deciding which snack to choose first. Fruit makes up the largest proportion of the diet of most gibbons. In the wild, it's less sweet and lower in sugar, and they have to work hard and travel far to find the fruiting trees. At Monkey World, they only get a small proportion of fruit in their diet. Paul has got a taste for the tamarinds. His long canines and sharp teeth have no trouble getting through the hard outer shell to the sweet, fibrous pulp inside. Kitty decides to investigate what's inside the socks. She wastes no time unhooking one, opening it up, and nibbling at the tamarind inside. Paul's approach is totally the opposite. He plays with his breakfast before heading off to find easy pickings elsewhere. It's wonderful to see the pair moving freely and tackling their food with enthusiasm. But it doesn't hide the fact that something isn't quite right with Kitty. The team are determined to find out what's causing the dramatic change in her appearance. But to do that, she may well have to be anaesthetised again. It's a worrying time for her carers. At Krefeld Zoo in Germany, Monkey World keeper James has returned for a second day to continue bonding with Orangutan Hujan, a young infant looking for a new family. 21 months old, Hujan has been hand-reared since birth, after being rejected by his mum. The team at Krefeld tried to integrate him into another group, but that didn't work, so Monkey World have stepped in to rehome him with one of their families.
Maybe you go now inside
Yep.
and feed Hujan with a bottle inside the crate. So you need to go a little bit with the
getting
arm
used
inside.
to it. Yep.
Just go inside. And
Over the years, Monkey World has had huge success looking after rescued and orphaned orangutans.
Good morning.
And James is confident Hujan will be no different.
Got a really good feeling that he's going to fit into Twan's group. He's absolutely perfect, really. He's got bags of confidence, climbing all over the place, eating and feeding well. He's just non-stop, so I think he's going to be a right little character, really.
The orangutan nursery at the park is full at the moment. And as Hujan has had experience of living with adult orangutans in the past, the plan is for him to join Twan's group.
Good boy, Hujan.
The youngster lived for a while with his grandmother, and it's hoped he will settle in well with some of Twan's females. Ame, Lucky and RoRo have all been excellent aunties and foster mums in the past. Hujan's German keeper Ava takes James to observe him in the outside enclosure. He displays great confidence for his age and is happy to keep himself occupied. He's clearly independent, a hopeful sign that he'll fit in well with an adult group.
Eva and the team have been doing this with him for a little while each day, just so that he's still getting used to higher heights with the climbing sort of side of things. As you can see, he's a very confident little climber behind us at the moment. There's quite a little bit of height on this. He's doing really well.
James soaks up as much background info as he can, including details about Hujan's diet.
What would you like? Is there specific weight of this altogether? 500 gram? Or no, just a selection in a box?
And I give 2 parts of vegetable and 1 part of fruit.
Yeah, similar. Do you ever give them any protein as opposed to like nuts
We
and
give
seeds?
also
Like...
eggs.
Oh yeah, we do eggs too.
Orangutans also like as chicken, cooked chicken.
Yeah, we do that too. Some of them prefer the eggs, some of them prefer the chicken, but they always eat it.
Eva will be travelling to the UK with Hujan to help get him settled. But it's important for James to establish a close bond with him, as he'll be one of the team looking after him at the park. In the wild, he would still be living with Mum for at least another 5 years, so he needs someone to turn to until he forms bonds with his new group. It's time for this little fella to get some shut-eye. Tomorrow is going to be a long day, and the first day of the rest of his life with a new family. Next time on Monkey Life. Alison makes a vow after a chimp she and Jim first tried to rescue from a circus in Thailand 15 years ago resurfaces.
I'm gonna do everything I can to get that chimp out of there. And always over my shoulder will be Chimp.
And Hananya's group try camellia flowers for the first time. But they're not a hit with everyone. Today on Monkey Life, baby orangutan Hujan arrives from Germany to start a new life at the park.
All right, freedom, little buddy.
Hi.
Alison makes a vow after a chimp she and Jim first tried to rescue from a circus in Thailand 15 years ago resurfaces.
I'm gonna do everything I can to get that chimp out of there. And always over my shoulder will be Chimp.
And Hananya's group try camellia flowers for the first time. But they're not a hit with everyone. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Everybody's well aware that they need to be looked after carefully.
The park provides a home for more than 260 monkeys and apes from 24 different species. It's a busy and exciting morning for the park's orangutan team. They're prepping a bedroom ready for the arrival of Hujan, a 21-month-old youngster from Krefeld Zoo in Germany. The team are highly experienced at looking after baby orangutans, but the plans for this little male are slightly different.
Hujan would be the 8th orphan from Europe that we would have received into the orangutan nursery, but right now we're a little bit full over there because we've got both Jin and Sylvester, who are just turning into beautiful sort of adult men now, and so we need to find a new home for them. To stack another little boy in there, I'm worried that it might start building tension in there. So what we're going to try and do is actually introduce Hujan into Tuan's group.
Hujan was rejected by his mum and hand-reared by staff at Krefeld. But he has spent time in the company of adult orangutans, so the team are hoping that this group will be a perfect fit. It's led by Tuan, who, at probably more than 35 years of age, is the oldest orangutan at the park. He's a great father figure and wonderfully playful with the youngsters. Hujan will also have 3 adult females to mother him: RoRo, Lucky, and Ame. Plus, there's a possible playmate in 5-year-old Awan. While the team continue their final preparations at the park, over in Germany, it's been an early start and it's going to be a very long day for little Hujan. Primate carer James from Monkey World has spent the last 2 days getting to know him and establishing a bond. With the help of Hujan's keeper, Ava, he's now putting the finishing touches to the travel box.
So one is enough for...
I think so. It would always take my coat off for him.
So put his food inside. Okay.
When the team arrived from Monkey World, the box was placed inside Hujan's bedroom, giving him time to get used to getting in and out of it.
So...
To entice him in, Ava offers him a bottle of milk, which he happily takes.
Oh boy.
Is it empty? Let me show. And down.
Right. That was easy. Good job, Eva.
Yes. Wonderful. And he's eating now.
Cool.
So,
brilliant.
That's very cool.
The planning and training has paid off.
That's gone brilliantly. He's very, very relaxed in the crate, eating and drinking in there as soon as we put him in. So all the training with him was worth it. Really good job. Really pleased. Hand up.
12 kilos.
Hujan seems happy and relaxed as he's loaded into the van. Ava will be coming back to the UK with them to help to keep the youngster calm and settled during the journey.
Okay.
everything is ready.
All happy?
Yes.
Ahead of them is a 450-mile drive back to Dorset, where there'll be an excited team waiting to welcome the new arrival. Monkey World was set up by Jim Cronin in 1987 to rescue and rehabilitate primates from all around the world. Since the original group of 9 chimps arrived, the park has grown to accommodate more than 260 individuals. But the fate of one chimp she and Jim couldn't help has been a constant concern for Alison. Circumstances beyond their control meant they lost track of her, until now.
It's very exciting. After 15 years of searching for a chimpanzee called Naree that Jim and I found all of those years ago, I finally got the thumbs up, and I think we're going to be able to bring her back to the park. Cannot even believe it.
Back in 2003, Alison and Jim were conducting an undercover operation in Thailand, trying to track down illegal smugglers of primates in Southeast Asia. There, they came across a young chimp being forced to perform in a circus at a Thai amusement park. Jim and Alison were shocked by what they witnessed.
I don't know. I mean, maybe some people appreciate seeing animals do silly circus tricks, but all I could do was sit there and think, what is the matter with that chimpanzee? Does she need medical care now? What can we do to help? And at the end of the show, I remember going up to the side of the ring and making chimp noises at her, and she came running over. And that was my first point of contact with Naree. So life was grim. A lot of animals die in circumstances like that, especially having been smuggled from the wild. So it's a testament to Naree's sort of strength that she survived all of that. If there were ever a chimp that deserved getting a family back again, it's Naree.
Most of Naree's teeth had been knocked out, leaving her with only 4 molars and deforming her face. Jim and Alison were so shocked at her physical condition, they decided there and then to make it their mission to bring her back to Monkey World. They publicised her plight, and Naree's story made it onto local TV and radio stations in the UK.
People are really, they want some answers, they want to know what's happening. And luckily the paper's been following it up as well, so it's been a massive response. Everybody really cares and wants to know what's going to happen.
And thousands wrote letters and emails pleading for Naree to be rescued.
Naree was confiscated from the amusement park, but then very quickly, just as quickly, she was made to disappear. And we couldn't get from any of the authorities in Thailand where she had been, who had taken her, where she had been taken, what had happened to her. She was simply gone.
For 15 years, Alison heard nothing, despite constantly contacting the Thai authorities. Then, she got a phone call about a female chimp being looked after at a rescue centre south of Bangkok. It sounded remarkably like Naree. Alison got on a plane.
I can confirm Naree is alive and well. She's living at a government rescue centre in Thailand, quite a ways outside of Bangkok. She's fit and healthy. She's like a little tank. She's lovely as she was from the day that Jim and I met her. Really kind. I got a big welcome hello and straight over to the side of the cage, itching for attention. Great to see that the people who are caring for her really do care for her. Her keeper is going to be devastated. She has one man who looks after her, who's her main keeper, because everybody else is a bit frightened of her, and he loves her to bits. So that's been a good and a steady source of companionship for Naree when she's been at the centre, because otherwise she's living in a big metal cage all on her own, so there's not a whole lot going on to keep Naree busy and active.
Now, after months of negotiations and correspondence with authorities in both Thailand and the UK, It looks as if Naree could be on her way to Monkey World.
I'm cautiously optimistic that I'll manage to get this sorted, but at the same time, we're gonna have a lot of hurdles to overcome in order to make sure that all governments, both in Thailand and here in Britain and within Europe, are happy that this chimpanzee needs to be moved to be given a family of her own kind again. So everybody's on board. Naree's got everybody's hearts in her hands now, and I think it's gonna work. I think we'll get her back to the park.
It's the culmination of a dream for Alison.
I'm gonna do everything I can to get that chimp out of there, and always over my shoulder will be Chimp.
Springtime at the park, and there's an abundance of flowers in bloom, including fresh camellias still on their stems. It might not appear an obvious snack for a group of chimps, but it's the type of treat they might forage for in the wild. Primate care worker Wendy is spreading the flowers around, making the chimp's enclosure look very colourful.
Anybody would think it was Valentine's Day, so we're going to give them flowers. It's not, of course. It's way past. We've been taking a little bit extra time to do this, so the guys are getting very excited. So let's see their reaction when they come out.
The flowers are a first for Hananya's group of 18 chimps. In the wild, the primate's natural diet is pretty opportunistic. They eat seeds, nuts, leaves, fruit, and even eggs and meat. These flowers are brightly coloured with a strong scent, so they should catch everyone's attention. The group are let out, and surprisingly, it's low-ranking Cookie leading the way. But she wisely leaves first pickings to the higher rankers following behind. Second in command, Simon is the first chimp to try out the camellias. Seems they may be an acquired taste. Johnny thinks so too. As a high-ranking female, she's duty-bound to give them a try. But she's not exactly wolfing them down. Thelma doesn't know what to make of all the flowers scattered in front of her. And Marjolaine decides the taste isn't to her liking either. Leader of the group, Hananya, opts for a more common breakfast item, a piece of courgette instead. With so many leftovers, after a final check to make sure the high rankers are busy, Kiki decides to tuck into a tasty bloom, while an observant Thelma watches on. Eventually, the group cotton on to the fact that camellia flowers are pretty tasty after all, with the females leading the way. Johnny and Thelma's mum, Cherry, look as if they're catching up on the gossip over breakfast. Thelma tucks in too. But then, with such a doting family, life for this little chimp is always a bed of roses. It's a worrying time over at the gibbon complex. For some time now, the condition of 20-year-old La gibbon Kitty has been deteriorating. She's lost a lot of weight, and although the vet ran a number of medical tests a few months ago, the results were inconclusive.
Unfortunately, they haven't actually given us a diagnosis of what's going wrong with her. So we have to give her another sedation today to try and get some more ideas. We will do some more blood tests and ultrasounds to try and get some answers.
Kitty has lost a lot of body hair and is no longer the magnificent, fluffy black gibbon she was a couple of years ago. The hair on her back has turned silvery white. Vet Dave Harding has been called in to take another look at her, this time using an ultrasound, in the hope of getting to the bottom of her condition.
Any preference?
No, but can I have a bigger syringe?
Anaesthetising Kitty again was not an easy decision. On the last occasion, her heart stopped and it was touch and go whether she would pull through.
She did crash. She crashed hard and fast. So obviously that is a major concern for us today. You know, this has been a difficult decision to go ahead and do this today. But really we kind of have to try and find if we can actually fix her.
Kat administers the anaesthetic.
Good girl, Kitty. Good girl. Laura, done.
As soon as she's sedated, Kitty is taken to the park's hospital. Once she's safely intubated and Dave is happy her vital signs are all good, he can proceed with the examination. He starts with an ultrasound. The lights are dimmed so he can get a good, clear picture of Kitty's vital organs.
Right, is this the liver? Yep.
And check there are no abnormalities.
Heart on the other side. Terrifyingly slow.
Or anything sinister which may be the cause of her condition.
It's anything obvious, I'm afraid. There's nothing there that's hugely terrifying. I can't see any masses or anything in there, which is good.
Dave takes a closer look at Kitty's heart.
There seems to be a bit of irregularity around here. It's hard to tie that in with the symptoms that she's showing. I don't have any answers, really, based on that.
With the ultrasound complete, Dave now wants to take a series of X-rays so he can compare them with those taken 3 months ago.
We can see if anything is worsening, but I just want to get another X-ray really to see the lungs and any skeletal structures that might be giving us any further clues, but yeah, at the minute I'm not quite sure, I'm afraid.
A study of the day's X-ray reveals that nothing has changed.
Nothing dramatic. I couldn't see anything on the last one. I can't see anything on these ones.
A number of blood samples are taken for tests to cover all bases.
Let me just see if I can get some urine. All right.
Finally, Dave takes a urine sample directly from the bladder to avoid any chance of cross-contamination. He uses the ultrasound as a visual guide.
Okay, so wake her up.
With the tests and examination complete, Kitty is slowly brought around from the anaesthetic.
I can't see anything to obviously explain her symptoms. We can't image everywhere. I mean, it'd be nice to have an MRI scan to look at her brain as well. But there's nothing dreadful going on. I think you have to look at the positives, and I think that we were half expecting to find some sort of growth inside her, and we don't see that. So.
Kitty is returned to her bedroom to recover. It's still a worrying and frustrating situation, and all they can do is wait for the results of the tests before deciding the next course of action. Following an early start and a 450-mile journey from Krefeld Zoo in Germany, Hujan has arrived at the park in Dorset.
Hi, nice to meet you. Jana, Eva, nice to meet you.
Alison and an excited team are waiting to greet him.
Hey, Squeaky Man. He was so relaxed during the drive.
It's funny, in some of the photos he looks a little bit bigger, and then in others he looks like a baby. He's quite small. Yeah.
They're keen to get him out of his travel box and into his bedroom as soon as possible.
Welcome, welcome. This is Hujan's room.
Hujan won't be introduced to his new group just yet. The team have purposely put him in the end bedroom, so he can't be stared at by the other orangutans. This way he gets to smell, hear, and glimpse the others without being overwhelmed.
Go ahead.
Good boy.
Intrigued, little Awan tries to get a look at her new playmate.
All right, freedom, little buddy.
Hi.
A slightly cautious Hujan takes his time.
Oh, that's good.
Was hier los, huh?
There's a lot to take in. But with encouragement from his German keeper Ava and his new best friend James, it doesn't take long for him to start exploring his new surroundings. The team are impressed.
Fantastic, what a lovely little boy, and so confident, like straight in there, out of the box, exploring everything. Doesn't need anybody's help, thanks very much. Really lovely little boy, so I think he's gonna fit in with all of the others really nicely. Just have to get him settled in for tonight, you know, first night here. I think James might stay the night in here with him because we don't want to begin introductions with any of the others. It's late in the afternoon now, so he'll have his last milk drink, bit of food. We'll begin sort of with a basic meeting with the mesh with Lucky tomorrow. All signs are good. Should be a very interesting day tomorrow.
Hey.
Orangutan team leader Jano is equally captivated, and the feeling is mutual.
You are. So, yes, you are a good climber.
Keeping to his routine, Ava prepares Hujan's nighttime bottle, which he always enjoys before bedtime.
Oh, no problem.
Next, Jano prepares a supper of fruit and veg to entice Hujan into the freshly prepared bedroom where he'll sleep tonight.
Come in. Hujan. Hujan.
It's been a long but satisfying day for all. The next adventure for little Hujan will begin when he starts to meet his new family. Next time on Monkey Life, Vet John touches a nerve carrying out a dental operation on Chimp Buster.
He's getting up. 2.5, please.
And hidden treats prompt an excited response from the normally sedate Stumpies. Today on Monkey Life, baby orangutan Hujan spends his first night at the park before meeting a potential new foster mum.
He's fantastic. He climbs well, he's confident, self-assured.
Vet John touches a nerve carrying out a dental operation on Chimp Buster.
He's getting up. 2.5, please.
And hidden treats prompt an excited response from the normally sedate Stumpies. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Right, ready to go. 3 monkeys in the box, not too bad.
The park provides a home for more than 260 monkeys and apes from 24 different species. As a new day dawns at the park, it's the start of a whole new life for one little orangutan. Hujan, a 21-month-old male, arrived late last night after a long journey from Krefeld Zoo in Germany. James, who went there to collect him, kept him company for his first night at the park.
Slept in here last night in my orangutan nest behind me, just to make sure, because we got here very late, that he was nice and comfortable in the house. Obviously a brand new house, brand new country, lots of new sounds around him. But he slept like an absolute log, a lot better than I did. Had his milk already and his solid food, and he's been eating very, very well. So it's all going really great so far.
Hujan will be joining Tuan's group of orangutans, made up of the big male and his 4 ladies. Today, he's going to be meeting one of the adult females, Lucky.
We've chosen Lucky because she can be a little bit of a handbag swinger. She's a little bit feisty with the other ladies. And we're thinking that if we can get her sort of more interested in Hujan, she might not be so focused on RoRo or displacing Ame. It's mainly RoRo that she seems to push around a bit. So Lucky today, perhaps tomorrow Ame, and we'll sort of swap them around to find the balance between the 2 men in the house, little Hujan and big Tuan.
You were saying he had a little bit of a runny nose.
Yes.
But first, vet nurse Stacy wants to give Hujan a quick checkup. He's had a slight cold in recent days and needs the all clear before meeting any of the others.
You're all good all over. His coat is beautiful.
All 3 adult females in this group, Lucky, Ame and RoRo, have proved good foster mothers in the past. The care team are confident they'll accept Hujan as one of their own and look after him. But they don't want to overwhelm the new youngster. So his meeting with Lucky will be mesh contact only to start with.
Hey, missus. Are you a good girl?
Ava, Hujan's German keeper, accompanied the young orangutan to help him settle in. But it seems he's feeling pretty at home already, and the prospect of meeting a large adult next door doesn't faze him. At first, Lucky's more interested in the food the keepers have put out to distract her. But she does throw a few glances towards Hujan. Hujan is extremely confident in adult company, and Alison and the team sense this introduction is going to be stress-free. They make the decision to let the pair meet face-to-face in the same room.
Hey. Love it.
Both Lucky and Hujan are relaxed in each other's company. Ava is amazed at how quickly things are progressing.
I'm extremely happy. I never have believed that it would work so fast. Lucky is a wonderful girl, and she's so good to Hujan, and Hujan is totally relaxed and don't have problems or run away from her. It's gorgeous. It's wonderful.
Hujan's just brilliant. He climbs well, he's confident, self-assured, really unique for a hand-reared orangutan. So hats off to Krefeld Zoo. They've done a fantastic job rearing a lovely, well-balanced and confident little boy.
It's a great start to Hujan's new life at Monkey World. In the coming days and weeks, he'll be introduced to the rest of the group, including its leader, Tuan. But for now, he seems content in the company of Lucky, and she seems happy to share her food with him. It's been 4 days since the park's pair of rare red-bellied guenons welcomed the arrival of their first baby. Since then, the family have been kept indoors to allow Nia to recover from the birth. It also helps staff keep an eye on the baby and make sure it's suckling well and gripping on tight to mum. Now, with everything looking positive, the team have decided it's time to give the new family a little more freedom.
Everything's been going really well over at the Guenons, and we're just so impressed with how Nia's doing and how attentive Benny's being as well. So feeling really positive. Obviously for the first few days we took things quite slowly and we kept them in the house. We then progressed to tunnel access, but we've decided today that we're actually going to let them into the outside enclosure.
As soon as the slide is opened, Nia dashes out with baby on board, and Benny following close behind. The pair are very comfortable and familiar with their outside enclosure. But with a large infant clinging onto her, Nia may find moving around and negotiating the platforms and trees a little more challenging. However, there's no stopping Benny. He's straight up into the high branches. Nia takes her time. She's happy to soak up the sun, while her baby gets used to its first taste of the big outdoors. In the last 4 days, the primate care team have managed a closer look at the infant, and they're fairly certain it's a girl. They've named her Biff. Nia, with Biff gripping on, decides the time is right to head up into the trees. The team look on anxiously. But they don't need to worry. Biff's clinging on tight. And Nia shows she's a good mum, supporting the baby when necessary.
Baby's grip is very strong, and she, I don't think, would be moving like that if she wasn't confident of that. And we had seen a lot of that inside, so you always feel a little bit nervous, but I think, you know, she knows what she's doing now, and she's not going to take any risks, and she's moving around kind of as she was before baby on board, so that's really good to see.
Nia is happy and relaxed with Benny close by. The pair share a strong bond, and the new baby seems set to strengthen it further.
Benny's staying close, and they've even sort of had a bit of a relaxing moment, family moment on the platform. So yeah, it's all looking really good at the moment. We'll obviously want to see that she's coming and going to the house, so we'll stay around and monitor that. And we'll probably get them in slightly earlier than usual this evening. But yeah, so far so good, and she looks great out there.
Looking after the health and well-being of all the primates at the park is an enormous task.
Your hand?
The primate care team regularly train the animals separately and in groups to carry out various behaviours in return for a reward. This is known as operant conditioning, or clicker training. Reward-based training like this allows staff to monitor the primates for illnesses and wounds, and enables them to administer basic health checks.
Good boy.
And today, James has persuaded some of the orangutan nursery residents into the tunnel system for a training session.
With a lot of our older orangutans, they've all learned a lot of the behaviours that we've trained them over the years that we use to treat them medically and things like that. No tricks, just stuff that is beneficial for them. But obviously with the babies, they need to learn every single thing from scratch. Shush. So we've gone right from square one with them. I've seen lips. Good girl. It certainly helps having the adults do it next to them. They learn off of what they see orangutans very, very well. So sometimes we'll be doing some training sessions with some of the adults, and they'll actually start to try and copy the behaviours, usually because they know a treat's in it for them, and they obviously want that treat. So it's a good way of teaching them next to the adults as well. But we also use our clickers here to bridge them when they are doing the right thing. Good boy. Which is when they get a treat for it. So the babies at the moment, Rika's doing really well. Rika, hand. Good girl. She's already learnt hands and feet, bum and head, which is great for oiling their skin as well, because they can get quite sore skin sometimes over the winter time. But obviously we can treat any injuries or anything like that they may pick up over the years when they know these behaviours. Bulu's a little bit more behind her. Hand. Good boy, Bulu. He's still doing quite well though. He knows hands and feet already and come here. So they're all doing really, really well. It's very early days for them and they've got a lot of behaviours on the list already.
The youngsters appear to enjoy the training sessions, and it helps establish a good bond with the staff.
For example, if they need a flu injection, which they will get just before the winter months, we can train them to present their arms to it and they'll just take it very nicely. No stress, no anaesthetic needed. If we just go to Sylvester here and we can ask him for a shoulder. There we go, and you can see he presents his arm up like that. Sylvester already knows how to do an injection training, but from that placement we then move on to using an actual syringe until they get very comfortable with it. And then eventually it gets to the point where we can just inject them with their flu injection just before winter and they won't blink an eye. Big head. Good girl. So it really helps us look after them enormously.
Today, James is keen to take a closer look at 9-year-old Sylvester, one of the older boys in the group.
So with Sylvester, he's just reached that age where he's starting to turn into a man, if you like. His bottom canines are just starting to pop, which is really showing that he's moving on in the world with regards to his age. Sylvester, open. Open right up. See his canines. So it won't be too long probably before those top canines start announcing themselves as well. And I imagine at that point all his hormones will start rushing around in him and he'll reach that terrible teenager sort of age of the orangutans, where they'll be rushing about after all of the females in the forest.
Keeping teeth healthy is an important part of the primate's care. One chimp with a history of dental problems is Buster, one of the original group of chimpanzees who arrived at Monkey World in 1987. Unfortunately, he's now developed an abscess on his cheek, and it's pretty clear it's linked to his dental issues.
One of his canine teeth has actually lost its root filling and split, become infected, and then sort of, made a mess. You start to see really big swelling on his face. So we've got John in to actually tidy up and clean up what's a destroyed, old, root-filled tooth now.
Buster is thought to be about 38 years old, but he's still as playful as ever and really popular with the entire group. Especially Paddy's son, Bart. They have a great relationship. But if he's going to stay healthy, the infected tooth is going to have to come out. Wildlife vet John Lewis has come to the park to perform the operation. But it may not be as easy as he'd like.
They're very deep-rooted teeth, they're big teeth. I don't know how much is left in or how split the tooth is. It'll probably come out in fragments, so fiddly.
The team inject Buster with an anaesthetic and bring him to the park's hospital, where John can examine him.
So, if we can have him, I want him on his back.
And make sure he's stable before having a good look at the abscess and the broken canine.
The tooth root is dead, and the nerve to the tooth is long gone.
Chimps have very large teeth and strong jaws. This could take some time.
He's getting up. 2.5, please. Empty the bag, refill.
Although the tooth is dead, John hits a sensitive spot, almost causing Buster to wake up. As a precaution, he decides to put him on a drip. This will keep him hydrated throughout the operation and also allow John to administer a sedative straight into Buster's bloodstream if needed. It's tricky getting the balance right using just gas, and as Buster is an older chimp, John's keen to have a second option.
I mean, this bit's wobbling all over the place. I don't know how much of it's attached to the lower root.
John loosens the tooth before attempting to extract it.
Okay. God, it doesn't smell very good. It's wibbling all over the place now, but...
He's hoping to get it out in one piece, although he isn't sure just how far down the split goes.
I'm trying to get the whole thing out with all the root in one go, so the 2 halves plus all of the root. I don't know how far the split goes down, but it might go down to the very bottom. It's thoroughly infected from the smell. It's just... I'm tempted to try and lift that now.
He decides to give it a go. And, incredibly, the broken and infected tooth comes out in one go.
Split right down to the bottom.
Oh, nice job though, John. Thank you.
So far, let's have a look down into the socket though.
The canine has left a large hole, which John will need to clean out to avoid any further infection.
The socket's infected, and I don't really want to leave infected bone in place because it'll delay healing. We leave the hole as a hole and it'll fill in very quickly. It's surprising, isn't it? I mean, I wouldn't stitch it over anyway, even if I could, because it is infected, and if you close that, you're closing the infection in, it'll blow up as an abscess.
With the socket cleaned, John has a look at the rest of Buster's teeth.
His lower right canine still has the filling intact. And as I say, there's no sign on the jaw of any infection. And the rest of his stumps look quite good.
Okay.
It's a relief for the team who look after him.
I'm sure he's going to feel a lot better now that we've got that tooth out. But they are so much tougher than we are. I mean, if that had been one of us with that, we'd have been in bed and crying and wanting lots of care and attention. But he's, you know, they're tough animals.
Buster is taken back to his bedroom to recover, and John monitors him until he comes round from the anaesthetic. He'll be put on a course of antibiotics and painkillers for a while, but John is confident Buster will be back to his normal, playful self in no time. It's a beautiful day, and one group of primates are all outside enjoying the winter sunshine. The stumpies, or ugly monkeys as they're affectionately known, are making the most of the warm weather. Foraging on the ground for insects and worms, and the tasty ends of tree branches.
The stumpies, they're grumpy, they don't like people, they'll tell you off, they're very, very smelly, but everybody loves the stumpies. They're such characters. There's just something about you come in the house and they all sort of grunt at you. There's nothing subtle about them, they're not delicate in any way, but it's all part of their charm, and so everybody visitors love coming and watching them, and staff love working with them. They are all real characters here at the park.
However, the number of stumpies has started to dwindle in recent months. Two of the biggest characters in the group, Jonathan and Maureen, sadly have passed away. Now, there are only 8 stumpies left. Sam, the leader, is 32, and the only survivor of the park's original group of stumpies who were rescued from a lab 19 years ago. Of the other 7, 4 are also laboratory animals. Kelly, Charlie, Noreen and Sylvie, while the 3 most recent arrivals came from rescue centres in Europe. Flo came from Germany, and Toto and Freddie from a centre in Belgium. While the group are outside, primate care member Toby is prepping the indoor living area with a new and novel way of distributing their meal. These barrel feeders are designed to make them work for their food.
We're just experimenting with different ways for them to have to use their brains and their muscles a little bit, otherwise they can be quite lazy. They do have their cheek pouches which they store the food in, so they'll just go around, shovel the food in their cheek pouches, then go and sit, so feeding time sometimes doesn't take very long.
And the barrels do need to be stumpy-proof.
They do eat pretty much anything, so we are very restricted what we can put in with them because they will eat it. So we can't use things like sacks or socks or hosing that we would use with other animals. We've tried using tub trugs and they try and eat the tub trugs, so we have to try and find items which are quite tough, hard-wearing and stumpy-proof as such. So yeah, it's just something new for them.
This is perfectly illustrated when the stumpies are let loose. It's rare to see the stumpies this active and animated, as they throw the barrels around in gladiator fashion. Eventually, the stumpies realise that, instead of brute force, a bit of finesse may be required. Kelly cottons on to the fact that she can put her hand inside to grab some grapes. Sylvie shows great agility, balancing on one of the drums while searching for food. But she hasn't got the technique mastered just yet. Noreen takes the easy option, foraging for grapes that have fallen out of the feeders. Low-ranking Charlie is working extra hard on her legs. No mean feat considering she arrived at Monkey World with poor mobility in her hips as a result of her time in the laboratory.
Unfortunately, Charlie has suffered from issues with her hips from a very, very young age. And when she arrived here, the sort of X-rays showed that her hips were actually sort of dislocated, and she had a lot of sort of problems in that area. We've managed Charlie with various supplements and medications, and although she has got these issues, she's actually one of the most active and agile of the stumpies we have here.
Overall, it's been a good exercise for the stumpies. They've had to work hard for their food, using their brains as well as their strength. And anything that gets these guys on the move is definitely a success. Next time on Monkey Life. Alison's in Thailand to rescue a chimp that captured her heart 15 years ago.
It's fantastic to see her, and I think that belly hasn't gotten smaller.
And with new climbing equipment in the enclosure, baby woolly monkey Cosmo makes a leap of faith. Today on Monkey Life, Alison's in Thailand to rescue a chimp that captured her heart 15 years ago.
It's fantastic to see her, and I think that belly hasn't gotten smaller.
But first, she needs to sedate her for the journey. And with new climbing equipment in the enclosure, baby woolly monkey Cosmo makes a leap of faith. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Hello, Pipsqueak. Hello, Mimi.
The park provides a home for more than 260 monkeys and apes from 24 different species. After years of searching, Alison has arrived in Thailand to complete a very special mission. She's travelled 6,000 miles to collect a chimp she first encountered way back in 2003. Animal director Jeremy is with her, and they're heading to the Krabaku Wildlife Breeding Centre, 200 miles southeast of Bangkok. They're on their way to rescue Naree, a chimp who captured Alison's heart and stayed there.
We're coming to see a long-lost friend, which is going to be probably a really big emotional roller coaster for me anyway. I've met her before. I know her as Naree, but she's had a name change in the last few years, so she's now called Natalie here in Thailand. But it's Naree, the chimpanzee that Jim and I found working in a circus show at an amusement park. It must be about 15 years ago now.
Back then, Alison and her late husband Jim were conducting an undercover operation tracking down illegal primate smugglers in Southeast Asia. They came across Naree performing in a circus show and were shocked by her physical condition. Her teeth had been knocked out, infecting and deforming her face. The couple made it their goal to bring the chimp back to Monkey World. But although the Thai authorities did confiscate her from the circus, she vanished for 14 long years. Then, last year, Alison was contacted by a wildlife charity trying to rehome a chimp she immediately recognised.
Ah, hello. Good to see you. Hi. Fantastic.
How was the flight?
Yeah, not too bad.
Okay,
Actually, pretty good. This is Jeremy.
Hi. Hello.
Nancy.
Nice meeting you finally.
And Prayer.
Nancy Gibson from the Love Wildlife Foundation has been instrumental in organising Naree's move to Monkey World.
I got to know her about 4 years ago. We saw her and we really wanted to help and find a place for her. We know that the facility, they're trying to do the best that they can, but this wasn't a place made for chimpanzees, and she's been with the government for a very, very long time. I'm happy that she's getting to go. I'm happy that she's going to be with a new family, with primates her own kind, and I think that's best for her. So I'm really, really happy that Alison and Monkey World has been able to come out here and also make this possible.
Alison visited Naree in Thailand 8 months ago, and now she's back and keen for Jeremy to meet her too. Naree is calm and shows natural chimp behaviours as she greets Alison and Jeremy. It's vital they establish a good relationship with Naree and earn her trust before the journey back to the park.
Hi, you. Do you remember? I know what.
She'll need to be sedated and transferred to a travel crate for the long journey back to Dorset. Alison and Jeremy will travel with her.
It's fantastic to see her, and I think that belly hasn't gotten smaller. That belly hasn't gotten smaller. If anything, it's gotten bigger since I was here last. I know.
Naree is a little overweight, probably because she's inactive living in a small cage with no climbing apparatus. But overall, she looks well, and her coat is in good condition.
When I first met her, she was probably, gosh, I don't know, 6 or 7 years old. She was much sort of frailer and so on, but and that was 15 years ago, so she must be mid-20s, something like that. And a fair amount of the chimp behavior, you know, a lot of it will be instinct. So she does know how to make some noises, although we've received some individuals that just don't know or understand any of it, so. No, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that actually she's gonna get on okay and be quite a strong, opinionated lady.
Following a meeting with the head of the Thai Wildlife Centre to discuss the logistics for the next few days, Alison decides to call it a day. Tomorrow, the hard work and organisation will begin, and 48 hours later, if all goes to plan, Naree will be ready to start her journey to a new life at Monkey World. Back at the park, at Lavar's woolly monkey house, the team have made some adaptations to the outside enclosure. They've added more ropes to grab hold of and made the route in and out more accessible. It's all in aid of one little woolly who's just taken his first tentative steps into the big tree-filled enclosure, 18-month-old Cosmo.
He wasn't as brave as he probably could have been, so we've made a bit more of adjustments in the outside enclosure. We put a lot more rope out there for him, a lot more tail hold, so if he is on a rope, he's got something to hold on just above him, which is really important with the woolly monkeys and their prehensile tails. And we've also made a few adaptations with a couple of ladders as well, just so he's got a lot of points everywhere in the enclosure, so if he does get stuck somewhere, he can make his way back.
As usual, leader Lavar is first out. He quickly checks out the new features in the enclosure. He's followed by Zingu, who's more interested in breakfast until daughter Layla appears. Then they both head off, carefully navigating the new ropes. Cosmo's curiosity has been stirred. He takes a peek outside, but isn't ready to make a move just yet. Especially when he spots a tasty snack the others have left behind. Olivia, on the other hand, isn't lacking in confidence. Using her prehensile tail as a fifth limb enables her to reach down to the brambles for some juicy blackberries. Last time Cosmo braved the outside enclosure, it was dominant male Lavar who cajoled him out. It's the same today, and he's soon testing out the new ropes, albeit rather cautiously. He can't quite calculate distances yet. mind the gap. But he sensibly anchored himself to a rope. Cosmo has been slower in his development than some of the other youngsters born at the park. This is because he didn't have the benefit of a mum to show him the way. Isla rejected him at birth, and he had to be hand-reared. He missed out on the advantages that come from being carried around by a parent. The care team have had to strike a balance between giving him opportunities to learn and keeping him safe.
Now he's out and about, it's absolutely great to see him. He's up in the trees, he's showing off all his acrobatic skills, gaining in confidence every day. And it's great to see him up in the trees being a proper little woolly monkey.
It seems there's no looking back for Cosmo. It's the second day of Alison and Jeremy's rescue mission to bring female chimp Naree, thought to be about 22 years old, back to Monkey World. At last, she'll have a chance to live with her own kind in a more suitable environment. She's been living on her own at a wildlife centre southeast of Bangkok, after being confiscated from a circus show by the Thai authorities.
She's just so desperate for attention, aren't you? Does he have things up there?
Alison and Jeremy are keen for her to start her new life.
I mean, that's the whole point of what we're doing now, is getting her back to the park for companionship of her own kind and also into a more appropriate environment. And it's the exact reason why Monkey World was set up all of those years ago, is to give a place, a home, to all of these animals who have been smuggled into the black market for whatever reason. And pleased for Naree that she's going to get a family back again. And of course, personally, that we get to finish off something that we started all of those years ago.
Jeremy is concerned how she may react when confronted with a group of rowdy chimps after living alone for a number of years.
And I don't know how long she's lived here, but she's been here long enough to know that this is it. So who knows what's going to happen when you take her out of here and put her somewhere else. Really, it would be dangerous to have too many thoughts on that right now, because, you know, there's some endless options as to what's really going to happen. Isn't it? Hey? It's obviously a very bright cookie.
What gauge, Jeremy, do you reckon?
Naree will need to be sedated in order for the team to get her into the transport crate for the journey back to Dorset.
Okay, if I use?
Alison wants to test how Naree will react to a syringe. If she's comfortable with it, then tomorrow night, before they head off, they can sedate her that way, instead of with a dart gun, which is more traumatic for the chimp.
Good girl. Yeah, it's right here. Let's see, good girl. Excellent job. Yeah, you let me shove that in your own. Good girl. Oh, clever girl. What's that? Can I have your shoulder, please? Excellent job. Excellent job. Well.
Naree is calm and happy to cooperate. But it might be a different story at 2 in the morning when they have to do it for real.
This is all going to happen in the middle of the night, so you just never know how it's going to work. And there's going to be a lot of people, so we'll have to wait and see.
Naree's local keeper has arrived. He's looked after her for many years, and the trust and love between the two is clear. Watching them together gives Alison and Jeremy a chance to study her character and also find out about Naree's diet. Although she won't be getting milk as a reward or treat every day at the park. Alison is keen to get a good look at what remains of Naree's teeth. Most of them have been knocked out, a common fate for performance chimps, and obvious from Naree's misshapen face.
There you go. That might be 2 teeth right there. And one.
Unfortunately, the few remaining have seen better days.
She's got same thing that we saw with Bryan, actually. 2 top, 2 bottom, right in the back. So 4 molars that allow her to still eat a little bit, to be able to process some food a little bit. So
I don't know if that's a standard sort of photography tourist thing that people do, is they knock their teeth out and then just leave 2 pairs of molars for some eating, but it looks like that's all that was there.
It's less than 48 hours until Naree begins the journey to Dorset and a new life. Alison and Jeremy will return tomorrow to complete the final preparations. Then, Naree will head to the airport, ready for the flight to the UK. It's been a few months since the park welcomed 2 Saki monkeys as company for the much-loved resident female, Chloe. Dad, Desmond, and his son, Tutu, have settled in well, and today, all 3 are going to be given a tasty treat.
So today we've got lots of little grapes still on their branches, on their vines. I'm going to stick them out for the Sakis. We'll see how the new boys enjoy them, and I'm sure Chloe will.
Sakis are primarily frugivores. Most of their diet is made up of fruit, although they will eat seeds, insects, and flowers. Today's menu is right up their street. Chloe is first out, and although at 24 she's a lot older than the boys, she's remarkably agile. Chloe, who came to the park from France, has a penchant for grapes and makes a beeline for the first bunch she sees. Desmond isn't far behind. He's 11 and in the prime of his life, a healthy and fully grown Saki monkey. Faced with so many grapes, he seems a bit overwhelmed. But Chloe doesn't hold back. Although she's a little bit fussy when it comes to the skins, carefully peeling the grapes to get to the juicy flesh inside. It's easy to tell the pair apart. Female Sakis are a brown-grey mottled colour all over, while the males are black with a white face. Despite the age difference, Chloe loves the attention from Desmond, and they seem very fond of each other. The third member of the group is Desmond's son, 4-year-old Tutu. He had a difficult start to life and has had health and mobility issues since he was born. The youngster should be able to leap around like Desmond, but the team have had to make adaptations in the enclosure to help him. Despite the care and attention, his condition hasn't improved. In the last couple of days, staff have noticed Tutu has developed a white patch on his left eye. He's been given antibiotics to treat an infection, but they're worried it might be something more sinister. If things don't improve, they'll call in the vet to examine him. Chloe and Desmond are still making the most of their grapes and each other's company. And despite Tutu's mobility issues, the trio managed to spend some quality time together. In Thailand, it's the morning before Naree's departure day. Soon, she'll begin her long journey to Dorset and life with a new chimp family. Alison and Jeremy are having a final meeting with the Thai officials. They've been fundamental in granting permission for Naree to move to Monkey World.
For the journey, at least from here to the airport, she will sleep and be calm, although you don't know.
They need to double-check all the paperwork is in order. Having come this far, Alison doesn't want last-minute hiccups.
I think that that's a reasonable idea. As long as she is asleep, should be no problem.
Naree's transport crate has arrived and needs to be thoroughly checked over.
Yeah, that's good.
And all the relevant information for the authorities attached.
So these are sort of the final details. We'll also get her water bottles all lined up so that when we leave here late this afternoon, everything's ready to go, bar getting the chimp in the box and a couple of blankets inside in case it rains in the meantime. We'll bring those back with us. But otherwise, I think we're good to go. Famous last words.
They're taking an early morning flight back to the UK. With a 200-mile drive to Bangkok Airport ahead of them, the operation to transport the chimp will start in the middle of the night. Paperwork completed, it's time to say goodbye to Naree. For those who've come to know her and have cared for her, it's a momentous but happy day. After many years of solitude, she'll soon be living with other chimpanzees in a new home. It's the middle of the night.
Good morning.
And the team have gathered ready for the huge task ahead of them. They must sedate Naree and load her into her travel crate before they can set off to Bangkok. Alison has spent some time getting her used to a syringe and needle, but at home, the chimps would have months of training.
This is the dose, and it's quite large. It's almost 5 mils. We'll pretty much bang on 5 mils, so it's a large injection. I don't know if we're going to win this game, but we'll see what we can do.
With the rest of the team holding back, Alison and Jeremy head over to Naree's cage to attempt to inject her by hand. Naree's local keeper has been keeping her occupied. She may be unnerved receiving visitors at 2 in the morning. Alison wastes no time.
Good girl.
She manages to inject some of the drug, but the chimp isn't impressed. Unfortunately, Naree has not had the full dose.
Not ideal, in that we don't know the exact amount that she's got into her, but we're just gonna wait and see if we start sloping or getting relaxed and tired.
It's obvious that she isn't going down.
We don't want to leave that too late.
No, I know. Should I go down and get it? Should I bring M with me?
The clock's ticking, and if they're going to make the flight, they'll need the help of M, the local Thai vet on standby further up the road.
I think we are going to need a slight top-up, maybe 1 or 2 mil. I'd like you to look at her and assess her. She's still sort of holding, but her she's like this.
Okay.
So we could hand inject, I think, with a little bit more.
M has a top-up drug ready and manages to successfully administer it without causing undue stress to Naree. Now, it's just a waiting game. Eventually, the anaesthetic takes effect. Naree is out for the count. The team move quickly. Naree is transferred into her transport crate.
Okay, head towards this end, please.
The team need to monitor her until she comes round before fully securing it. She must be breathing clearly, fully awake, and conscious before she can travel. After an anxious wait, Naree comes round, and the vet team give the all-clear to start the journey.
All done. So, next step is the airport. She's as calm as we can get, and now she just needs to sort of relax for what's going to be an 11-hour flight. So, really good.
Finally, tonight, Alison has fulfilled a promise that she and Jim made 15 years ago. Naree is heading for a new start in life at Monkey World. Next time on Monkey Life, Rodders has a strop when newly arrived chimp Naree tries to make friends.
Yeah, you want to take a pill, my friend? No, Rodders.
And a fur-rubbing frenzy at the capuchin enclosure. Today on Monkey Life, Rodders has a strop when newly arrived chimp Naree tries to make friends.
Yeah, you want to take a pill, my friend? No, Rodders.
Alison has to step in and play mum for a newborn baby Loris.
There we go, we've got lapping. I'm sort of thinking little and often.
And a fur-rubbing frenzy at the capuchin enclosure. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
This is going to take some doing to catch them up, actually.
The park provides a home for more than 260 monkeys and apes from 24 different species. A few days ago, in the middle of the night, female chimp Naree arrived at the park following a long journey from Thailand. She was accompanied by Alison and Jeremy, who went to the Thai Wildlife Centre southeast of Bangkok to rescue her. For Alison, it was mission complete. After years of searching for the missing circus chimp she'd first seen with Jim 15 years ago.
Better late than never, I guess, but sort of sucking back all kinds of emotions.
Alison found Naree's arrival quite overwhelming. But Naree, who'll be joining Bryan's group of 4, took it all in her stride. The next day, to everyone's surprise, despite having lived alone for many years, her first introduction to 27-year-old Lulu went off incredibly well.
Good girls. Nice one, ladies.
Keen to capitalise on the momentum and get Naree settled, the team have decided to introduce her to Rodders next.
It's all right. It's okay. It's a lovely lady.
Compared with the other members of the group, Bryan and Ash, he's less intimidating in size and a bit more playful.
Rodders is only a young male and he's quite insecure compared to Lulu. Lulu's knows what she wants and she's quite a strong character. And as we've found out, Naree is quite a strong character as well. So despite very little contact with chimps previously, she's doing all the right things. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes.
The introductions are carried out indoors, within the chimps' bedrooms. It's safer than outside because the team have more control if things do get out of hand. Jeremy opens the slide separating the two chimps. Rodders rushes straight through, puffing himself up to look big and strong. But when Naree approaches, she gets a dramatic response. It was all bluff and bravado. Rodders' reaction isn't unexpected. He was born at the park and hasn't met any new chimps since he joined the nursery as a tiny youngster. Without the company of Bryan, Ash and Lulu to back him up, he's nervous. His fear grin is a reaction to the new chimp. But Naree isn't offended. She does her best to reassure Rodders, offering a hand of friendship. She even submissively presents herself by turning her back towards Rodders.
Doing introductions with chimpanzees is never straightforward and easy, and you're sort of hopeful, I guess, that Rodders might have been a little bit easier going in that he's young. Hopefully her reaction would have been reasonably mellow about it, but he just lost the plot.
No, Rodders.
I guess that's the problem, is that he's not in check of his emotions. As Jeremy rightly pointed out, he's hand-reared and has been spoiled all of his life, effectively. So He just acted like a spoiled little boy.
But what is encouraging is that despite the provocation, Naree stays calm and does her best to make friends. Considering how little experience she has of meeting other chimps, it's a good omen.
Naree was good as gold, presented to him, turned her back to him, even held her hand out and offered to put her hand in his mouth at one point in time. So she did everything textbook and correct for a chimpanzee wanting to make friends, didn't you? I know, you were brilliant.
When Rodder's tantrums fail to subside, the team decide to separate the pair, closing the slide and bringing this introduction to a quick end.
It's gonna be a little and often thing with Rodders and Lulu. Maybe at some point we try Ash. She's a big girl, and yeah, we'll have to see how we go. We'll play each day, day by day.
At the Park's Animal Hospital, local vet Dave Harding is about to take a look at one of Monkey World's newest arrivals, 4-year-old Saki monkey, Tutu. From the day he was born at Sheldon Wildlife Trust in Devon, Tutu has suffered ill health. From the moment Alison set eyes on him, it was obvious that he had problems with his mobility and his vision. But she and the team were determined to give him every chance to flourish in his new environment at the park. Unfortunately, Tutu's mobility hasn't improved, and recently he's developed an issue with his left eye, suggesting something more sinister than his original problem. They've decided it's time to take a good look and investigate everything in one go, while he's under anaesthetic.
We've got eye problems, we've got potentially neurological problems, we've got potentially some mobility problems. So we're just going to do a general screen today to see if we can do a full overhaul of his state of health.
But first, Dave needs to put Tutu under. However, the young Saki monkey is a little reluctant to leave the safety of his box. Tutu may have health issues, but he isn't giving up without a protest, and lets the team know he's not happy. But they manage to anaesthetize him without additional stress. Now Dave can get to work. After checking his vital signs, he wants to take a closer look at Tutu's eyes.
Just have that one on, yeah, that's it, turn and off, yeah. Yeah, that's great. You've never seen any evidence of anything in the right eye, have you? Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put something in there just to dilate the pupil. Okay. All right, but it might dilate the pupil for a couple of days, potentially.
Dilating the pupils makes it easier for a thorough examination of the retina, so Dave can check for any sign of disease or damage. While it takes effect, the team prep Tutu for an X-ray, and straight away, Dave notices something isn't quite right.
He seems really off the line, like he's out. He's a really funny shape. I think that's maybe just the way he is. He might be quite scoliotic, I don't know.
Oh.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
Might explain his mobility.
The X-ray will help Dave see what's going on.
Wow, that's a pretty scoliotic monkey.
And it's not good news.
So he's got a real curve in his spine here. All right, you could tell from the time you put him on the X-ray plate that you couldn't actually get his spine central, and the spine is just bowing out really quite badly there. So that could easily affect his mobility.
It's likely Tutu's spinal problems are congenital, something he's had from birth. But Dave also wants to check his vital organs. He performs an ultrasound.
That's fine, I can't see anything abnormal there. Right, let's see if we can get some blood.
Blood tests may indicate other potential abnormalities, but they need to be sent to a specialist lab, and the results won't come back for several days.
That's enough. That'll be all right. That's fine. It's just a bit more just for the top them both up.
Now the monkey's pupils are dilated, Dave can thoroughly examine his eyes.
There's something very wrong with that left eye. It's really hard to see though. Yeah, the right eye looks okay. I mean, without any obvious experience of what a Saki monkey retina looks like. And I don't expect there's very much vision in that left eye. Normally when you shine the sort of cat's eye response, if you shine a light from a distance, from a dilated pupil, you should see light bounce back from the back of the eye. And you can get quite a good reflection in the right eye. But the left eye, which is the one that keeps getting the sort of deposits in it, we're not really getting any reflection at all. So either there's a problem with the back of the eye, meaning that it's not reflecting, or there's something in between the front and the back of the eye that's meaning that it's getting in the way. And so you might get that with a cataract, but you could also get that with a detached retina or something like that.
Finally, the team take the opportunity to weigh Tutu.
122.
Before returning him to his travel box and helping him come round from the anaesthetic.
Come on, lazy boy.
Dave has uncovered some serious health issues, but he's unable to say if they're all connected.
We still can't rule out at this stage whether there is any relationship to his overall well-being and his eye, or whether we've got 2 or even 3 separate problems.
It's going to be an anxious wait for the results of Tutu's blood tests. At one of the park's capuchin enclosures, Winslow's group of 17 are in for a stinky treat today. Donna and Sarah, from the primate care team, are busy distributing some rather smelly fruit and vegetables around the enclosure. They include onions, fresh chilies, and something a little more unusual, lemongrass. Donna gives it a bang to release the pungent but alluring aroma.
So we're just bashing the lemongrass, and that should sort of help bring out all of the natural oils and things. They should do this themselves as well, but it might just give them a little bit of encouragement.
The enclosure has recently been renovated with new climbing frames added, and lots of new hoses and ladders to encourage the capuchins to explore. They regularly have onions and chilies, but have never tried lemongrass, so it'll be interesting to see which they favour. The slide is opened, and dominant female Babe leads the group out. Onslow wastes no time heading straight for the exotic breakfast. But he can't make up his mind what to try out first. No such problem for Babe. She grabs a handful of chilies. Then, using her tail as a counterbalance and anchor on the wobbly swing bridge, starts bashing the fiery peppers before rubbing them into her fur. In the wild, capuchin monkeys crush a variety of plants to rub over their bodies for social and medicinal purposes. Some plants are known for their anti-parasitic and pain-relieving properties, and capuchins will often congregate to join in a fur-rubbing frenzy.
It does help keep their fur really nice and clean, and also keeps the little bugs and things at bay as well. It's also really great for socialising, so we should find small groups and they'll sort of bond whilst fur rubbing as well, so it's actually really important for them. And since the animals have arrived at Monkey World, we've seen them do it more and more, which is really great.
Debbie is trying out the lemongrass, breaking it up and having a good sniff of the strong scent. She's a high-ranking female who was caught in the wild for use in a laboratory and is extremely bright. So far, no sign of her fur rubbing. But Esther does. She peels the skin off an onion and vigorously applies the juices to her fur. Female Molly tries out the new hosing as she heads up high to examine a piece of lemongrass, away from the others. Whatever Molly can do, so can Onslow. He finally makes up his mind, settling on a piece of chili. Elderly Leonie defies her age, hanging upside down on a suspended feeder, before abseiling down the rope with her food. It's been a good exercise for the group. The targeted enrichment aimed to encourage such wonderful natural behaviour has proved a hit. It's just 48 hours since Saki monkey Tutu had a major health check. Local vet Dave Harding discovered a major curvature to his spine, causing severe mobility issues for the youngster. A number of blood samples were also sent to a specialist laboratory. But before the results could even come back, Tutu's condition deteriorated further.
He again took another very serious decline. He couldn't hold his weight on the branches. He was slipping off a lot. We had to go in and catch him so he wasn't falling on the floor. So the decision had to be made, knowing the issues he already had because of the vet day. We actually made the decision to put him to sleep.
It was the most humane option, confirmed later by the lab results and a post-mortem. The young Saki monkey had 2 cysts on his brain, as well as all his other problems. The team knew from the outset they couldn't fix Tutu. But they wanted to give him every chance and the best possible quality of life.
That time that he spent with us, the relationship that him and Chloe had was beautiful. It was like she'd taken on the role of mum again for him. And it was just really nice to give him that time with a family unit again. And just the 3 of them together, it was just really nice to see. So we will never regret the choice to bring him here at all.
Now the priority will be to support Tutu's dad, Desmond, who will be wondering where the son he was so fond of has gone. It's a hive of activity at the park's Loris complex. The small monkey team have had a bit of a shock after checking on pregnant Loris, Nikki. She's just given birth to twins, again. This is big news for the park, because twin slow Loris births have not been documented before. Nikki was paired with Axel when they arrived at the park from Hong Kong. Within a few months, she gave birth to tiny twins. Sadly, after only a day, both babies died. Little is known about Loris breeding, or how common twins are, so it's tricky to gauge what to expect. The team are delighted with the new births, but are monitoring Nikki and the twins very closely.
We're really pleased. However, one of the babies appears stronger and is up more in the right position, although I'm not sure, and I don't think that it has suckled. The other one has been left for an hour and a half, almost 2 hours now, on the side of the mesh in the tunnel inside the house. And its little arms, that you can see, are starting to get.
Loris mothers are known to park their babies for short periods of time. But without the warmth and comfort of mum during the first crucial hours, the tiny Loris could get cold and dehydrated. It needs to suckle, and if it can't, it may not survive for much longer. Alison is so concerned about the infant's welfare, she's taken the difficult decision to intervene.
I've never hand-reared a Loris before, but I'll give it a go. I know what signs to look for in those first hours or so. Then we'll get the team going and we'll look after this one. And tomorrow we'll have to wait and see what the other baby looks like and if it's become more distraught and clearly isn't suckling. But I don't know. I wish she would look after both of them. But in absence of that, we'll take over with one of them.
Hand-rearing any primate is always a last resort. But with Nikki's past history of parenting, there's no choice. Being with mum is always better for a newborn, but this infant's best chances of survival lie with Alison and the team.
Doesn't feel too cold.
The baby is clinging onto the side of the tunnel, in an awkward position for Alison to reach.
It's sticky and smelly in here.
It's reassuring to hear the infant squeak.
I might need you.
The baby is just hours old, and he or she is already demonstrating the Loris vice-like grip. Steph has to step in and help gently prise its fingers away from the mesh.
something.
Finally, Alison can wrap the infant safely in a warm blanket.
I think right now it's just bundling in to the nice warmth that's coming through the blanket on the heat pad. And we have little facial movements, so I think ready to suckle.
But Alison is also concerned about the other twin, still with Mum Nikki.
I'm hearing the other one clicking, grizzling, and crying a lot.
I don't know that
It's gonna make it.
Yeah.
I hate this part of it. When their little lives are in our hands and there's no good, clear-cut answer, it's really hard. But I think it's important that Nikki is given the chance to do her maternal thing, and as long as she's gonna keep that baby and look after it, I think we should give her the chance to do so. These are her babies.
The tiny loris weighs just 34 grams. If it's going to survive the next 24 hours, it'll need to take in some fluid.
It's gonna be starting out with a dropper. Come on, little one.
Dehydration is the major concern for the tiny newborn. No one is sure if he or she has suckled yet.
There we go, we've got lapping. I'm sort of thinking little and often.
Determining the sex of the loris at this early stage is almost impossible.
I don't know. Could be a slit in there. I can't really. I know. Sex unidentified as of yet.
The baby loris will need constant monitoring throughout the night.
He's so small and little that we keep him hydrated. I'll move on to milk formula, half strength. Maybe this next feed, because he's going to need some energy, being so small. And then wait for something to come out the other end. That's quite important now that he's getting fluids in. And then just moving forward to find a routine, which should be interesting because I really don't know what to expect. So yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see how it goes.
Next time on Monkey Life. After years in a cage, new chimp Naree sees the big outdoors for the first time.
Here she comes. All right.
Naree! Hi, you!
But will she stay grounded? And woolly monkey Pakaya takes motherhood in her stride. Today on Monkey Life. After years in a cage, new chimp Naree sees the big outdoors for the first time.
Here she comes. All right.
Naree! Hi, you!
But will she stay grounded? And Alison's busy playing mum to a baby loris.
Excellent job.
When Steph arrives with an emergency.
2 is going to be a handful.
Plus, woolly monkey Pakaya takes motherhood in her stride. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I know, this is a big leap of faith. I know.
The park provides a home for more than 260 monkeys and apes from 24 different species. It's been less than 24 hours since female loris Nikki gave birth to twins. One of them had been left by Mum, and the team had to step in to help. Alison's been caring for it through the night.
Overall, it wasn't too bad. The little one is already getting the idea of the pipette. I'm using a dropper to feed it rather than a syringe or a bottle or anything like that, so that only a drop of half-strength milk at the moment goes in its mouth when its mouth is open. But basically, I'm dropping milk into its mouth as it's, you know, clicking, shouting, and talking it to me. So we don't have any meaningful eating, but it's being given, I think, what it needs. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, but day one, I think we've done okay.
Very little is known about hand-rearing lorises, so taking on the care of this baby was the last thing Alison wanted to do.
The responsibility is quite stressful. The practicalities of just doing it are exhausting. You know, so, and it doesn't stop. It's 24/7 that this little thing needs care and attention. So nobody should think that this is a wonderful or lovely thing. The babies, the animals, the primates are lovely, beautiful, but they're beautiful in their own way and should be with their own kind.
I gotcha.
Regular weight checks will help show if the infant's getting enough nourishment.
Yep, let go.
33, 34, so still the same. So we haven't lost weight, so really pleased with that. It means that this little one, even though it's been peeing quite a lot, hasn't. I've been striking a balance at least.
The youngster is being fed a mixture of half formula milk and half water.
I know, here you go. That tastes good. Is it a good temperature? Yep, good, good. And after this, he or she should just crash out nicely. Good one. That was great. Excellent job. Look at you. Yeah. Hang on, come on, one more. That's it, good boy or girl. Yes, good one. One more. Yeah.
The baby's sex may not be determined for a few weeks, so Alison has given it a temporary name for now.
I think we might actually call little one Bob for now, because we don't know whether it's a boy or a girl. In the finest Blackadder tradition, I think we'll stick with Bob for now. And sort of hoping that it is a little boy in this instance, so that Nora and Bob could become a pair. But that's a long ways off, little one, huh?
It's still very early days, but Alison is feeling optimistic about Bob's chances of survival. The baby's twin sibling is still clinging on to loris mum Nikki, but the team are keeping a constant watch in case anything goes wrong. Autumn has arrived at the park, and temperatures are on the wane. The chillier weather means some of the primates are opting to stay indoors. But down at the Capuchin Lodge, the staff are bringing the outdoors indoors. They've collected big bags of leaves to cover the floor of the indoor playroom. Rather sneakily, primate care worker Jill is hiding one of their favourite foods amongst the dead leaves. Live insects.
These guys love foraging. They're busy all day doing this, looking for insects and other invertebrates, things like that. So yeah, we're going to chuck them all around the playroom, see if they have fun.
The capuchins will need to use their natural skills to forage through the piles of leaves and find the insects, just like they would in their forest habitat, if they were still in the wild. Leader of the group, Erico, is first in. As the dominant male, he's determined to check out anything new in the playroom before the others. Second in command, Sean, follows, and both high rankers get to work enthusiastically foraging for tasty worms. Erico's strategy is a bit questionable, but it's pretty typical of a dominant male, showing off his strength and prowess as he frantically searches for the bugs. Female Phoenix stays up high out of the way, foraging for the grubs, and creating quite the autumnal scene as the leaves come cascading down on Sean, who seems oblivious to what's going on above him. Kara watches safely from a distance, enjoying tucking into her mealworms. Sean decides to attack the large tubs next. He was the leader before Erico arrived, but seems quite content as number 2. He gets most of the perks, but none of the responsibility of leading the group. Erico was one of 88 Chilean laboratory capuchins that arrived at the park 11 years ago. He's super bright and obsessed with opening and closing bolt slides. Primate care worker Jill had a specially designed piece of equipment made just for him. It's called a fiddle barrel, and it's covered in nuts, bolts and locks of all shapes and sizes, perfect for an active mind. But today, Erico just has eyes on the prize: tasty worms. Some of the low rankers, like Scarlet and Binty, arrive to take a look. They must wait their turn until the higher rankers have had their fill. But there are plenty of the wriggly treats for everyone to enjoy. Although finding the leftovers hidden in the leaves will keep them busy. It's been a few weeks since Alison and Jeremy rescued female chimpanzee Naree from a government wildlife centre in Thailand. The former circus chimp, thought to be about 22 years old, had lived alone in a cage for many years following a life of abuse. But to the delight and surprise of the care team, she's really settled in at the park. Naree's first introduction was to Lulu, and they got on famously.
Good girls. Nice one, ladies.
And she behaved perfectly during her meeting with young male Rodders, despite his noisy and fractious reaction. For the past 2 days, Naree has been getting to know the big man of the group, Bryan. Again, she's surprised everyone with how quickly she's learning to be part of chimp society.
Naree's just phenomenal, given how many years she's spent on her own. Her chimpanzee behaviour's really good, and she's doing all the right things, and they've had some lovely play sessions. She just seems to have the right instincts, and, you know, she's presenting to him. She's being submissive when she needs to. She is happy to have a full-on play session, so she can handle herself around the bigger chimps. So, yeah, really impressed by her and how resilient she is, and how she's interacting with the chimps that she's met so far.
Today is another big milestone in Naree's rehabilitation. She's going to be let out into the big enclosure. The team are aware this could be the first time she's been properly outdoors and able to move freely since being stolen from her mother as an infant in the wild.
For Naree, it's going to be a whole lot for her to take in. She's been looking out the window and sort of can see what goes on outside, but she's never had all of the natural soil and grass under her feet. The climbing frame is quite a big, large, tall structure. Her skills and her fitness are not great yet. That'll come with time, but what she lacks for in fitness and skills, she makes up for in attitude and confidence. So giving her the freedom to be outside is just the next step in something that we've all been dreaming of. Here she comes.
Naree, hi, you.
A cautious Naree has a good look round before taking her first steps into the outside enclosure. She stays on the ground at first, sensibly assessing the scene in front of her. Waiting for her in the enclosure are her two companions, Lulu and Bryan, who were let out earlier. Even one of Bryan's infamous displays doesn't seem to faze Naree. When she does start climbing, it's as if she's been doing it for years.
Naree is living true to form. She's just confident as can be to walk out here. Out through the door, no problem, grass, open area, and straight up that climbing frame. It's just amazing. So, you know, I'm sure she's got a little bit of nerves inside, but she doesn't let it show. And only thing left for Naree at this point is to reassemble the group around her. And Rodders and Ash, because they're young and feisty, are gonna be a little more effort and take time. But we've turned the tables now. This is now Bryan, Naree, and Lulu's group, and Rodders and Ash are gonna have to fall into line until they decide they want to join the party. But can't be happier. Couldn't be a better day.
Naree isn't the only new chimp at the park. Young female Toprish arrived a few months ago from a zoo in Turkey. Having had no previous contact with adult chimps and with little knowledge of chimp etiquette. She's now met many of Bart's group, who'll become her new family. Despite having been at the park longer than Naree, she isn't quite as settled. But then there are 16 chimps in this group to make friends with. However, she is beginning to enjoy sessions in the playroom with some of the other chimps, including high ranker Beth, who will be a useful ally to have on her side. It's a big day for a little orangutan. Hujan arrived at the park from Krefeld Zoo in Germany just 2 months ago. In that time, he's settled into Toine's group remarkably well, and has already met the 3 adult ladies, Lucky, Ame, and RoRo. And he's had a chance to pal up with younger female and playmate Awan. But this morning, he too is about to take a major step in his orangutan education, with the chance to investigate the big outdoor enclosure for the first time.
He's doing great. He's doing really, really well. And so far, he's been pretty healthy. And he's pretty active as well. Now, next step, which is try to get him out and about to enclosure to get fresh air and exploring outside and see how good his climbing skill, because that is the crucial part.
The enclosure is a huge space with a large climbing frame and a mass of hoses, which enable the orangutans to move around. While Hujan has demonstrated his climbing abilities indoors, the outdoor apparatus will be a completely different prospect. To help him overcome any reservations, he'll be going out with Lucky. She's already very attentive and can give him a helping hand if needed. Jarno opens the slide to the enclosure, and Lucky wastes no time heading out. Her first priority is the breakfast feed scattered around. Jarno tries to encourage Hujan to follow. He's reluctant at first, but Lucky suddenly realizes the little man hasn't followed her out. She heads back to find him. It's exactly the encouragement Hujan needed. After a few careful looks, he garners his courage and tentatively steps out, making a beeline for Lucky, much to the delight of keeper Jarno. Lucky's maternal instincts have triumphed, which is just as well. Hujan isn't letting go. She plays mum, demonstrating great patience as she allows the youngster to stay close while they navigate their way around the enclosure. And when Hujan attempts to climb one of the low platforms, he gets a helping hand. Lucky's reward is a big loving hug.
The enclosure is definitely a bit too big for him, bless him, and we need to modify more to get the best out of him. We want him to be able to move freely. We know that he can climb, but in the same time as well, we learn from that we need to add more climbing frame, add more hose, anything that will encourage him move even more better than today's.
Eventually, Hujan is brave enough to leave Lucky's side and explore a little on his own. But she stays close behind, keeping a watchful eye and offering support. And when the youngster overreaches, she's there to catch him. Hujan's first steps into the outside world have been a success, thanks to his adoring auntie. In the coming weeks, the team will make a few adaptations to the enclosure so he can build his confidence and strength. Then he'll be ready to meet the leader of the group, big male orangutan, Tuan. Monkey World is first and foremost a rescue and rehabilitation centre for unwanted, abused and illegally kept primates. In the last 30 years, it's grown beyond anyone's expectations, and space is at a premium. It's the reason why the park rarely breeds any of the primates it rescues. However, there are two exceptions, the Bengal slow lorises and the woolly monkeys, both part of European breeding programmes. There are only 40 woollies in captivity in the world, which makes this morning's news particularly exciting. Pakaya has given birth.
Both are doing really, really well. Pakaya's a really experienced mum, so we've just kind of left her to it. Baby's doing really well, all the natural signs of gripping on, and we have seen suckling, so we're really happy.
This is her third baby, having successfully reared her first two, Oriana and Claude. The team are so confident in her abilities, she's already been given access to the outside enclosure. Claude is 2 years old and only just fully weaned. He's still keen for mum's attention, and Pakaya is relaxed and patient with him. But today, with her hands full, play sessions are definitely out of the question. The leader and the dominant male of the group is Paolo, but he rarely shows interest in the females, so the team are pretty certain Enzo is the dad of Pakaya's new infant.
We have seen Enzo mating Pakaya for quite a substantial amount of time. He's also built up quite a strong bond with Pakaya in the last year or so. He'll groom with her and her youngsters, and they are quite a nice little foursome as they move around the group. However, Paolo has absolutely no idea what's going on around him most of the time, so they are nice and settled, and it's really nice to see Enzo getting involved with Pakaya and her new little arrival.
The team aren't sure yet if the youngster is a boy or a girl.
It's still too early to say. A girl is exactly what we'd want. We really need more females in our breeding programme. But we'll love a boy just the same, but we have everything crossed that we have a little girl on our hands.
Male or female, this birth is another huge success for the team in their mission to learn more about the care and needs of this highly endangered species. At the park's head office, primate care member Steph has an emergency on her hands. Wrapped in a blanket and keeping warm under her coat, Steph is carrying the second of the twins born to Loris' mum Nikki just yesterday.
Nikki's not been doing too well with this little one. She's tried to feed a few times. It's looked like maybe he's been suckling, but he's been gradually getting weaker throughout the day. They've already taken one tumble, but she did go down to the floor and pick him up again. But yeah, he was left dangling on a cable tie for the last sort of 10-15 minutes and then dropped. So we've made the decision to bring him out and bring him on ourselves, because I don't think he would have had much of a chance if we haven't done that.
Alison has already begun the difficult task of hand-rearing the first twin, nicknamed Bob. The prospect of having to do the same with Bob's brother or sister is daunting.
Yeah, I've never done anything so small, nor have I done two at a time, so it's going to be a voyage of discovery.
Keeping a check on the baby's weight will help the team know the infant is feeding properly.
I think it might be bigger. sorry, little one. Need to know. Yeah. 3, 6, I can go in with.
This little one has been clinging onto Mum for nearly 24 hours, but the team aren't certain if it's been suckling.
We made the decision to retrieve it this time because I think had we not, we probably would have come in to find it not with us in the morning.
Telling the twins apart is going to be difficult.
This is thin and delicate and white. Got fatter white.
Are you fat face?
Fatter faced, yes. Yeah. 2 is going to be a handful.
Hand-rearing both twins will be hard work, but Alison is also concerned for their mum, Nikki.
Tragic, but hopefully we can come away from this after a bit of hard work on our part and make this right and turn it around. But we'll see how we go here. But the whole thing's just terribly sad.
Next time on Monkey Life, new chimp Toprish finds the great outdoors a bit of a shock as her new friends offer their support.
They're giving the reassurance that she's asking for. Yeah, it's good.
And the capuchins take on a snake in the grass. Today on Monkey Life, new chimp Toprish finds the great outdoors a bit of a shock. But her new friends offer their support.
They're giving the reassurance that she's asking for. Yeah, it's good.
Guenon mum Nia needs reminding she has responsibilities now.
Every now and again, you have to stand there and say, no, you're not coming in until you go get your baby.
And the capuchins take on a snake in the grass. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. A team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Hey, Mrs. Benny and Nia. Oh, there's a little boy.
The park provides a home for more than 260 monkeys and apes from 24 different species. It's a big day for one of the chimps in Bart's group. Young female Toprish arrived at the park from a zoo near Istanbul nearly 6 months ago. Her integration has been slow but steady. She hasn't lived with adult chimps before, having been originally kept as a pet after being stolen from the wild. She's now developed some friendships and alliances, notably with Mickey, Beth and Zoe, and they currently make up a small subgroup along with Athena and Clin. But there are still a number of chimps she has yet to fully meet, including Bart, his older sister Eddie, and dominant female Cindy. It means Bart's group is currently split in 2. So today the team are going to let Toprish outside into the big enclosure for the first time, in order to move her progress along.
We're still a way off having the whole group running together, but we're at a point now where we want to be able to let her outside because it's going to make managing the groups a lot easier because it will give them more space. And she does need to get to know this area before she goes out there with the whole group. But yeah, we're hoping that she's going to take things steady and not just go charging out there, but we shall see. You never know what's going to happen.
Hannah opens the slide, and the subgroup is led out by Mickey, followed by Clin, Athena and Beth. A nervous Toprish hangs back, unsure what to make of the tunnel, let alone the big outdoor space at the end of it. After a few minutes, she heads down the tunnel and gazes out at the enclosure. But then, she climbs the fence, grabbing hold of one of the electric wires, which is there to act as a deterrent. The harmless shock sent her rushing back down the tunnel with a screech. A second attempt results in the same mistake. A concerned Mickey dashes back to check on her, but even with him at her side, Toprish isn't willing to try again just yet.
We're taking baby steps at the moment. It's great seeing that they are seeing her as part of the group now, and they're giving the reassurance that she's asking for, and she's respecting their ranking in the hierarchy as well. So, yeah, it's good.
Her housemates head outside once more, and Toprish bravely ventures back down the tunnel. She doesn't understand what's happened to her. Outside seems a very dangerous place. She's reluctant to try again, even with Zoe sitting beside her offering support. And when she does finally brave a few steps on the grass, it's for a fleeting few seconds before her courage deserts her and she scampers back indoors. The team call it a day. It's important Toprish is confident and happy with the outside space, and they don't want to force the issue. It's been 5 weeks since the park welcomed its first ever baby guenon. And, quite possibly, the first red-bellied guenon born in captivity anywhere in the world. Mum Nia and Dad Benny are coping remarkably well with their new addition, particularly given their past experiences. Initially stolen from the wild and smuggled out of the jungles of Benin, they were confiscated by the authorities in Lebanon before being rescued by Monkey World. They settled in well at their new home, along with 2 housemates known as the Odd Couple, Patus Monkey Mitza and aging ring-tailed lemur George. Now Benny and Nia have a new baby girl to look after. Staff have named her Biff.
The guenons actually do have quite large-sized single babies. Other anecdotal information that we've come up with is that the female guenons are far more attentive with female babies than they are with male babies. And that's something that we're beginning to see evidence of as well. I mean, you can say that Nia isn't a focused and natural mother, but we're just pleased that it's clearly a very healthy little baby, and Nia's done really well. And it looks like that she and Benny are going to stay a tight family unit.
The family bond is very strong. When Dad Benny isn't high up in the trees, he's happy and comfortable being close to Nia and their daughter. Biff's development in just 5 weeks is remarkable. She's already confident enough to come off Mum and explore. Although she always keeps her in sight, just in case. Nia, on the other hand, isn't always so attentive, sometimes forgetting the baby altogether.
And the weather's actually quite nice and reasonable. When it's time to come to bed at night, Benny and Nia will appear in the house. Where's the baby? Oh, she's left the baby outside because it's starting to come off of her in quite a natural way now. It's a few weeks in now, bouncing around on the platforms when she's sitting there. Well, if she happens to look the other direction and decide to go in, every now and again, she has left the baby outside, and you have to stand there and say, no, you're not coming in until you go get your baby, and she does. And so, yeah, touch lots of wood. Everything should be fine, and it's growing and progressing and is looking like quite a beautiful little red-bellied guenon now. But it has been a voyage of discovery both for ourselves and for Benny and Nia.
At the top woolly enclosure, leader Levar is outside, keeping an eye on the 4 ladies who form part of his group. The 4 younger boys are inside, about to tuck into a treat of vegetables and something a little more tasty, live locusts.
The adults love hunting them. They run around the playroom trying to catch them, and the kids much more enjoy playing with them. But again, it's great enrichment for them. It gets them nice and active, and they have to practice with their hand-eye coordination just to make sure they're getting it right, and it just builds up that muscle toning by them chasing their food around. They're a delicious treat.
The insects are a good source of protein and calcium, and Manny clearly loves them. The eldest of the 4, at 7 years of age, he's now a full-grown male, with all the physical features that come with it. He's bulked up, with a huge amount of muscle tone, a helmet-shaped head, and an attitude to go with it. Because of this, the team sometimes split the group, keeping Manny and his dad Levar apart. Levar's been an outstanding leader for almost 20 years. Fair and kind and loved by everyone. But at some stage, Manny is likely to make a move for the top spot. To minimise the stress for the whole group, the 2 large males are mostly kept apart, unless supervised by staff.
Levar is still in charge of this group, and he is still firmly the favourite with the girls. So every now and again we do separate them off just to give Levar a bit of a rest. He is one of our oldest woolly monkeys here at the park, so it's just nice to give him a bit of recuperation time and just let him have that nice relationship with the girls without Manny getting involved and trying to take over everything. We do make sure that everyone has a relationship here at Top Woolies, and we do make sure that the girls still get plenty of time with both of the boys.
A year younger than Manny, but also developing into adulthood, is Bueno Jr. He's one of 2 woolies in the group hand-reared from birth. He may be growing up fast, but he's still a cheeky little character. The 2 youngest boys are 4-year-old Carlos and 2-year-old Cosmo, who have a great relationship. Today, they're more interested in playing than foraging for locusts. Recently, there's been concern over Cosmo's health. In the last few weeks, he's had a number of seizures, which can be common in young males, although they often grow out of it. His mobility is affected for a short period of time after the fits, but the vet has prescribed medication, and the care team are hopeful they have his condition under control.
The medication that he has been put on does seem to be making a difference, and as we've seen today from the interaction with the locusts and the rest of this group, his personality has really come back. He's really starting to shine, and he's really starting to be aware of what's going on around him again, and the use of the arm and leg has really come back, and it's such a relief to see him coming back to his happy little self.
It's good news, and a testament to the hard work of the staff managing the group's politics, health, and welfare. Keeping the primates active and interested is a major focus for the care team. And today, some of the most inquisitive residents at the park are about to take on an intruder. It's an enrichment task aimed at challenging the clever capuchins and seeing if they'll confront an intruder like they would in the wild. Donna and the primate care team want to see how 2 separate and very different groups react to a dangerous predator in their midst. First off, Sonny's group of 20.
So we immed which group we were going to put the snake in with. We had 5 groups to choose from. We decided on Sonny's because it's a very unique group. There's a lot of older animals in this group, but also the group's quite split into different subgroups. So I'm really interested to see if they'd all actually rally together when there's something a bit different in their enclosure. Who knows what's going to happen?
Capuchin monkeys are extremely bright, and this should challenge their intelligence and their ability to come together. It may well also reveal something about Sonny's leadership style. Will he step up to the plate in time of crisis? The group are let out, but appear oblivious to the possible danger lurking nearby. They're all happy and content, tucking into the morning's breakfast. Jenny is first to spot the threat hiding in the woodpile. Her curiosity alerts some of the other females, including Babs and Dot. But leader Sunny is there to protect them. Or is he? Sunny was born in a laboratory and, unlike wild-born capuchins, has never been in an environment that might harbour snakes. He's on his guard, but is brave enough to give the creature a little tap. The lack of retaliation from the reptile persuades him there's nothing to worry about. He's content to carry on munching his breakfast with the imitation snake nearby. Some of the females were wild-caught and may have come across snakes and predators prior to life in the laboratory. They're known as the robustus ladies, so named because they're a different subspecies of capuchin. Their close relationship with Sunny has kept them at the top of the hierarchy. The imitation snake hasn't caused them any real concern. They're older and wiser than some of the younger capuchin groups, like Franco's, and carry on foraging for food, not in the least intimidated by the intruder in their midst.
We're hoping that it's going to survive Sunny's group, and then we're going to put it in a different group, Franco's group. The two groups are very different. Franco's group is more solid as one big group, and I really think they will band together and probably end up killing the snake, where Sunny's group is more split into subgroups, so it'll be interesting to see the different reactions.
This time, Donna's positioning the snake up high on one of the climbing poles. There are 15 in Franco's group, which is much younger than Sunny's and has more laboratory-born members. They've all grown up together and are a tight-knit family. Felipe and Franco lead the group out, completely unaware there's a sneaky snake hiding high above them. Felipe is the first to spot the bogus reptile, and with Emily's support, raises his tail as a warning. He adopts a threatening and aggressive stance, alerting the others of the danger nearby. Fluffy Frida, one of the younger females, backs them up on the hose. But she isn't 100% sure about taking on the snake. Fabian springs into action. He's arguably the brightest capuchin in the group, extremely confident, and clearly fascinated by the new creature in front of him. The group surround the snake, working in unison to nullify the threat. But their leader, Franco, is conspicuous by his absence. His behaviour is totally opposite to Sunny's reaction earlier on. It's left to Fabian to be the first to actually touch the snake. He sensibly approaches from the rear and taps its tail, before being heavier-handed the second time. He also checks for any scent of the creature. It's been interesting to see the group coming together and, unlike Sunny's, working as a team.
I think the reaction from Franco's group is really positive. A lot of the individuals did band together towards the snake to try and get rid of it, so that's really great. There were certain individuals that weren't as involved, but that's again what we would find out in the wild. The more dominant individuals would be there at the forefront, and then the lower ranking individuals not so much, and that's pretty much what we saw. But it was really great to see who was interested, who not so much, and to see who sort of bonded with each other and backed each other up.
It's a slow, relaxed morning down at the Stumpie house. The monkeys are going about their business, searching for breakfast and enjoying an occasional grooming session. The group has 8 members, 3 males and 5 females. Most are over the age of 20, and a couple, like leader Sam, are now into their 30s. They all have their own unique personalities.
They are very grumpy, they're cantankerous, they don't really like people. even if you give them something nice, they'll just take it off you and wander off, or give you a swipe or a grunt and they're gone. But that's part of their charm. Everyone who comes into the Stumpy house seems to instantly fall in love with them. They're just the characters, so many different characters in there. Some of them are a bit more mild-mannered than others. We've had some very, very sort of grumpy ones in the past, and we've had some that are a little bit more tolerant.
Of the original 19 Stumpies who arrived at the park in 2000, Sam is now the only survivor. Rescued from a British laboratory, where they were used for asthma research, they arrived as a severely obese rabble with poor mobility and social skills. But Monkey World gave them a new start and access to the great outdoors so they could live a more normal life. Over the years, their numbers have dwindled, mainly due to medical issues associated with their past lives and old age, leaving just Sam.
He's been a really good dominant male in the group because he's so calm, so sort of laid back, sort of almost very smooth and sophisticated. I said the girls, when we introduced him to the girls, he was very calm and they all loved him straight away, and he got on very well with everyone. He doesn't really give anyone grief unless he's having a bad day. But over the last few years, we have started to see sort of signs of ageing in him. The coat has got whiter and thinner on the back, and he's just starting to slow down a bit. Things are a bit more of a struggle. But he's still got the respect of his females in the group. And so he's still sort of keeping his position at the top despite the arrival of sort of Toto and Freddie in recent years, which are a potential threat to him.
When Toto and Freddie arrived from Belgium almost 3 years ago, no one quite knew what impact they would have on the group and its hierarchy. While Freddie is thought to be an older macaque, Toto is a magnificent-looking Stumpy in the prime of life. Fit and agile, he has everything in his favour to win over the females' affections. But his poor social skills and lack of confidence have kept him stuck firmly on the bottom rung of the hierarchy ladder. However, things are looking up.
Toto seems to be learning some social behaviours better. From when they arrived, Freddie always seemed to have a bit more sort of almost Stumpy smarts, really. He knew what he was supposed to do, he knew how social etiquette worked, and he was a lot better. Toto although he had the looks, he just didn't seem to have a clue what he was supposed to do, what was going on, how he should react to things. So he seems to be learning. And the girls really do like Toto and Freddie, but obviously Sam is their dominant male, so they are respectful of him, but if they get a chance to nip out and see Toto and Freddie without Sam spotting them, they will take that opportunity.
The 5 females in the group, led by Kelly, are all over 20. The eldest is Flo, who only arrived 4 years ago from a rescue centre in Germany. She's formed a close alliance with Freddie and Toto.
Obviously, with the summer months, they are spending a lot of time outside, which I think is helping the group dynamics. They're just all nice and calm, sitting outside. The Stumpies aren't renowned for being particularly active anyway. They don't do a lot of exercise. We try and motivate them and get them to do things by spreading their food around and giving them enrichment. But the thing they like best is eating and sitting around, grooming and sunbathing. So at some point, there is going to be potentially a sort of a changeover with Toto and Freddie. It's just when the girls almost decide that is allowed to happen, because they're the ones that have a big factor in it, who they support and who they choose to be their dominant male, because they're the ones that back up Sam and chase Toto and Freddie off if they feel the need to.
So for now, the status quo remains. But things are always evolving, and it'll be no surprise if the dynamics at the top change in the coming years. Next time on Monkey Life, Hujan, the smallest orangutan at the park, gets to meet one of the largest, Tuan.
Hujan's a little bit mind-boggled with meeting the big guy. It's a big, scary experience for him for the first time.
And the spider monkeys hightail it when they discover challenging treats in their enclosure. Today on Monkey Life, Hujan, the smallest orangutan at the park, gets to meet one of the largest, Tuan.
Hujan's a little bit mind-boggled with meeting the big guy. It's a big, scary experience for him for the first time.
Stumpy Sam has a dental checkup, and his decay causes dismay.
Just on sort of opening his mouth, we can see pus and trapped food around his teeth, so I think quite a few are going to have to come out.
And the spider monkeys hightail it when they discover challenging treats in their enclosure. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
And I don't know how long she's lived here, but she's been here long enough to know that this is it.
The park provides a home for more than 260 monkeys and apes from 24 different species. It's been 3 months since the park welcomed its newest orangutan, 2-year-old Hujan. The young male, who came from a zoo in Germany after being rejected by his mum, is a bundle of energy and has settled into his new life in Tuan's group incredibly well. He's now met all 4 females and is spending time outside with them, a sure sign of how happy and confident he is.
Morning, guys. Here you go.
Little Hujan has also come face to face with the big man himself.
Come on, come here. Good boy.
They only had contact through the mesh, and, with Owen and RoRo on hand for reassurance, the session went really well.
No, Owen. Good girl. Good girl.
It also helped that primate carekeeper James smeared honey all over the mesh to distract the pair as they sat side by side. Now the orangutan team are confident Hujan is ready for the next big step. Physical contact with the large dominant male.
So we've left Tuan till last in the group. Obviously, it's a lot stronger, a lot bigger than the other females. And we wanted Hujan to almost be in his comfort zone with some of the females first. RoRo's really taking him on very, very well at the moment and really looking after him brilliantly. So now he's feeling quite comfortable amongst all of the girls in here. It's time to introduce him to the big man and hopefully things will go the way we want it to.
The team take every precaution as they maneuver the pair into position.
All the padlocks. Got all the padlocks ready. This one is ready. Open up this one.
Jeremy arrives to supervise the introduction. Jarno spreads jam on the mesh as a form of distraction. The main slide between the bedrooms is opened, and Tuan comes straight through.
You good boy, come Tuani boy. That's it, go for a row.
Hujan keeps a tight hold of RoRo. Tuan is more interested in mating with RoRo than checking out the small, bemused bundle of fur clinging on tight to her back. Then, still not showing any interest in Hujan, Tuan goes off in search of food.
Hujan's a little bit mind-boggled with meeting the big guy. It's a big, scary experience for him for the first time, but it couldn't have gone better than that, to be honest. Tuan, as we kind of expected, went straight away to mate with RoRo, but Hujan stayed around the back, stayed in a safe position, and Tuan didn't seem to be bothered with him at all. As soon as that mating took place, RoRo's generally been staying out of his way, keeping an eye on things whereabouts he is. But Tuan's being very gentle with his approach, very relaxed in his body language as well. So it could not have gone really better than that, to be honest.
For the next 20 minutes, Hujan keeps a watchful eye on Tuan, without moving more than an arm's length from RoRo. Tuan carries on eating with no sign of aggression. The team decide to call it a day
There you go.
and end on a positive note. In a few days' time, they'll bring the pair together again, and hopefully, Hujan will feel more relaxed and confident now that he's overcome his biggest challenge so far. At the Stumpie enclosure, the group are outside relaxing in the warm sunshine and enjoying each other's company. But one of the Stumpies is not his usual self. Leader Sam has been a bit grumpy over the past few days and seems to be in pain.
Sam's still a very calm, nice, placid individual generally, and the times when he has reacted aggressively to the staff are generally times when he's had his recent dental problems, when we've thought that quite possibly that's when it's affecting him more, because as soon as we sort of adjust his medication, put him on the painkillers, he sort of settles down again. So it's been quite a good way for us to judge his mood.
The team have decided to call in the local vet to take a look. Sam has been anaesthetised by hand injection and transferred to the park's animal hospital.
In the last couple of months, we've noticed some facial swellings around his muzzle. Well, actually one on both sides, but the one on his right-hand side has come up. With antibiotics, it's gone down, and then it's come back up again. So we are expecting some quite rotten teeth in there and potentially some abscesses. So we've knocked him down to have a good look inside his mouth and take out any teeth we need to.
Vet Holly gives Sam's teeth a quick once-over.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, we're gonna have a busy day.
They're pretty grim.
And it's immediately obvious the procedure won't be straightforward.
His teeth are looking pretty nasty. Just on sort of opening his mouth, we can see pus and trapped food around his teeth, so I think quite a few are going to have to come out.
His breath is evil.
Good. Stumpies are notorious for chewing on anything they can find, including stones. So it's no surprise that at 32 years of age, Sam's teeth are in a bit of a state.
Well, so far we've just started at the front and we've found that his canine tooth is broken halfway through and up above the level of his gum. So it's rotten and infected, and it's obviously what's causing the swelling on that side of his face. So it's a big old job, but we're going to take it out.
With the root of the canine broken, removing it in one piece is going to be tricky.
This is so rotten.
By cutting into the gum and peeling back the flap of skin, Holly exposes the bone holding the broken canine.
Just you have to get the bone away and like take the tooth out sideways, because you can't wiggle it because of the curve on it. You'll just snap it in the jaw.
Using a machine she's brought with her specifically for such a job, she can drill away the bone and expose the very tip of the tooth's root. It's a long job. The tooth is so rotten it keeps breaking apart. Sam has now been under for more than an hour.
Right, we're right at the end now. We've just got a tiny little bit to come out, and then that's it. Thank heavens.
Finally, the affected canine is removed.
It's all out. Poor kid.
Holly flushes out the hole left by the extraction and then stitches the gum together. She would like to move on to Sam's other poor teeth, but the aging macaque has already been under anaesthetic for a long time, and she's reluctant to start another extraction.
So that is the other swelling. So it's, well, it's either that one or that one. Yeah, I mean, to take out these two, it's going to be like an hour. Probably better off just leaving be. It's draining.
The team decide to err on the side of caution.
Let's wake him up.
But bringing elderly Sam round from such a long procedure isn't straightforward.
Sam's been under anaesthetic for a really long time, so he's just taking a long time to recover from it. Because he's quite old, his liver won't be as efficient as in a younger animal, so he'll be processing his drugs a lot more slowly. He is taking a bit longer to come around than we were expecting him to, so we're just trying to stimulate him and get him awake enough so that he can go back to his house.
It's almost 2 hours before Sam's recovered enough to be taken back to the Stumpie house. He'll be a bit sore for a few days, but a course of antibiotics and anti-inflammatories will help, and he should be back to his old self in no time. It's been a few days since young female chimp Toprish went outside for the first time. She arrived at the park 6 months ago from a zoo in Istanbul, and integrating her into Bart's group is taking time. When she first ventured into the large outdoor enclosure, she touched the electric fence and went scampering back indoors. This is an important part of the learning process for new chimps. The fence is there for their welfare and protection, and keeps them safely inside their enclosure. The care team and Toprish's new chimp pals are hoping she'll do better today. This time she's with a slightly larger group, including her new friends, Chatter and Buster. The team hope the more chimps she sees enjoying the enclosure, the more she'll realise she has nothing to fear. But Toprish is still reluctant to venture out, and only makes it halfway down the tunnel. Even some positive encouragement from Chatter, who comes back to see what's keeping Toprish, can't persuade her.
I think once she finally does take the leap and goes out there, I think she's going to have a whale of a time out there. She's very confident inside. We've seen that that confidence has been knocked a little bit to begin with, but we saw that when we first started doing the introductions, and she's completely built her confidence back up again as we've gone through the introduction. So I think we'll get to a point where she'll be herring around and having a whale of a time out here.
It's left to Buster to physically lead Toprish down the tunnel. But even a high-ranking male can't change her mind. Overcoming her fears and joining the rest of the group may take a bit longer than expected. The park's care team do their best to make feeding time for the primates as naturally challenging as they can. At the spider monkey enclosure, Donna is filling some large see-through water bottles with yogurt and sweet corn. Spider monkeys are suspensory feeders. They spend the majority of their time gathering food and water by hanging from branches, using their incredibly strong and long prehensile tails. Donna is hoping that, by attaching the bottles above the ground, the three primates will be encouraged to feed as they would in nature.
What we like to do with our spider monkeys here at the park, every time we feed them, is to try and get them to do that natural behaviour, because that's how they should naturally feed. We've got to work to put their arms into the bottle through the top, which is quite difficult for the spider monkeys. They don't have a thumb, so it's quite difficult for them to manipulate things like other primates would normally do. So it'll be really interesting to see how they get on.
When the slide opens, it's no surprise that the front runner is greedy female Pumpkin. But unexpectedly, she's followed out by the old man of the group, Hickory, with Flint close behind. Food-focused Pumpkin trills her excitement and heads straight for one of the water bottles. Some have had holes cut out, so the spider monkeys can reach through with their hands and even their arms. Others are just open at the neck. Pumpkin can't work out how to reach the yogurt and sweet corn coated on the inside of the bottle. Flint shows her how it's done, using his prehensile tail as an anchor as he reaches down and grabs some corn. Spider monkeys' tails can support their whole body weight, freeing up their hands and feet for the tricky task of grasping food. And Flint has put his to good use. Hickory is now 27 and tends to be less active and boisterous than the other two, leaving them to tuck in first. Instead, he has fun playing with a small camera in the enclosure. Pumpkin still hasn't mastered the correct technique and is making do with small scrapes of yogurt. Flint has definitely triumphed today. He successfully raided the majority of the bottles, leaving poor Pumpkin a little perplexed. It's not every day he gets one over on his assertive female friend. Across the park at Hananya's, the chimps are all out enjoying the sunshine. The majority of this group have grown up together over the last 20 years. And while there may be the odd scuffle or disagreement, the troop are pretty settled and content in each other's company.
Yeah, Hananya's community is actually a really interesting group at the moment. We went through a stage where we were introducing a lot of individuals into this group, particularly young females, and had a great deal of success with that, really. But it's been sort of 6-7 years now since we've introduced anyone, and individuals are starting to mature and develop, and relationships are changing and characters are emerging. So it's been an interesting group to watch.
The alpha male and leader of the troop is 25-year-old Hananya. He arrived at the park in 1996, having been smuggled into Israel for the illegal pet trade. There are 3 other males in the group. Fun-loving and boisterous Shamak arrived with Hananya from the Middle East. While second in command, Simon was found tethered to a post at a petrol station in Spain. He's an astute and thoughtful chimp, a perfect foil for the big boss. Finally, there's Arthur, the lowest ranking of the males. He arrived from Windsor Safari Park in 1993. He's always been a little reticent, but is more relaxed these days, thanks mainly to his love for little Thelma, the youngster of the group. 14 females make up the rest of the gang, and today, most of them are taking advantage of the good weather. Cherry has long been top of the female hierarchy in the group. Having a baby increases the status of females, but as Cherry was already number 1, the birth of her daughter Thelma 6 years ago changed her individual priorities. Now she takes more of a protective role, looking out for her youngster. She's still a significant female in the group, but not as formidable as she was. That's created an opportunity for one of the other females, Johnny, to try her luck.
I think Johnny, certainly personality-wise, is pretty fearless, but also physically, she's a magnificent-looking animal. She's very athletic. She's very tall as a female, and so physically I think she's stronger than a lot of the other females in the group, and can also give some of the weedier males a run for their money. She certainly has her sights on the top spot.
Johnny was a surprise birth at the park in 1999. Her dad was the dominant male Paddy. Her mum Clin rejected her and she was hand-reared, before graduating to the nursery. Part of Hananya's group since 2007, she's made strong alliances with some of the top females and likes to throw her weight around.
She likes to let everyone know that she can take more than her fair share, and there's not a lot that anyone can do about it. And that's true of the boys as well. I mean, Simon will discipline Johnny, but one-on-one he is fearful of her, and Hananya doesn't really discipline Johnny, so she's kind of got it made, really, and there's not a lot standing in her way.
But the most popular member of the group is little Thelma, who's growing up fast and could one day be a top female herself.
High-ranking mum, alpha male as dad, she's kind of set up to succeed, really, and I think, you know, she's had such a great start in life, born into a really great community, and a settled community. There's been very little changes since Thelma's been born, so I think her future looks bright, and she'll certainly be a high-ranking individual.
It's been 3 weeks since the team had to step in and begin hand-rearing 2 newly born slow loris. Sadly, they'd become detached from Mum Nikki. Unfortunately, one of the twins didn't survive the week. But its sibling, nicknamed Bob, although no one is entirely sure if it's male or female yet, has responded well.
He's now active, he's got a bad attitude, tells us what he wants and he likes, and has actually started playing a little bit. He'll actually hang upside down and make little Loris play face with an open mouth. So I'm really pleased. It's still early days, 3 weeks, and he's still tiny, but we're going great guns. I think we're ticking most boxes now, and his teeth are coming in great guns. So he's been teething over the past week now. You can see him chewing on my hand a little bit right now. So he's digging those little pointy gums in. Do you have an itch?
The infant has started to put on weight.
Looking like 47.
Bob was 34 grams when he was born and has now increased his body weight by more than 1/3.
I think we've really started putting on muscle. You can feel in his grip and his strength that he's actually doing really well. I know you don't like being upside down.
The future of the loris worldwide is under threat from habitat loss and the wildlife trade. But it's the unsustainable demand from the exotic pet business and from traditional medicine that's been the greatest cause of their decline. This tragic scenario has led Monkey World's sister sanctuary in Vietnam, Dao Tien, to rescue, rehabilitate and finally release back into the wild 65 lorises to date. Just 2 years ago, the park also set up a loris complex in Dorset. Its aim? To rehabilitate and house those who can't be put back into the forest where they belong. It's also part of a breeding programme for Bengal slow loris, which has enjoyed some success. Although it's left Alison with her hands full.
That's the whole point of Bob's existence right now, is learning how to deal with this species that's coming, that is endangered, that's under threat around the globe, basically. I mean, they only come from Asia, but having said that, they're being sold around the globe for the pet trade. And then also, on a selfish note, if you will, I'm hoping that this little one will become the perfect companion and mate for Nora. So we've got his future all planned out. Still can't say 100% that it's a boy, but I've got all my fingers and toes crossed. And I think it might be. Quite content.
Next time on Monkey Life, Vet Thazar is called in to examine squirrel monkeys Azzy and Charlie. And there's devastating news for their carers.
Ay, ay, ay. I wonder if it's all the same cancer that is spread.
And it's a scramble for ice lollies in the orangutan nursery. But O'Sheen's got it licked. Today on Monkey Life, Vet Thazar is called in to examine squirrel monkeys Azzy and Charlie. And there's devastating news for their carers.
Ay, ay, ay. I wonder if it's all the same cancer that is spread.
Come inside then, Stumpies!
A spoonful of peanut butter helps the medicine go down for elderly Stumpy Sam.
Well done, Sam.
And it's a scramble for ice lollies in the orangutan nursery. But O'Sheen's got it licked. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Everybody's well aware that they need to be looked after carefully.
The park provides a home for more than 260 monkeys and apes from 24 different species. park has 8 squirrel monkeys, split into 2 groups. 3, who arrived together from Somerset just last year, form one group, and the other, more established troop has 5 members, including Nueve, who recently arrived from Chessington Zoo. 2 of the larger group, Azzy and Charlie, both rescued from the pet trade, have had some health issues in recent weeks. Local vet Thésar Sastre has been called in to take a look. Azzy is first to arrive at the park's hospital.
She's been having on-off breathing problems for a little while now. She's had various courses of medication, but we haven't found anything that works yet. So the plan is to get an actual idea of exactly what's going on, and so we can get the right treatment for her.
Azzy is thought to be about 15 years old. She's not a youngster, but should still have plenty of years ahead of her.
Right, let's do a quick examination.
Once the anaesthetic has taken effect, Thésar can take a good look at her. And straight away he finds a problem.
Ay, ay, ay. Well, unfortunately, there's some badness here. It's got a massive mass here, do you see? And another one there. Let's turn around towards me. This one is external, actually. Oh, yeah. That one is in the skin.
There are 2 large masses inside Azzy's abdomen, and one on the outside.
I wonder if it's all the same cancer that is spread.
It's not looking good.
Let me have a look at the throat first, very quickly, and then we take a couple of x-rays and we make a decision.
Because staff have reported breathing problems, Thésar wants to quickly check her airways.
Okay, so again, larynx is fine. Really bad teeth. That's fine. There's no tumors or anything in there. Right, let's take a couple of x-rays of the chest.
As well as x-rays of her chest and abdomen, Thésar will perform an ultrasound.
And if somebody could switch off the lights, that would be lovely. Have a quick look in there. So that's one of the masses in there. It's just in front of the bladder. 1, 2 masses there. Could be ovaric tumors, could be uterine tumors. Certainly, I thought initially it was the kidney, but it's not. I can see the kidney there.
An examination of the x-rays confirms what Thésar has already seen on the ultrasound scan.
And actually, you can see the masses here in the x-ray as well. Look, these 2 things there.
It's a blow to the team who look after Azzy. She's been eating normally, and her mobility is still good, so they were cautiously optimistic. But before deciding on any drastic course of action, Thésar wants to make sure exactly what he's dealing with.
I'm gonna sample all of them, and hopefully we will have some answers on what is that. If it's worth to operate or not.
He takes a number of samples from each lump to be sent off for analysis.
Hopefully we will have a diagnosis with that on what's going on and if it is worth to take to open her up. Otherwise it's healthy, yes.
Thésar is happy for Azzy to return to her group for now, but the team will be monitoring her closely in case she deteriorates. Looking after the physical and mental health of all the primates in their care is a challenge for the park's team. When it comes to finding new ways to keep the residents busy and interested, the bright and often boisterous chimps are in a class of their own. Today, Butch and his group of 13 bachelor boys are being tested. The keepers have hidden nuts and seeds inside specially designed puzzle cubes, woven together using tough hosing. The chimps will have to put in some effort to get at the treats inside. Buxom leads the group out, followed closely by Sammy, Paco and Jimmy. The sight of the puzzle feeders leads to a lot of excited hooting. Jester is first to try and crack the puzzle. A little more finesse might be in order. His half-brother Buxom tries to grab as many as he can. The pair have always been near the top of this group as the henchmen for leader Butch. But over the last few years, alliances and positions have been evolving. Butch is still respected by everyone. Mid-ranker Rocky readily gives up his cube to the old-timer. But Paco has been sharing some of the leadership duties and making regular impressive displays. He's a fair, dominant male, liked by everyone. The team have put out enough puzzle feeders for everyone to get involved, even the low rankers. Having surrendered his to Butch, Rocky manages to find another. Gypsy takes a laid-back approach, using his long fingers to try and prise out the seeds. Seamus, the youngest and smallest in the group, has snaffled 2 cubes. As a low ranker, he'll need to work fast to reach the nuts inside before anyone else robs him of the prize. Jester and Paco work side by side, using the shake-it-out method. They're a bit bewildered by their lack of success. Some of the others, like Freddie and Sammy, are content to forage for carrots put out as a scatter feed to ensure no one goes hungry. This morning's activity demonstrates the group's less rowdy approach to life these days. Not so much the unruly bachelors of past years, more mature friends, aging together. It's been a busy morning at the park's animal hospital, and the next patient on Vet Thezar's list is another squirrel monkey, 10-year-old male Charlie, a lively character rescued 7 years ago from terrible conditions at a London car wash. As with Azzy, the primate care team have noticed he's been a bit under the weather, although still active and eating well.
Charlie has generally lost weight and condition over the last sort of month, so we're a bit concerned. We've done some tests on him and found that he's got blood in his urine, so we want to find out exactly where that's coming from.
Once Charlie is anaesthetised, Thezar can give him a thorough examination. And immediately, he's concerned.
Can anybody prepare the scales for us? Definitely, the body condition is not good at all.
Charlie has become quite thin.
Sorry, it's a bit cold.
Yeah, 980. 980.
He's lost more, yeah? Okay. Yeah, he looks really, really skinny, this boy, yeah, to be fair. Almost cachectic. And he's eating well, you said?
His weight has been dropping off, despite his healthy appetite.
He's a bit knobbly there. Okay, let's do an ultrasound scan, yeah? We can have a look at things.
Thezar hopes an ultrasound scan may shed some light on Charlie's condition.
It's really, really, really bad news.
The ultrasound confirms Thezar's suspicions.
Well, I'm looking at the liver, and it's full of masses. There's also some fluid around the heart. It's got a pericardial effusion. Wherever I'm looking, there's badness. It's all lumps everywhere, little lumps everywhere. That's the lung, by the way, floating on liquid, right? And that's the heart in there with liquid all around it. Yeah, this doesn't look good to me. I'm sorry. I would actually call it a day with this one, to be fair.
It's terrible news. Charlie has a number of lumps in and around his major organs, particularly the liver.
Let's take a couple of x-rays quickly. and then we make decisions with this one.
An X-ray confirms what Thesar already knows.
We found multiple masses in his liver, loads of them. We saw them with the ultrasound scan. Also, I think there's something not right with the bladder area, could be prostate, with lumps as well. Most likely, this animal is just it's got a cancer. I don't know which one is going to be primary. If it's prostate, it's liver, whatever it is, it's causing several organs to fail. I'm afraid I don't know where is the primary, but he's got a primary cancer somewhere with loads of secondaries everywhere. So I'm afraid I'm gonna need to put down this one. Yeah.
There's nothing Thesar or the team can do. The only humane option is to put Charlie to sleep to save him from pain and suffering. With more than 260 primates already at the park, plus regular new arrivals, the pressure to rebuild, repair and redesign the many enclosures that house the 24 different species is never-ending. The most recent space to be revamped is the outdoor enclosure, which is home to Franco's group of 15 capuchins.
We've added a lot of height to it, which is great. In the wild, these guys live and spend most of their time up in the trees, so that's really, really good. It means we can have higher feeding points as well, which means, again, we can spread the food around for a lot of the group. And in Franco's group, because we've got a lot of younger individuals in there, we've got less static furniture and more movable furniture. So more hosing, we've got some ship ladder in there. We've also got some hanging branches and some swings as well, just to get them using all those muscles that they wouldn't normally do. And if you compare that to one of the groups such as Sunny's, that's got a lot more elderly individuals in, or animals that haven't got the best mobility, we've had to design it in a very different way. So it's really great that we can design it specifically for the animals that are going to use it.
Although they've had access to Winslow's enclosure next door, the group haven't been in their own for more than 2 months, so they should be excited to explore the new design. With no hesitation, they head out. William checks out the hoses, while Fabian tackles the new ladders, making them look easy. Female Frida takes the opportunity to grab a snack on the new cargo net, before deciding where to explore next. There are 5 males and 10 females in this group, led by alpha male Franco.
He's absolutely amazing. He's probably one of our best alpha males that we've got. He kind of actually knows what he's doing a little bit. The females absolutely love him and they do 100% support him. If there's any major disputes in the group, then he will go and sort it out. If there's the odd squabble, he'll just leave them to it. But yeah, he is totally supported by his band of females, which is really important for him.
Capuchins are extremely clever, which means they need a lot of stimulation to keep them interested. Elvira uses her prehensile tail as an anchor to balance, enabling her to run and carry food simultaneously. Elisa confidently heads high to search for food, unfazed by one of the new pulley feeders. But it's Franco's second-in-command, Fabian, who makes it all look too easy. Mission Impossible style. He's the most confident male in the group, but not so popular with the ladies, who favour leader Franco. Perhaps he hopes showing off his climbing skills, with a touch of abseiling thrown in, might capture the girls' attention. But at least his prowess is appreciated by the care team.
Fabian is often talked about in this group. He is quite a character, but unfortunately he hasn't quite made it to the top because the females don't like him. He's quite annoying. He's not really a very nice male in terms of getting on with other animals in the group, and it's really important that you have the backup of the females in the group. But Fabian's just got that character where he wants to be top dog, and so when he's confident, he's going to try and keep pushing. But hopefully, you know, the group's fairly settled, and with Franco in command, they're doing okay at the moment.
Capuchins might be some of the most energetic primates at the park, but over at the Stumpie house, primate carer Sean is preparing medication for one of the least active. The group's leader, 32-year-old Sam. It's been a few days since his dental operation to remove an infected and rotten canine, which had resulted in an abscess on his face. It was a fairly long operation, and due to his age and past history, an even longer recovery time. To aid his rehabilitation, he's on a course of drugs.
He's got a few different medications now to help him through. He's got an antibiotic, he's also got an anti-inflammatory, some pain relief, and then also some medication to help his stomach to deal with all the drugs that he's been given.
The group is made up of 8 mainly elderly individuals. They all need a variety of supplements to help them along, and the team stick to a rigid routine when it comes to administering them.
Come on then, Sam! Good boy.
Sam's first drug, to settle his stomach ready for the main batch, is disguised in strawberry jam.
Well done, Sam. He took that really, really well. So hopefully this will just help his stomach before we give him the other medication later on.
20 minutes later...
Come inside then, Stumpies!
Sean summons him for the rest of his medication.
Come on then, Sam. Good boy.
But first, she needs to disguise it.
Sam. Some of the medication that he's on really doesn't taste very nice, so we have to try different items just to see what covers up that taste the best. At the moment, he's having some pain relief, and he's taking it really well in a bit of peanut butter jam on a piece of Brivita. So that's one for the books to keep a record of.
Considering what he's been through with his recent dental operation, his past trauma as a laboratory animal, plus his age.
Well done, Sam.
It's remarkable Sam has recovered so well and kept his place as top man in the group.
At the moment, he's back to his normal self, which is great to see. He's definitely picked up his speed again and got his strong legs back.
One corner of the park where the majority of the residents need little encouragement to keep active is the orangutan nursery. Here, life is just one long play session. The group is made up of 5 youngsters, overseen by matriarch Oisin. She was rescued from the pet trade in South Africa in 2010, and, while content to watch the youngsters have fun, is only energetic when there's food involved. The 2 teenage boys, Jin and Sylvester, constantly play together. And the 3 little ones, Bulu Mata, Rika, and Mimi, get along famously. Today, on a lovely sunny morning at the park, the nursery pals have been given an unusual mix of branch-cut browse and ice lollies. There's plenty to go round, but Oisin, true to form, grabs more than her fair share. The newest member of the group, 2-year-old Mimi, has secured a place in Oisin's affections, and she's not afraid to exploit it. Purloining an ice lolly right out from under her nose. Then, Jin does the same. Oisin is becoming more tolerant of the youngsters in her care. Sylvester and Jin have known each other since they were 3 years old, and have been great buddies ever since. Jin was born at the park, but Sylvester was rehomed as an 11-month-old orphan from a zoo in northern Spain. His mum had refused to feed him, so he was hand-reared by keepers until arrangements were made to move him to the orangutan crèche at Monkey World.
Who are you? Hello. Are you ready?
He's come a long way since then, but soon things may need to change. The two teenagers are at that awkward stage, where their hormones and bodies are heading into adulthood. And in orangutan society, adult males don't mix. The primate care team will need to make plans for their future. But for now, the two boys are enjoying their close friendship and life in the nursery. It's a fun and relaxed space where youngsters can learn the skills they'll need to live and thrive in an adult group. But for the babies of the group, like Mimi, sometimes even that can be too much. All she really wants is a cuddle from her adoptive mum. Next time on Monkey Life. Marmoset Ruby gives birth, and it's a bit of a shock for the care team.
A massive surprise, we have 4 of them, and another massive surprise that all 4 actually are looking pretty good at the moment.
Plus, the squirrel monkeys become one big family. Today on Monkey Life, Marmoset Ruby gives birth. And it's a bit of a shock for the care team.
A massive surprise, we have 4 of them, and another massive surprise that all 4 actually are looking pretty good at the moment.
Young Orangutan Hujan braves the big enclosure in the presence of adult male Tuan. And with a little help from RoRo, soon gets over his nerves.
This is incredible for Hujan. I am really, really pleased.
Plus, the squirrel monkeys become one big family. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Right, ready to go. 3 monkeys in the box, not too bad.
The park provides a home for more than 260 monkeys and apes from 24 different species. In recent years, the marmoset population at the park has risen dramatically due to the British pet trade, which Alison vigorously campaigns against. The 2 large marmoset complexes are full to capacity, and there's a waiting list of more than 70 needing rescue. Most have been bought by pet lovers who were ignorant of the needs of the small primates when they first acquired them. With space at such a premium, all male marmosets are given a vasectomy to prevent breeding. However, this pair had been together for years with no evidence of mating behaviour. Until now. Ruby has given birth to quads.
We've kind of had a surprise in that one of our pairs up here, Ruby and Oscar, Ruby has given birth. She's looking after all 4 of them. She's swapping them over with her partner Oscar. He's carrying 1 or 2 for her from time to time as well. Everybody seems to be clinging on really well, which means everybody must be feeding because they wouldn't be able to hold on and cry and things like that if they were really weak. So yeah, a massive surprise, we have 4 of them, and another massive surprise that all 4 actually are looking pretty good at the moment. So far, so good.
Marmosets commonly have twins, or sometimes triplets, but 4 babies at once is rare. Mum Ruby was rescued from the pet trade and is the largest marmoset at the park, weighing in at 600 grams. Her partner Oscar, who she's been with for 2 years, is one of the smallest at around 260 grams making them a bit of an odd couple. But the partnership seems to work, and, given their tragic backgrounds, so far they appear to be coping well with the challenge of parenthood.
It's been a real surprise and a massive relief for us that they've just known how to look after them, to carry them. Mum is feeding the babies really well. It kind of shows that they have this natural sort of parenting instinct where actually a lot of pets, we quite often see rejection and things like that, so it's fabulous that that hasn't happened here. It kind of shows how important the family unit is as well. The mum and dad are working together to care for the youngster. The youngsters are constantly on one parent or the other, being carried around. And it's lovely to see, you know, even though we don't really particularly want breeding here, having had a bit of an accidental surprise, that we have got this lovely natural family unit.
The biggest problem for the primate care team is keeping an eye on all 4 youngsters at once. They need to be sure they're all feeding well. But differentiating between marmoset babies is hard at the best of times, and keeping track of 4 tiny newborns almost impossible.
So far, to be honest, we're really taken aback with how well Ruby has taken to motherhood. She's being an absolute superstar. So we're hoping that will continue. But yeah, regular checks, make sure mum's eating, make sure we see the babies feeding, which we've seen quite a bit of so far. And fingers crossed that everyone's going to be okay.
The next few days and weeks will be vital for the 4 infants. But so far, the parents are doing everything right. Ruby and Oscar might just be getting to grips with their new offspring, but across the park, there is a well-established, harmonious family group. Lavar's top woollies. His son Manny is now more settled and has relaxed into adulthood, allowing the group to come back together as one big happy family after a short separation. Lavar is the oldest woolly monkey at the park. Dominant female Zingu, now 14, next in line. The rest of the group are relatively young, all under 8 years old. The youngest, Lemmy, born just last year. He's really found his feet, is confident exploring the enclosure, and keen to get involved when the older youngsters are playing. And when the rough and tumble is too much, Dad Lavar is always there. First-time mum Eva has coped remarkably well bringing up this self-assured youngster. She's only 7, but she's been able to watch the perfect role model, her own mum Urema, rearing her brother Carlos. But the best news for this well-established troop concerns Cosmo. For the last few months, following a number of seizures, he's been on medication. The treatment appears to be working. He hasn't had any since it began, and he's back to loving life with his family, particularly when adopted Dad Lavar is around. It all makes for a tight-knit, happy family group, supported by a caring team, determined to give them the best life possible. It's been all change for another of the park's families. Life has been transformed for the residents of the Squirrel Monkey House. Since the Bridgewater 3, Logan, Lopez and Lucille were rescued 2 years ago, they've been living apart from the park's more established group, Charlie and his 4 ladies, Topsy, Turvy, Azzy and Nueve. Charlie and Logan didn't get on, so the 2 groups were kept apart. But a few weeks ago, Charlie was found to be suffering from cancer and was put to sleep. It left the 4 girls without a male, so the primate care team decided to put the 2 groups together, and so far, it seems to have worked.
We still thought we might have some problems, a few bits of conflict, but it's actually gone a lot smoother than we thought it would. So we've ended up with this nice large group of squirrel monkeys all together, which is really great to see them in the outside, sort of filling up the space a bit more. Now there's this big group, and that's the one positive we've managed to take from the unfortunate loss of Charlie.
Charlie was quite a character. He was rescued from appalling conditions at an office in South London in 2012. A common squirrel monkey, he moved in with the park's black-capped females and became a much-loved part of the group.
He was a bit of a state when he arrived, and we had an older group when he arrived, and he definitely breathed life back into the older group of girls. He became very much a central part of the group. Any feeding, anything going on, Charlie was always straight there. And yeah, he became a really sort of dominant character. So, you know, we called it Charlie's group. It was his group of girls. So he was very much a central figure in that group. So yeah, it's really sad to lose him, and yeah, it's kind of changed the group. But we look to the future, and we look to this new group that we've made, and hopefully everyone will be very happy together.
It's early days, but things are going well. And even Topsy and Turvy appear to have accepted the 3 newcomers.
We've got the 2 old ladies in there who are always ready with their handbags when there's a new person in. They like to make a point that they're not going to be pushed down in the hierarchy. So we were prepared for a little bit of war, you know. We thought the old girls would come wading in, sort of bashing at these young upstarts. And actually, whether it's just that they're a little bit past that now and they just want more of a chilled life, they've not really been too bothered.
The dominant male is now Logan, who's grown into a magnificent-looking squirrel monkey, having filled out and bulked up since arriving at the park. But he's a gentle male who loves nothing better than snuggling up to the females. Lopez, on the other hand, is an incredibly energetic and playful youngster who's always on the go. The final member of the Bridgewater 3 is Lucille. The team thinks she could be Lopez's mum. She's enjoying life in a larger group, and being an older squirrel monkey has bonded well with Topsy and Turvy. The group's most recent arrival, Nueve, is a lively and boisterous young female. Mixing in with the 3 newbies seems to have had a calming effect on her. Or maybe she's just starting to mature. The final member of the new enlarged group is Azzy. She's had some health issues recently, and lab results have now confirmed she's also suffering from cancer.
She's actually coped quite well. She has days where she's just a little bit more sleepy, her breathing's a little rapid, especially if she's been out in the outside. But she is quite sensible, and she'll go in and have a bit of a nap when that happens. She's been a bit more chilled out about everything.
Azzy has handled the mixing of the 2 groups well, and at the moment is still bright and happy. The team will continue doing everything they can to ensure her quality of life. There are 4 chimp troops at the park. The original group, rescued from Spain in the 80s, were led by Paddy, who sadly passed away nearly 3 years ago. He was at the heart of the group for 30 years. Since then, there hasn't been an obvious leader. Now, one chimp has stepped up. His son, Bart, who was born at the park 12 years ago. It's an amazing turnaround for Bart. As well as losing his mentor and role model, he was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes 2 years ago and has had to fight his way back to health. In addition, in the last few months, the group has had a new arrival to contend with.
Considering how much we've had going on with this group, so we've had obviously losing our dominant male, we've had Bart being fairly ill, we've had building work going on, we've got intros coming on. There's been a lot put onto this group, but actually they've stayed incredibly stable. They're a really tight unit. So Bart then stepping up is really the next step for this group that we needed. And it's working well, considering everything that's been thrown at them. They're doing incredible.
Bart still has a huge amount to learn, but he seems to be embracing the role of alpha male. He's filled out in recent months, looks magnificent, and can put on a good display. The other members of the group are beginning to show him respect as he finds his feet.
He's really stepped up. He now looks the part. He's obviously got growing to do. We do think he's going to be quite a big lad, judging by how big Paddy was. But he's looking great. He's moving around great. His displays are incredible. They're pretty much on par with Paddy's. And his strength in disciplining the other individuals is really where we want it to be as well. And he does it in quite a fair way. So it seems like he's learned a lot off his dad. And he seems to be leading the group in a very similar way. So he has stepped up and taken charge. The situation is working quite well for him. So he's really all we want from a dominant male in that group.
And Bart had support from close friends, including Buster. He's one of the oldest in the group, but he's still playful, especially since his troublesome tooth was removed. He brings out the happy, cheeky side of Bart. But there's one individual yet to meet the new leader face to face. Latest arrival, Toprish. Until Bart meets and accepts the new young female, the group can't be together as one. Over the last 6 months, Toprish has been introduced to most, but not all of the group. She has started to improve her knowledge of chimp etiquette and how to interact with other chimps, but she's yet to fully brave the large outside enclosure. She prefers to stay indoors in the playroom. A few months ago, the team attempted a mesh-only contact meeting with Bart and his elder sister, Eddie. Unfortunately, Eddie reacted badly to the nervous newcomer, so the team cut the introduction short. Since then, Toprish has met Eddie without Bart, and the pair have bonded. Today, the team are moving on to the next step.
We've decided, all being well, that we'll open the door between Toprish and Bart. We've done a number of mesh intros between them, both with other individuals around and also a one-on-one yesterday through the mesh. So we think it's time to bite the bullet and open the door.
Lisa opens the slide. Bart is overly keen to make contact, and faced with a large male heading towards her, Toprish turns tail.
It was very screamy at first, a lot of slapping, but also a lot of fear grinning, so they're very nervous of each other and they're not really sure how to react to each other. But also for Bart's point of view, you know, he was born into this group. He's not really experienced new individuals coming into the group, so it's new territory for him as well, and I think they're both very nervous.
The team give the pair access to the indoor playroom, hoping the larger space will give Bart and Toprish the chance to calm down. It seems to work. The screams and fear grins diminish, replaced with a wary watchfulness, although both prefer to keep their distance.
You know, Toprish does still have a lot to learn, and certainly in terms of how she's going to relate to Bart, who really is the most dominant male in the group. So she needs to work on those behaviours. But hopefully next time we have got individuals that she can learn from, and we have seen progression with her. It's just transferring those behaviours that she's done with other animals to Bart. So I think overall, you know, we're really happy that we've been able to open the door. There haven't been injuries. And this is a big step towards integrating Toprish into this group.
Toprish has overcome another hurdle in her slow but steady progress to become a fully fledged member of a large chimpanzee community. But for another of the park's new arrivals, life is just wonderful. 2-year-old Hujan arrived a few months ago from a zoo in Germany and has settled into Tuan's group remarkably well. He's met all 4 females and a couple of days ago finally met the big man Tuan within the confines of the bedrooms. The meeting went so well, the team want to progress to the next step, letting the orangutans outside together. But first, they need to gather them in the bedrooms. To distract them and keep them calm, primate carekeeper Jano gives them all a nutritious treat.
Hujan. Hujan is not fussy with his food, so I always introduce him with new stuff, oat, bread, and anything really. Mash it all up together just to make it be interesting. So he's literally not like Pulu or Mimi who's got allergy to dairy or gluten, stuff like that. So he's just pretty good. Anything you give it to him, he just eat it, no problem.
With everyone relaxed in each other's company, the team decide to go for it.
Tuan! Come on then. Come on, handsome man. Ami! RoRo!
Leader Tuan wastes no time. He's straight out. Followed close behind by Ame and then Awan. RoRo is about to follow suit when she realizes Hujan isn't there and heads back inside. She's lost sight of Hujan. She finds him still in the bedrooms, quite content and amusing himself, oblivious to the absence of the rest of the group. With some additional encouragement from 6-year-old Awan and with RoRo at his side, Hujan heads out.
Come on, go, boy, here!
You're a monster, man.
Come on, big boy! Oh no, it's not other problem. Follow RoRo, go other way.
He heads down the tunnel, clinging onto RoRo. Finally, glued to RoRo's back, he's carried out into the large enclosure. It's all a bit intimidating, so best hang on. Hujan attaches himself to RoRo like a limpet and isn't inclined to let go. Ame doesn't look too happy that RoRo's getting all the youngsters' attention. She tries a couple of roly-polies to impress, but to no avail. Hujan might be leading the way, but he's still hanging on tight to RoRo. Eventually, the chance to play on such a large platform proves too tempting. Hujan bravely sets off to enjoy himself.
Oh, careful, Hujan. Don't fall, please.
An anxious Jano watches on, but he needn't worry. RoRo is constantly on hand, and Hujan has a perfect surrogate big sis in 6-year-old Awan.
Awan has been fabulous. Awan is following him around and ensuring that he's not gonna fall anything. And his climbing skill is, to be honest with you, is quite good. It's really, really good. He's so confident. Run the cargo net, run the red house, climbing around, and I am really, really pleased.
Dominant male Tuan doesn't interfere. He seems quite happy with Hujan being around, even if he does capture the attention of all the ladies, bringing out their fun side too. Ame finally gets involved. She's always been good with youngsters, having previously been a foster mum and role model in the orangutan nursery. But today, it's Hujan who's the centre of attention. Despite his age and being hand-reared, he shows amazing confidence and agility.
This is incredible for Hujan, and Hujan, for his age, is ahead with pretty much with all the orang that we got at the nurseries now. And he stay with adult males and stay with the adult as well. So basically, he learned early age to be orangutan. So this is perfect for him.
And when he's all played out and exhausted, it's back to RoRo for hugs and reassurance, which she's more than happy to offer. Next time on Monkey Life, Alison and wildlife vet John Lewis are in Vietnam to examine 2 injured baby douc langurs, both victims of hunters.
Huh. It's interesting. I think we do need x-rays.
Plus, the team are preparing for a groundbreaking gibbon release that's been 3 years in the making. Today on Monkey Life, Alison and wildlife vet John are in Vietnam to examine 2 baby douc langurs, both victims of poachers.
Right then, little fella.
One of the tiny pair needs to be checked over for gunshot wounds.
It doesn't mean much, but I can't feel a pet. You know, you can often feel a pellet. It's a hard lump, mobile under the skin.
Plus, the team are preparing for a groundbreaking gibbon release that has been 3 years in the making. This is Dao Tien Rescue Centre in Vietnam. It's the sister sanctuary of Monkey World in Dorset, and the staff here dedicate their lives to rescuing and rehabilitating endangered Vietnamese primates.
It's a new forest with a new family group of gibbons coming, and hopefully everybody will grow up and mature together.
It's a 6,000-mile journey from the UK to the centre, which lies 160 miles northeast of Ho Chi Minh City. Vietnam in Southeast Asia. A land of staggering natural beauty and cultural complexities, of large dynamic cities and hill tribe villages. But like many countries in the region, Vietnam has struggled with the illegal trade in wildlife. Poaching and smuggling are commonplace, and the law is difficult to enforce. But away from the hustle and bustle of the metropolis lies Dao Tien, a rescue, rehabilitation and release centre set up to combat the effects of the black market wildlife trade. Lying within Cat Tien National Park, the island reserve in the Dong Nai province has been successful in rescuing a large number of endangered primates, including golden-cheeked gibbons, black-shanked douc langurs and pygmy loris. Set up with the full support of the Vietnamese authorities, it was the brainchild of Monkey World's animal director, Dr. Alison and her late husband Jim, the park's founder. It's now run by Dr. Marina Kenyon.
Dao Tien's been here now for 12 years, just focusing on the primates for South Vietnam, so the gibbons, the loris, and the leaf-eating langurs. Our main mission is to support the government so they can enforce the law and we'll take confiscated animals, but then most importantly, develop protocols to get those individuals back in the forest. We've done really well with doucs, we've done really well with loris. It's been hard work, but we've got there, so now it's a real focus on the gibbons. But nothing in life is easy.
With around 56 hectares to help them achieve their aim, the team at Dao Tien have had great success recently. More than 60 pygmy loris have been released back into the trees and forests of Vietnam. But they've had mixed results when it comes to releasing golden-cheeked gibbons, and their numbers at the centre continue to rise. Marina's partner, Lee Butler, is the manager of Dao Tien.
This is our phase 1 area, and this is sort of where we bring all the animals in that we rescue, and we have to rehabilitate them. We have to get them back to full health. So we have 10 cages for the golden-cheeked gibbons. We have 20 cages for the loris. And also further out, we have 4 semi-free enclosures. And that is vital to the project because we have to train our primates to life back in the trees before we do any releases.
The Phase 1 animals are kept in secure enclosures. These are gibbons in the process of rehabilitation, or who will never be fit or well enough for release in the wild. The rest of the gibbons live in the Phase 2 semi-free areas on the island. These cover more than 20 hectares and help the gibbons get used to life in the trees before release. But being on an island limits their ability to range, so the team need to supplement their diet daily. Along with Marina and Lee, there are 10 Vietnamese staff dedicated to feeding and caring for the primates. 2 of their recent charges are Anthony and Me. These tiny baby douc langurs arrived separately at Dao Tien 3 months ago. Both have had a difficult and tragic start to life, losing their mums to poachers. Anthony is a little bit older than me and was very weak when he came to the centre. He had gunshot wounds to his left arm, which are still causing him problems. He's going to be the first patient on wildlife vet John Lewis's list when he arrives at the centre from the UK with Alison. Anthony's companion, Me, arrived in different but no less tragic circumstances.
So Me was taken as an infant, sold into the pet trade, and then as a tiny, tiny little baby, 2-month-old baby, released back into the forest. There's no way on earth she could have survived. So luckily or unluckily, she was actually hunted again, came out of the forest, and this time, another man bought her. And as soon as he got her, he phoned us and said, look, this little douc. So we actually took her in straight away. So she's had a really, since that moment that her mum died and she lost her mum, she's had a lot going on.
Since arriving at Dao Tien, both baby doucs have grown stronger, and this unrelated duo have become the best of friends. Me absolutely adores Anthony.
She holds on to him, she uses him like mum. She wants him to carry her, he's her comfort blanket. Anthony's everything to me, so I need to get him big and strong to make sure he can deal with this.
To improve the pair's general health and condition, and to teach them how to behave like douc langurs should, Lee and Fung, their surrogate mums for now, give the babies daily lessons in tree climbing.
Right then, little fella.
We take them out into the forest. So we do an hour and a half in the morning and an hour and a half in the afternoon. And yes, they're still young, but we have to get them in trees. You know, it's what we're about. These are monkeys. They're not to be sat in a cage. We have to get them back in the forest. So this is vitally important. And the staff that take them out there climb the trees with them. They will take selective leaves and eat the leaf in front of them. They are primarily leaf eaters, so the whole process of what we're doing with the doucs is just quite simply amazing with the guys we have.
The ultimate goal of the centre is to release the majority of primates they rescue back into the wild. It's one of the reasons Alison and vet John Lewis have made the long journey to the centre from the UK. It's been 3 years since a pair of golden-cheeked gibbons were released back into the forest, and now the team are ready to try again. But it's a big challenge.
The gibbons are a different kettle of fish. They're a lot more difficult just based on their biology and ecology. They pair bond for life, in theory, and they're territorial. So they're quite aggressive to any neighboring groups of gibbons to make sure that they protect their home range, which has valuable food sources in the territory for them to bring up their families. They sing duets every morning, announcing their territory to other neighboring groups of gibbons. So to that effect, you've got to find perfect forest for them that's high quality with enough fruiting trees that they can feed themselves and future generations. It has to be a forest that isn't already occupied by wild gibbons because they'll go to war. And it also has to be an area that either has extremely good forest protection from the Kim Lam, the forest guards, or that has absolutely no hunting pressure. And quite frankly, you know, getting all of those characteristics together in one place, it's just nigh on impossible to find a perfect place to release gibbons. And that's why our gibbon releases have taken so much longer.
But Marina and her team have been working hard on the problem. Along with the forest rangers who protect the area, they've been conducting habitat surveys. This involves checking the density of fruiting trees and looking for wild gibbons in the vicinity. And the team have been feeling positive. There are 8 gibbons at Dao Tien ready to go. They include Limwin and Misu and their 2 young offspring. It's the main reason for Alison's trip. However, in the last few hours, the authorities at the national park have got cold feet about the gibbon family's release.
The solution would be to take one of the single ones and try it in there that isn't a prized family group that everybody's going to talk about. It's one animal. What do you think?
Bin could do it. She's fit enough, she's forest savvy enough, she's strong enough.
They're concerned about releasing an entire family of gibbons into the area, earmarked within the national park.
So a single animal to test the water is favorable than a whole family group.
Alison feels the answer is to release one healthy and extremely fit female gibbon. Bin has been in the semi-wild at Dao Tien for the last 3 years. She has a strong personality and will be more than a match for any wild male gibbon who may approach her. But to undertake this test release, they'll still need the permission from the head of the national park.
It's time to sort of grasp that nettle, follow through with what our plan was, and take a bit of a leap. But you know, these animals that you've cared for so long, their sort of future rests in your hands. So making these critical decisions for their future is quite a tough one. At the moment, who knows what's going to happen, but it's always, you know, you have to be flexible in these things. There's no point in having a rigid plan.
Monkey World's sister sanctuary, Dao Tien, plays a major part in protecting some of the most endangered species in Vietnam. With tourism on the rise, conservation is becoming a priority for the country, which now has more than 30 national parks. Sadly, many of the primates who arrive at the centre have had a tragic start in life and are in desperate need of expert care. Along with Alison, wildlife vet John Lewis makes frequent visits to Dao Tien. He performs health checks and small surgical procedures, often under difficult conditions. The heat and humidity are a constant part of daily life on the island. Today, he's going to examine the centre's 2 newest arrivals. Baby douc langurs Anthony and Me arrived separately 3 months ago, both victims of poaching. Anthony had gunshot wounds to his arm.
We really want to get this hand checked. When he came, he couldn't use the arm, then he could use his shoulder, then he moved his elbow, then he moved his wrist, and then the hand clenched. So although it hinders him a little bit, he's adapting, but we want to get it checked out. It's vitally important that potentially there might be something we can do as a team, so we need to do that now.
John Lewis wastes no time putting Anthony under, using anaesthetic gas. There's always an element of risk with anaesthesia, but Anthony is only 8 months old, so John will need to work quickly. He checks for scars and lumps, which could be indications of gunshot pellets still under the skin.
It doesn't mean much, but I can't feel a pellet. You know, you can often feel a pellet. It's a hard lump, mobile under the skin. I can't.
There's nothing immediately obvious to John. Next, he checks Anthony's legs and hip flexion.
I'll get to the arms in a minute. Okay, let's look at this head for a moment. Sometimes, obviously, the pellets will come out. Well, the head's a big target, so...
Satisfied, it's time to take a look at Anthony's injured left arm, which has been causing him problems.
Huh. It's interesting. I think we do need x-rays. I want to look at the wrist, particularly. I'm not convinced there's any other shotgun pellet in there, Lee.
John is unable to make a full diagnosis until he sees an x-ray of Anthony's arm.
As things stand at the moment, the elbow has reasonably full range of movement, about 90%. That's good enough. The wrist, you can obviously see that the wrist, if you compare both wrists, this wrist is right, it's just like yours and mine. You know, it's all in line with the forearm. This one is not. In virtually any plane you look at it, perhaps that's the most obvious, It's not in line with the forearm. I think there's been an injury there. That would be interesting. We need the x-rays.
Anthony is microchipped and hair and blood samples are taken for analysis. Once the baby douc langur has come round from the anaesthetic, Lee can take him to fully recover.
Come on then, dude. Let's get you gone.
While his younger playmate Me has her health check. While John has been busy at the medical centre, Alison and Marina have been talking to officials at Dao Tien National Park and have received some exciting news. They've just been given the go-ahead to release female golden-cheeked gibbon Bin back into the forest.
We've got all of the tools to assess and to try this and see what she's gonna do. Catching up and bringing only one gibbon back to Dao Tien if we needed to is much easier than trying to capture and bring back an entire family group. So everybody's on board and agreed that we'll try releasing Bin. We'll keep a very close eye on her and see if she does what we're hoping, which is head off into the forest and find a wild mate to pair up with.
Bin was confiscated as an illegal pet and came to Dao Tien at a young age. She spent the majority of her time living in the trees of the semi-free area. Now about 10 years old, she's just going through her colour change, from black back to blonde, which may help her when released.
She's not the bright blonde female adult, so if she happens to bump into any neighboring groups, it's the females who often go to war, she won't look so threatening and intimidating because she still has a more adolescent-y coat. So Bin's ticking all of the boxes for us, so she doesn't realize it now. We've brought her back in from our forest enclosure, and she's now in one of our rehabilitation cages, phase 1 cages, because tonight we're gonna put the collar on Bin, and tomorrow morning she'll be heading out to our release site, and then in 2 days' time we're gonna let her go.
But to fit Bin's tracking collar and give her a final health check, John and Lee first need to anaesthetise her in the cage. John wants to make absolutely sure she's fit enough for release.
Hello.
The GPS collar is vital for the team to keep track of Bin during her first few months on her own in the wild.
We're hoping every Friday, our plan is to download the data from the collar, so we have the GPS data, so we know where the gibbons are moving. With this, we can establish how big their home range is, and importantly, the limits of their home range. Based on that, we can map and say, okay, where can we place the next group? Because we have 4 different social units to release. And we can make sure that they're a great enough distance, because gibbons, especially gibbon females, like to fight. There can't be 2 females too close. So by looking at the maps that this base station will download and provide, we can say, okay, we've got a 2-kilometre distance, and then we can find the right place for the second group. So they can hear the gibbons, but they're not too close that they want to go and have a fight.
Happy?
Lee manages to net Bin without causing her too much stress, enabling John to easily hand inject her. Then she's taken straight to the centre's animal hospital.
Right on the table head down here.
Funky colour.
Isn't she?
Straight away, John notices a problem with her teeth.
That's a dead incisor. I'm not sure I'm going to do anything about that.
Bit concerned about those two.
It's a complication he's going to need to look at more closely. But the most important issue is to get the GPS collar fitted correctly and securely.
They must be tight enough so the animal can't A, get the collar off, and B, get branches or twigs or things stuck down between their neck and the collar. They must be loose enough to be comfortable and allow them to feed and vocalise and move, etc. So, yeah, there's a balance to be struck. And, you know, people don't collar gibbons every day. I don't think you want to go much further, Lee. No, that's flush.
No, that's good.
And that's a nice, comfortable fit. I don't think it'll come off.
Happy with the fit, next, John takes some blood samples for the records. He's impressed with Bin's fitness.
She's muscly.
Yeah, no, she's fantastic. She's like a little tank. She's an absolutely beautiful fit gibbon. Her muscles are just really strong. You know, it's just always concern and nerves. Is she ready? Is it gonna be okay? Is our release site perfect? Time will tell. We'll see how we go, but this is the whole purpose of Dao Tien, is rehabilitation and release, getting them back out into the wild. Otherwise, we're just gonna keep stacking them up in cages, and quite personally, I won't be doing that.
Fiddly little tooth, but...
Finally, John addresses the gibbon's dental issues.
The tooth is broken. Now, we could leave it, and she may go through life without any problem at all. Or you might get infection tracking up and coming out here on the face. You might get a small sinus. It's not as serious as a broken canine, but given that she's out, we'll just remove that dead tooth. There. And out she comes. Got it. Right, I'm happy to wake her up.
Microchip, just quick.
Yep.
Lee checks Bin's microchip is working, and then they quickly weigh her.
6.75, something like that.
Bin is put into her travel crate to recover, where she will remain until the morning, when the team will transport her to the release site.
In the box, she's awake now, quite calm, but she'll still have a lot of the drug on board. Now it's just a case of leaving her calm and quiet. In about an hour, Lee will come back and offer her some water and a little bit of food. Leave her here for tonight, tomorrow morning's early start, get her out to the forest.
Tomorrow isn't just a big day for Bin, it's massively important for Alison, Marina, and the team at Dao Tien too. This is what they've spent years working towards, and, if successful, could pave the way for many more gibbon releases in the future. Next time on Monkey Life. John and Marina head out from Dao Tien to take injured baby douc Anthony for x-rays on the mainland.
It's good. Excellent. So now, just focus on this little piece.
And the team take Bin deep into the forest for the first gibbon release in 3 years. Today on Monkey Life, John, Marina and Fong head out from Dao Tien to take injured baby douc Anthony for x-rays on the mainland.
It's good. Excellent. So now, just focus on this little piece.
And the team head deep into the jungle for the first gibbon release in 3 years.
Really hard going, and especially with quite a heavy cage, so the boys are taking it in turns to carry.
But will the long-awaited return to the forest for golden-cheeked Bin prove a success? This is Dao Tien Rescue Center in Vietnam. It's the sister sanctuary of Monkey World in Dorset, and the staff here dedicate their lives to rescuing and rehabilitating endangered Vietnamese primates.
They have now set up their home range right in these batch of trees that we see here.
It's a 6,000-mile journey from the UK to the centre, which lies 160 miles northeast of Ho Chi Minh City. Since Dao Tien opened its doors 12 years ago, the team has managed to successfully rescue, rehabilitate and release back into the wild a large number of primates. And this morning, female golden-cheeked gibbon Bin is about to join that list. Monkey World director Dr. Alison is overseeing the release.
This is it. We're just about to move Bin, who's overnighted in her travel crate in the hospital. She looks good because we're taking her out to the release site today. So we need to sort of get on the road before it gets too hot and then have to travel through the national park to our release site at Doi Dak Da, which is fantastic.
Yesterday, wildlife vet John Lewis fitted Bin with a GPS collar, which will enable the team to track her movements after she's been released into the forests of Dao Tien National Park. But first, they have to get there.
Yeah, rock and roll.
It's a taxing 23-kilometre journey to the site by boat and truck, followed by an arduous 2-kilometre trek through the dense jungle in the rising heat. It's all a bit unsettling for Bin, who for the last 3 years has been living the quiet life in the semi-free area on Dao Tien. But Alison is pleased with how she seems to be coping.
Bin's doing really good, actually. I'm impressed. She's fit, she's healthy. She's also not fighting or even considering that collar around her neck, which is a good thing. All good so far.
Before the final part of the truck journey, Alison and her colleagues stop at a local ranger station to link up with wildlife guards, known as the Kim Lam. They will help carry the cage and guide the team through the forest to the release site, which was set up ahead of time while they were waiting for permission to go ahead. They'll also be responsible for protecting Bin from poachers once she's been released. The truck has gone as far as it can.
All ready to go.
The last 2 kilometres through thick forests to the release site have to be done on foot. It's no easy task carrying a heavy cage into the rainforest along a track, which has only recently been cleared in preparation for the big day. The ground underfoot is uneven, and the team need to stop constantly and swap over as the heat increases.
Switching. As we get further out into the forest, it's getting a bit thicker and more secondary forest, really hard going, and especially with quite a heavy cage, so the boys are taking it in turns to carry Bin, but it's beautiful forest.
The forest is perfect for a gibbon release. High trees, a dense canopy, and lots of fruiting trees.
Favorite food for gibbon, so you can eat it.
Okay. Yeah, so the wild fruits. Hai and I were just discussing the fruits and that there aren't as many figs in this area, but you see, this is what a gibbon eats, the slime around a big pit. And that's the sum and total of the food source, really, so. Tastes nice, too.
Following an arduous 2-hour slog, they arrive at the release site. Lee works to quickly install water and food bowls. Bin will have to spend 2 nights in the large cage getting used to the sights, sounds and smells of the forest before being let out. It'll be an anxious 48 hours for the team.
Nerve-wracking time. An animal stuck in a cage out in the forest is actually very vulnerable. So what Lee's doing right now is a safety hatch for the food bowl, because we've had individuals in release cages before and had reticulated pythons go inside the cage to try and get at the animals, because this, you know, the wild's a dangerous place.
With everything set, the carrying cage slide is opened, and after a moment's hesitation, Bin goes straight into the holding area. Although rather agitated, she does help herself to some fruit.
Nerves are high, emotions are high, but it's part and parcel. We have to roll with it. We have to keep those under control. So it's time for us to wrap up and leave her be.
For 48 hours, she'll be left to acclimatise to these new surroundings. while most of the team head back to Dao Tien. They're happy that, so far, this long-awaited gibbon release is coming to fruition. But work on the island never stops. It's 24/7 for the team, whether looking after the gibbons during the day or preparing night feeds for the loris. The demands on the staff never change, whatever the weather. The ultimate goal is to rehabilitate and release back into the wild every primate that arrives here. Although, unfortunately, some have suffered so much, they'll never make it back. If Bin's release is successful, a family group of golden-cheeked gibbons has been tagged as the next to be put back into the forests of Vietnam.
There's kids. Hey, kids. Wow, look at that.
Kizzy and Dong and their new infant.
They're a happy family because they've only just had a new baby about 3 or 4 weeks ago. So really nice to see them out in our semi-wild enclosure because these guys are now fit and ready for release. So it's a young family group who's grown up in the trees and is ticking all of those boxes that Marina and her team are looking for. So gibbons that have a head for heights are eating some of the wild plants and foliage, have a baby on board, so they should stay together as a group. And now the last key is finding that perfect patch of forest for them to go back to the wild. And I think we're ready to go. It's going to be stressful, but before we leave here, we're going to try and catch Mr. Dom and put that radio collar on him, and that will be a very stressful situation. But we need to know what the gibbons are doing once we release them, so it's a critical part of the work.
While Alison is checking the next candidates for release, Dr. Marina Kenyon, who runs Dao Tien, Vet John Lewis and Keeper Fong are heading across to the mainland with baby douc langer Anthony, a victim of poachers. Since arriving at Dao Tien as a tiny infant with gunshot wounds, he's been unable to fully use his left arm and hand. If he's ever going to be released back into the trees in the future, it's vital that he can. After examining the baby douc, John decided an X-ray was in order before he could make a full diagnosis. The only place this can be done is on the mainland. Fortunately, it's just a boat ride and a short journey by road to the nearest town, situated 30 minutes away.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to meet you.
Good morning. Good morning.
While John sets up his equipment, Fong keeps Anthony as calm and relaxed as possible.
I want to anaesthetise the douc to get the X-rays because if an animal's wriggling around, the X-rays aren't, they're not going to be diagnostic. So we need to anaesthetise him. To do that, the safest thing is to use gas. We have no gas here, so we brought it all from the Dao Tien. However, to carry it on a boat and a car, it has to be in pieces. So now we've got to reverse the process. So I think we're in business.
John wants to take a number of X-rays, not just of Anthony's wrist, but also to check for any gun pellets that may still be under the monkey's skin.
I want the overall review of body and then detail on arm.
Okay.
We'll put him on the table for.
Using anaesthetic gas gives John a fair amount of control of Anthony's sedation. But just in case he does wake up, John uses tape as a precaution.
Should we X-ray the body first and then the limbs?
With everything in position, they start with a full body X-ray.
So that's one.
And it's good news so far.
There's no shotgun pellets in him, which is good. And now we're focusing on getting X-rays of the affected wrist.
Satisfied, they move on to Anthony's problematic wrist. He has trouble opening his hand and fully extending his fingers. John suspects he may have sustained an injury to it when his mother was shot and he was stolen from the wild. Hopefully, the X-ray will shed some light on the problem.
No, it's good. Excellent. So now just focus on this little piece.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Even with two different views, there's nothing immediately obvious. John will need more time to study them.
We'll take the X-rays back to Dao Tien, and I can sit down quietly and look at them in far more detail and come up with, hopefully, a plan. If I can't work out what is wrong, I'll try and take advice from other people, for example, a veterinary orthopedic.
It's a frustrating outcome for Marina too.
I would have liked a simple answer, and it's not going to be simple, so I just hope we can find a reason for the problem.
With Anthony recovered and back in the safe hands of his keeper Fong, the team head back to Dao Tien. There, John can study the X-rays more closely and hopefully find an answer to Anthony's problem. Marina and John have arrived back at Dao Tien with baby douc langur Anthony, following a visit to the mainland to X-ray his injured arm. One individual who's very excited to see him home again is his playmate, Me. While the baby doucs get reacquainted after an afternoon apart, John takes the opportunity to study the X-rays in more detail.
I don't see on that anything bony, which tells me why he's holding this hand like this and why he's unable to use it. Okay. Which leaves another couple of possibilities. One is nerve damage, or even tendon damage, but I think this arm has less muscle and probably shorter tendons because it's been unused, as it were.
The tendons in Anthony's arm need exercise and movement to maintain elasticity. The fact that he hasn't been using it fully may have exacerbated the condition, causing the tendons to shorten. John's recommendation is a course of physiotherapy, which may improve the condition. With so many primates in the region in need of help, it's no wonder Dao Tien is always seeking to improve and expand the facilities within its 56-hectare area. The team are in the process of building a new semi-free enclosure for a pair of pygmy lorises. As with the gibbons, this is a Phase 2 area, where they will go to get accustomed to life in the trees before being released back into the wild. Dao Tien has had huge success with lorises, with more than 60 successfully returned to the forest in the last 5 years alone.
It's a big effort, but we're trying to address and respond to the wrongs that have been done by human beings previous in their life and deal with that. So, and if we can set up a protocol for getting these animals back out into the wild, then that's a good thing for future generations. And I guess that's where you sort of have to keep your head, is that even though we're spending an awful lot of time and effort in what's going to be a home for one pair of loris, it'll hopefully set the stage and the knowledge for not only our pygmy loris, but loris rehabilitation work in different countries throughout Southeast Asia.
With so many primates to look after at the centre, visits from the vet are crucial in maintaining the health of the various species. And there's no let-up for John on this trip. Today, he needs to anaesthetise Ha, a 36-year-old male gibbon with a dental issue.
You're good.
Unfortunately for John, Ha is defying his age. He's quick off the mark and constantly dodging John's anaesthetic flying darts. But Lee tries Plan B and eventually manages to inject him by hand.
Phew. Given that we've run out of usable darts, dart needles, and everything else, the canine tooth has clearly got to come out. It's broken, it's been broken a long time. And he has had abscesses on the face as a result of infection tracking up the tooth root. So we have him, we'll go and fix that tooth now.
The centre has its own animal hospital, so health checks and minor surgical procedures can be carried out on site. But it's hot and humid on the island all year round, and in the confines of the small surgery, the heat adds to an already challenging task.
I think that's the most significant one because this is the one that's causing abscesses on his face. It's going to be a toughie.
After 30 minutes of pushing and probing, the dead tooth is extracted.
And the whole tooth is out.
It's another tick against John's long to-do list, and for now, he can take a break. Tomorrow, he'll join the team travelling back to Dao Tien for the first gibbon release in 3 years. It's the start of a huge day for everyone involved at Dao Tien. After 48 hours in a holding cage at a release site in Dao Tien National Park, female golden-cheeked gibbon Bin is going to be released back into the wild. It's what the team have been working towards over the last few years, and if successful, could pave the way for many more gibbons to be released in the near future.
Today's the day. Miss Bin is going free, and we'll just have to see. It's a very nerve-wracking time because that first moment coming out of the cage, we need to keep it really calm, quiet, so she doesn't just sprint away. You really want her to sort of relax, hang around, go up in the trees and consider which direction she's gonna head. So we'll just have to wait and see how it goes. But she's been calm and relaxed for 2 days, and this is it, the beginning of our next round of releases. And Bin's leading the way for what are 6 or 7 others to come in the next few weeks or months. So it's a big deal today.
Joining them is Dr. Curtis Pay, who helped Alison and her late husband Jim set up Dao Tien 12 years ago and has been supportive ever since. They're travelling by road to the edge of Dao Tien. Then they'll make the 2-kilometre trek to the release site on foot. There's a lot riding on the next few hours.
So we're hoping from this site, once Bin has established her home range, we can then start to rosebud other groups in this area and slowly increasing the effective protection zone. So yeah, it's all eyes on Bin. If this goes really, really well, then we can slowly trickle more gibbon groups out and slowly expand the Gabrielli population back into its original zone where it would have been 100 years ago.
Marina and her team have spent years gathering data to help them learn and understand how gibbons survive and flourish in their native forest. The last 2 releases didn't go to plan. A lack of fruiting trees and the appearance of a wild male gibbon didn't help matters. Having spent the last 3 years taking stock, they're now confident that the release of 10-year-old Bin will be a success.
It's always an emotional one. I mean, we've been working on this project now. This is my 20th year out here. Marina's about the same. And we haven't put as many gibbons back out as we would have liked to. So this is the new generation, if you will, generation 2 of releases, where we've ticked more of those boxes that we learned from generation 1. So this is a new start of a new era of the releases for the gibbons, which we need to get on with because Dao Tien's overcrowded.
For the last 2 nights, a keeper from Dao Tien has camped out close to the release cage to keep an eye on Bin and to top up her food and water.
Mr. Bin says she's eating really, really well. He says she's not off her food.
With so many people around, Bin is aware something is up. Alison wants to release her before she gets too agitated and stressed. The team take a step back into the forest, leaving care worker Mr. Bin to unlock the slide. Bin wastes no time, leaping from the cage. And heading high into the tree canopy.
So far, so good. She's moving well through the trees, and she's also been looking around, and I just saw her go and pick through some trees and start eating some leaf. So far, so good. She looks fabulous in the trees, but at the same time, you know, she's looking at me right now. We should probably clear off and leave her to it to find her own feet and do her own thing and rely on Mr. Bin and the Dao Tien team to follow her and let us know in the coming days how she's going. A collar's essential to everything. I think we're gonna win this small battle and that I'll be back in a few months' time to be releasing more gibbons, and it's just the start of our next round for all of those others back on Dao Tien.
Next time on Monkey Life. Slow Loris Bruce is back under the knife, but the cause of his problem is still a mystery.
Doesn't feel like an abscess about to burst.
Plus, the team's attempt to get the woollies to work for their breakfast bears fruit. Today on Monkey Life, Slow Loris Bruce is back under the knife. But the cause of his problem is still a mystery.
Doesn't feel like an abscess about to burst.
Time apart for adolescent orangutans Sylvester and Jin, after too much rough and tumble.
They don't want to be best friends. Their game is starting getting rough.
Plus, the team's attempt to get the woollies to work for their breakfast bears fruit. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Hello, Pipsqueak. Hello, Mimi.
The park provides a home for more than 260 monkeys and apes from 24 different species. Wildlife vet John Lewis has been called in to take another look at Bruce, one of the park's 2 male Bengal slow loris. Over the last 12 months, he's had a large lump on the side of his face. And despite 2 thorough examinations, multiple tests and medication, the team are no nearer to finding out what it is. Following treatment, it appeared to shrink, but in the last few weeks, they've noticed it's grown again. So John's back for a 3rd look.
This time it's about 4 times the size. So we're having him anaesthetised again. Only this time they'll probably take a tissue biopsy if it's not obvious what it is straight away.
But first, they've got to catch him.
He's not moving anywhere.
Jeremy and John head into the Loris complex to lend a hand. Bruce gives Jeremy the runaround. They may be named Slow Loris, but when they want to, they can get a shift on. Bruce's vice-like grip on the mesh doesn't make it any easier. But eventually, Jeremy manages to unhook his hands. To minimise any additional stress, John injects him with anaesthetic, and he's taken straight into the operating room.
It's not completely out yet. I'm just hanging on to the head.
Once John is satisfied Bruce is fully under, he can get to work. Loris fur is so dense, John needs to shave some away to get a clear look at the true size and texture of the lump.
Is it soft?
Well, it's not hard like an abscess, although, you know, it doesn't feel like an abscess about to burst.
It's obvious the lump has grown in size.
It's bigger than it was last time I saw it, but really, we're guessing. So I need to take a core biopsy, a bit like using an apple corer. Take a little section, have a look at the histology, see what tissue it is. It could be salivary gland, it could be a lymph node, but we'll see.
The sample will be sent to a laboratory, where hopefully they'll be able to identify what it is and assess why it's appeared.
So we'll need a scalpel handle, tiny blade, bit of hip scrub.
Once they have the result, the team will be able to treat Bruce accordingly.
And can we have the operating light on?
John makes a small incision in the middle of the lump.
This is actually very tough skin, so you can't get through that with an eye kit, but there is.
Loris are a bit of an enigma, and their anatomy is very complicated. Very little is known about them. It makes treating Bruce even more challenging.
Very, very difficult to grab tissue.
Taking a core biopsy isn't easy.
It's very difficult to get hold of anything. And the real difficulty is grabbing. Right, I just don't want to lose that tissue. Yes. Well, we've got some tissue. Give that a good shake up, my chest, Stacey. Clearly, when you cut into it, you get blood, but also we get a more clear liquid, which suggests it might be a cyst of some sort. And I've got some tissue now to look at microscopically to see whether that tells us the tissue of origin of any cyst. It hasn't gone down that much, actually. It just looks a bit smaller. And we've taken a minuscule amount of tissue out of it. And you're going to ask me what it is. I don't know until we've seen the histology. I really don't.
Blood samples are also taken for DNA analysis. The small incision doesn't require stitches and will heal quickly. John has done all he can.
He's just going to come round at his own time now.
Hopefully the team will have some answers soon. It's a glorious day at the park, and over at Malagasy the lemurs are making the most of the warm sunshine. This happy and contented troop is made up of 11 individuals, led by the dominant female, Fennel. They love nothing better than a spot of sunbathing combined with one-on-one grooming sessions. Especially while waiting for breakfast to arrive. Today, primate carekeeper Freya is putting out a healthy, low-calorie meal, protein-packed butter beans. She's filled the feeders, which she hangs all around the leafy enclosure. Her task is made a little more challenging by Kaya, who can't wait to tuck in. Freya adds some lettuce as well, to add to the variety of this morning's feed.
The reason we kind of hang up the enrichment and things like that is we don't want them just to have their food on the floor. We want them to have to forage a bit more, climb up the trees, go in some of the tubes we've got here. We don't want it just to be handed to them. We want them to work a bit harder for it. Keep them enriched, keep them engaged.
The lemurs are up to the challenge. Friedrich shows amazing balance and agility on the swinging rope as he tackles one of the feeders. The suspended tubes make the lemurs work their core while hanging on and keep both their bodies and brains active. The feeder's conical shape is perfect for a lemur muzzle. They're able to get in and reach the food using their long tongues. But you need to keep hold of it too. The newest member of the group, Al, who arrived just over 2 years ago, is making the most of the lettuce on offer. His tail was broken during his days in the pet trade, but it doesn't stop him attacking the suspended feeder as well. One member of the group who's a little quiet today is elderly White Spot, now 23 years old. He's developed an abscess on his muzzle, and the team are pretty sure he has an issue with one of his teeth, probably a canine. He's on antibiotics, but is due for a visit by the vet in the next few days if it doesn't get better. And White Spot isn't the only one under extra scrutiny from the care team. Houdini is currently on cage rest and being kept company by Fennel. He's the oldest member of the group and has been struggling with the use of one of his arms recently. Until the team can get to the bottom of it, they're limiting the amount of exercise he has. But the rest of the group are all fit and healthy and enjoying today's enrichment. Although it's been thirsty work. Over at the Capuchin Lodge, the fabulous tree-filled enclosure is getting a bit of TLC. The team are hard at work putting up new pulley feeders, as well as refurbishing some of the hoses and ladders for the 14 individuals who make up the group.
It's so amazing for them. We've got quite a few wild-caught animals in this group, and they really use the trees. They go right to the top, and it's really nice to see. But we want to try and keep it wild for them, but at the same time, we need to be able to spread the food around for everybody and just make it nice. So the main thing that we're doing today is putting some pulley feeders up for them at various different levels to get them using the height a bit more, especially the lab-born ones like Erico and Sean that at the moment don't really have a reason to climb. Hopefully we'll get them a bit more active as well, getting them using some different muscles, which is really great. And naturally in the world, they feed up in the trees. It's not natural for them to get as much of their food source from on the ground. So that's our main aim today, and just to give it a bit of a revamp, really.
There's a large age range within the group. Some are still in their teens, while a few are in their 30s.
Those older animals are the wild-caught ones, so they're the ones that want to go up, but obviously their mobility is struggling a little bit as well and deteriorating, so we need to get them up high, but do that in a safe way, and so they can move up and down really nicely as well. And the younger guys that just don't really use the trees as much, we need to make it so that they also can get up and make it easy for them and just get them moving a little bit more than they do at the moment.
Primate carekeeper Toby is filling the feeders with pieces of fresh-cut melon, a particular favourite with this group of capuchins. First to be let out are Caesar and Phoebe. They were rescued together from the pet trade in 2008 and are still good friends. Because the pair are low rankers in the group, they're given a head start over the more dominant individuals. Caesar makes the most of it. The rest of the group are led out by dominant male Erico. He wastes no time shimmying up the thin rope to one of the new feeders, showing amazing strength and agility to reach in for the pieces of melon. As he devours his breakfast, Becky finds hers. She uses her tail as an anchor to quickly grab some juicy fruit before Erico muscles in. Some of the older individuals are also having success this morning. Binti is in her mid-30s, but defies her age heading for one of the higher feeders. It's very tricky to reach, but she takes her time, carefully lowering herself down onto the feeder. This old girl has plenty of grit and determination.
So definitely some of them do climb more than others. It's really high, so some of them, if they're not used to climbing, they just don't really have the head for heights and they don't have the confidence to be able to do that. So the two that we see at the tops of the trees the most is Scala and Ringo, which are two of the wild-caught animals. And you see them right at the tops of the trees in the really flimsy branches. Obviously they catch the sun. Also, because they're a bit older, they're sort of towards the bottom of the hierarchy, so for them it's an opportunity to get away from the other individuals. And also there's loads of bugs and insects and things up there as well, which they really enjoy more than the younger animals do.
The aim of revamping the enclosure was to keep this mixed-age capuchin group interested and mobile. And if this morning is anything to go by, it's going to work well. But while Erico wants to concentrate on the food, Becky's concentrating on him. She follows him round like a love-struck teenager, flirting and doing her best to grab his attention. Although her technique fails to impress Erico. Eventually, her persistence pays off, and Erico succumbs, allowing Becky to give him a one-on-one grooming session. It's a tough life being the top man. Summer has arrived at the park, and at the orangutan nursery enclosure, the youngsters are making the most of the warmer weather. They're outside scouting for breakfast, which has been hidden in some of the feeders to encourage the group to climb. Even the normally sedate O'Sheen is off the ground hunting for food. Bulu and Rika may be growing up, but they're still incredibly close. But these days, Bulu also likes interacting with the big boys, whereas Rika is quite content to amuse herself. Jin is having great fun showing off how strong and athletic he is. At 9 years old, he's outgrowing the nursery physically, if not mentally. But one member of the nursery is absent today. Jin's pal Sylvester is licking his wounds. A couple of weeks ago, one of their rough and tumble sessions went a bit too far, and the inevitable happened, leaving Sylvester with some nasty cuts and Jin with some scratches. Both boys are adolescents and are starting to develop the characteristics that will mark them out as adult males. At some stage, it was inevitable that they would come to blows.
Sylvester getting big and Jin getting big, they don't want to be best friends. They just want to find respect or comparing each other. And they are quite competitive each other as well. So Sylvester thinks that he is stronger than Jin, and Jin thinks he is stronger than Sylvester. So that is normal behavior for male orangutan.
In the wild, adult males don't tolerate other males in competition for their territory and spend most of their life alone. With Jin and Sylvester bulking up and their sharp adult canines developing, the team have taken the decision to keep them apart in case things turn nasty. They'll take it in turns to have access to the outside enclosure. Today, it's Jin who's enjoying the sunshine, while Sylvester stays indoors. To keep him busy and occupied, Jarno has planned a training session with him in the outside tunnels, away from the others.
Hey, handsome man. Look at your teeth, it's so big now.
These sessions are incredibly beneficial, enabling staff to teach and reinforce behaviours.
Goodbye.
Which may be needed for real in the future. It also helps Jarno take a good look at those dangerous new teeth.
Open. Look at that. Canine for orangutan is kind of weapon, really. They just use it to shredding thing, and including use it for fighting. That's what he did. Same thing as well with Jin as well. Them two, they got their canine now. So their game is starting getting rough.
Jin and Sylvester now need to be found new homes so they can head up groups of their own. But it isn't easy because they can't live with other adult males. Until then, it's the job of the care team to make sure they enjoy life.
They do need lots of attention and stimulation, I think. Is us keeper is basically their best enrichment ever. So spending time with them and even if talking to them, they're really, really happy as well. And giving them something just rewarding for them and yeah, make their days go better.
The park's maintenance team are having a late summer tidy up. And it's Lavar's troop of woolly monkeys who'll benefit today. An apple tree at Hananya's chimp house has been trimmed back. The cut boughs, laden with juicy fruit, are being suspended high up in the trees of Lavar's forest enclosure. The aim today is to encourage the woollies to use their muscles and coordination to climb up and forage for the fruit, mimicking the behaviour of their wild counterparts.
They are suspension feeders. They spend most of their time really high up in the canopy, so having the apple still attached to the branch is just completely mimicking wild foraging behaviour. So normally we would actually chop up their food quite small, distribute it around, but this is just a nice treat for them. They wouldn't normally have this amount of food in one feed. We do have to control how much fruit intake they have, so this is just like a sort of one-off treat. Is really, really nice for them, just to encourage them to just behave like wild woolly monkeys.
Lavar's son Manny is first out and immediately spots the apple browse. But he's conspicuously quiet. Either he's not excited or he's trying to keep the surprise all to himself. But the rest of the group soon realise what's on offer. And there's lots of happy trilling as they start to tuck in. First-time mum Eva makes it look all too easy, balancing on the high rope while devouring the fruit. The apple of her eye, son Lemmy, also joins in the fun. He manages to grab one, but takes one bite before deciding it's not ripe enough for him, and heads up high in search of richer pickings. The apple never falls far from the tree, which is just as well for Cosmo, who takes the easy option, finding fruit on the ground. He's back to his usual self, following treatment for seizures and loving the group enrichment. The team have put up plenty of browse, so there's lots to go round.
This forest enclosure is just perfect for our woolly monkeys. They are arboreal. We do always try to encourage them to sort of come up and feed higher up. Woolly monkeys have got their prehensile tails, and in the wild they actually use that quite a lot to aid them when they're feeding. So they'll wrap their tails around branching, unlike the ropes we have here, and then they suspend their body down to be able to access lots of food. So we're always trying to find new ideas of how we can encourage the woolly monkeys to use those tails and just to act like sort of what they would in the wild.
In the forests of South America, woolly monkeys can live in groups of up to 60. They often travel 1 kilometre a day searching for food. This isn't necessary in captivity, but the care team do their best to encourage natural behaviour from all the troop. It's been a very productive and fruitful session. And as they say, an apple a day keeps the vet away. Next time on Monkey Life, a trip to the hospital for injured lemur Houdini.
There's quite an obvious fracture through the radius there.
And cookie cottons on quick when breakfast arrives all tied up. Today on Monkey Life, a trip to the hospital for injured lemur Houdini.
There's quite an obvious fracture through the radius there.
Alison attempts to persuade the new baby loris to try solids.
Yeah, you'll have to get hold of it. It's very wriggly. It's not my most popular part of feeding time.
And Cookie cottons on quick when breakfast arrives, all tied up. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
This is going to take some doing to catch them up, actually.
The park provides a home for more than 260 monkeys and apes from 24 different species. At Monkey World's Animal Hospital, local vet Dave Harding is preparing to take a look at two of the park's oldest lemurs. Houdini and White Spot are both 23 years old and were born just 4 days apart. For the last few days, Houdini has been unable to use his left arm. He may have injured it avoiding confrontation with younger members of the troop. White Spot's issue may be the result of a dental problem. He has an abscess on the side of his muzzle, which hasn't gone down, despite a week-long course of antibiotics. Dave is going to examine both lemurs.
Houdini, yeah, that's fine.
Starting with Houdini. Jeremy brings Houdini into the examination room to be put under with anaesthetic gas.
He's moving it.
Under stress, i.e. catching him, he was...
Yesterday, yeah, he was chasing him.
Okay.
Dave examines Houdini's left arm, comparing it with his right, which the lemur is able to use fully.
Right, should we just get a quick x-ray then?
Anything obvious?
Not crazily, no.
A physical examination won't be enough to solve the problem, but an x-ray could shed some light on what's happening. It's not good news.
There's quite an obvious fracture through the radius there, but the great thing is that the ulnar bone, which is down here, is still completely intact, so that's going to provide a natural splint. Because as long as that other bone stays there, that will almost certainly heal fine, so that's a good fracture.
It's a clean break, which Dave feels could heal in 4 weeks, providing Houdini doesn't overexert himself. It's important the limb heals fully, as lemurs are very active and spend a lot of time leaping around high in the trees. Houdini will need cage rest and restricted exercise before he's allowed back into the tree-filled enclosure at Malagasy. The next lemur on Dave's list is White Spot.
So for White Spot's dental issue, we're not sure exactly what's going on, but given the size of the lump, we think we might have some sort of abscess that potentially might need draining. Lemur teeth are quite well rooted, so they can be quite challenging to sort of bring out. We suspect it could be one of his big canines, but we won't really know until we have him down and have a look at what's going on in there.
White Spot has already been brought across to the hospital, where the vet team get to work to sedate him.
Yeah, that feels okay. That's okay. That's okay. I wouldn't cuff it, actually, but it's a bit more snug.
Dave can now check White Spot's teeth and the abscess on his muzzle.
That can only be that canine. It is fractured, the tip of that canine.
He's pretty certain the two are related.
From the location of the swelling, it almost seems inevitable that it's the canine tooth that's got an abscess, and there is just a tiny chip off the tip of the tooth, so we assume it is that tooth. But it wouldn't be the first time we've assumed that there's a tooth abnormal and the swelling's persisted, so it would be nice to see some proof on an x-ray. If we can get an x-ray, it's not terribly easy to get an x-ray of that location, but we'll have a go. But I think we'll probably have to take that tooth out.
A clear x-ray will give Dave an indication of whether the tooth is the cause of the problem and if there's any infection around it.
can see around the base of this tooth, there's sort of more whitening here, all right? And then around the base, you can see this black area here, all right? So that's the tooth root abscess.
The offending tooth needs to come out. Dave has brought his dental machine with him and starts by peeling back part of the gum and drilling away some of the infected bone holding the large canine tooth. Once it's exposed, he starts to loosen it.
Oh, there it goes.
It doesn't take long to come out.
Once it got through the top bit, it just gave suddenly. It looks good. I mean, it's pretty conclusive, the fact that it came out like that as soon as it got through that last bit of bone there, so that's cool. All right.
The base of the tooth was so rotten and infected, it fell out with very little effort. To check if the tooth and infection are related, Dave flushes out the abscess.
Yeah, there you go. It's coming out the oral socket.
Satisfied all is well, he stitches up the hole in the gum.
Usually with these things, once you've got rid of the problematic tooth, these things will settle down quite quickly. So hopefully that'll be the end of it.
White Spot will need pain relief and a course of antibiotics for the next week. But it's been a successful day for all concerned.
Get your head there, buddy.
It's a lovely warm summer's day. And at Hananya's enclosure, the primate care team are preparing a morning enrichment for the troop. They've placed peanuts and other protein-packed goodies inside pieces of cloth that have been plaited together. They're distributing them all around the enclosure. The chimps will have to use physical or mental agility to get to the treats inside. Dominant male Hananya leads the excited group out. He's alert and aware something is different in the enclosure, but he isn't exactly sure what. However, low-ranking Cookie's cottoned on quickly, grabbing as many plats as she can while on the move. She knows a more dominant chimp could come along and steal her stash at any moment. In the wild, chimpanzees exploit a wide variety of food items in order to survive. And it's not easy for such large apes, living in large extended families, to find enough food. Chimps investigate and process every possible food item on offer. And this instinct also drives Hananya's group, even though they're struggling to get the knots undone. Sometimes it's a balancing act to find the right approach. Even the boss Hananya hasn't got it sussed, though he may be saving his hidden breakfast for later. Patricia still hasn't worked out pulling the knotted plait with her teeth is only making it tighter. But Zeynep and Cookie have solved the puzzle and are tucking into the peanut treats inside. Thelma has noticed that the two adult females, both originally from the pet trade in Turkey, have worked out the best technique. She heads up with her horde looking for a few useful tips. Or maybe just to steal one of Cookie's already opened parcels. Cookie doesn't seem to mind at all. That is until mischievous Thelma tries to escape with some of Cookie's cloth collection. But the youngster's growing up and can't get away with as much as she used to. Cookie's not allowing that until she's sure there's no more food inside. It's been 9 weeks since Nikki the loris gave birth to twins. Sadly, only one survived. Alison and the team have been hand-rearing it ever since.
Look at you, little one.
The tiny infant has made remarkable progress. It's starting to eat solids and is even learning to climb in its own specially decked-out cage.
I try and keep her in here as much as possible. So at the moment, I mean,
she still sleeps an awful lot of the time, but I try and leave her in here whenever she's sleeping so that when she wakes up, the first thing she sees is a branch in front of her face. And every now and again, I'll sort of pick her up, which we can try in a minute, and actually plunk her on a branch. Her grip is very good and secure, but her hand-eye coordination and balance isn't so good yet. So that's something that we're working on. Okay, so where's the nearest? There you go. Hold on.
Alison nicknamed the youngster Bob at birth, but it appears it may be a little girl.
That nice? Oh, look at that little belly. Look at that.
She's provisionally renamed the baby Bobby until they're certain. And the youngster has developed quite an appetite.
86, 85, 86 grams. So born at 34, 3 months on 86. That's quite a nice weight gain. It's easy to forget. It sounds ridiculous sitting here holding her in my hand, but you sort of forget just how tiny she is. Doesn't that sound crazy? I know. But she's come on so many leaps and bounds since birth that, you know, to me, she's looking sort of all grown up and together. But yeah, and sort of have to keep in mind that she's still just an infant.
Bobby has milk feeds every day, as she would if she was still with her mum. But Alison has also started to introduce her to some fruits and insects.
When we first tried insects, they were not very popular at all, the flavor. But now, very keen. And you can see how important and interested it is. It's almost instinct that they're interested in the wriggling of the insects. She happily gets straight in there. She knows that she wants it, but she hasn't quite gotten it down pat yet to actually bite them and eat them herself. Yeah, you'll have to get hold of it. It's very wriggly. Bite it hard. At this point, it's not my most popular part of feeding time, but sort of little pinch the head off the waxworm and it comes out like a tube of toothpaste. And there are little cartilage bits inside of there that she's very keen on eating, and I do let her eat the skin if she takes it down. So this is all good practice. Most often, she actually ends up spitting out the shell or the skin, but sometimes she actually eats it. We're trying to progress her along so that she can go join the other loris just as soon as possible. So eating solid food and being able to climb in a meaningful and safe way are the two things that I'm trying to achieve as soon as possible. I think we're a ways off of it yet.
It's been almost 5 months since female chimpanzee Naree arrived at the park from a rescue centre in Thailand. From day one, she surprised everyone with her ability to fit in and establish relationships with other chimps, despite having lived alone in a cage for more than 13 years. She's now made friends with all Bryan's group, although female Ash does like to throw her weight around. Considering her background, it's remarkable former circus chimp Naree has settled in so well. Animal director Jeremy is impressed.
She's just a really, really nice person, and she's also she's the brightest person in the world, and she doesn't want any grief, but she can look after herself, thank you very much, even though she hasn't got any teeth. But yeah, you know, she doesn't take any rubbish from anybody. In fact, Naree's probably the most well-balanced individual in that entire group. Naree seems to be a survivor and she doesn't need counselling. She's all, yeah, I'm all right. You know, I'll make do with what I've got, thank you.
Today is the culmination of the last few months. The introductions and bonding with the care team have led to this moment. The whole group are going outside together. The slide is opened and Bryan heads out, with Rodders following close behind. Over the last few weeks, the team have stepped up Naree's meetings with Ash, with positive results. Ash has mellowed, leading to the team's decision to go ahead with today's plan. But for once, Naree doesn't seem too sure. It's left to cheeky Rodders to come back and give her some encouragement. The pair have bonded extremely well in recent weeks. In fact, Rodders is like a love-struck teenager, constantly following Naree around like her shadow. They often enjoy fun play sessions together, although Rodders is prone to going a bit too far. Naree, however, shows great patience. Since the tragic loss of nursery foster mum Sally last year, 16-year-old Bryan has taken charge of the group, but his life has been far from straightforward. Originally smuggled from the wild in Africa, when still a baby, the young chimp ended up as a photographer's prop on the beaches of Mexico. All but 4 of his teeth were knocked out to stop him biting tourists. Bryan's early years were traumatic and life-changing. The Mexican authorities eventually confiscated him, and in 2006, Alison and her late husband Jim flew out to bring the youngster back to Monkey World.
Bryan actually found his mom. He's crazy about Alison.
We get on well.
Bryan has now developed into an impressive adult male, but the nightmare of his tragic start in life continues to haunt him, and he's prone to difficult, abnormal episodes.
Well, Bryan's always had mental health issues, just put it like that. He's a broken lad. He's a very broken lad, and he's, at the moment he's not having a good time. He really isn't, and he's having some sort of fits quite regularly, and we're working on it. And but you're not going to cure it. I mean, obviously, with humans, we've got therapy. Well, most of the therapy with the chimpanzees, you can't sort of sit him in a dark room and talk deep, meaningful to him and all that sort of stuff. But, we can do, so much, and obviously we are doing that.
Perhaps the calming influence of Naree in the group may help in the future. Life at the park is constantly evolving for the animals and their carers. Staff are kept on their toes with emergency rescues, other potential new arrivals, and sometimes the sudden loss of well-loved individuals. Big decisions often need to be made. The tragic deaths of Saki monkey Tutu and squirrel monkey Charlie a few weeks ago signaled changes for the small monkey team. They decided to merge the park's 2 surviving Saki monkeys, Desmond and Chloe, with the 7 remaining squirrel monkeys, to live as one big group.
They are both species from South America. Lots of different sized primates live together in the wild, in the rainforest, so there's no reason why we shouldn't try mixed exhibits here at the park with animals that come from the same region. So there shouldn't be an issue, but you never know. It's all based on the individuals. Some might be a bit naughtier than others, some might be a bit more nervous, so we just need to try it and see, really.
Chloe has lived with squirrel monkeys before, but it's a new experience for Desmond. With the park's original 4 black-capped squirrel monkeys and the 3 common squirrel monkeys rescued from Bridgewater 2 years ago, there are now 9 primates living together. And so far, all seems well.
With all the groups here at the park, you never know if something's going to happen. You never know if someone's behaviour is going to change. Even just something from them going through adolescence or in puberty, their behaviour will change. So we have to constantly monitor all the groups here at the park, and we have to constantly be aware of what's going on and keep a really close eye on them, because there may be a point where it's not working for them, either for the squirrels or the Sakis or both, and at that point we will reassess. Just because we've got them together now, it doesn't mean that we have to keep them together forever. There is always a chance for us to move them somewhere else in the park and make it, if they're not happy, we'll make them happier.
Today, to keep the whole group occupied, some of their breakfast is being served frozen in pine cones, which are being scattered around the enclosure. A slightly perplexed and wary Azzy leads the group out, tentatively reaching for one of the pine cones and testing out some of the ice-cold fruit. Initially, she's not impressed. The pine cones are filled with frozen banana, perfect for the sarkies, as fruit makes up 60% of their diet in the wild, whereas the squirrel monkeys eat more insects. Of the two sarky monkeys, Chloe is definitely more laid back. But then she is a lot older than Desmond. Since being put together, the pair haven't looked back. Desmond is the perfect gent, and Chloe is very appreciative.
Desmond is beautiful. He's probably a perfect Sarky monkey male. In all respects, he's beautiful, he's very fit, he's very healthy, but he's also so lovely with Chloe, who's female. And when we had them together with Tutu, although he wanted to spend time with Chloe, he'd always go back to his son and check him as well. So he's like a perfect Sarky monkey boyfriend.
Both species of squirrel monkey in the group are small, but they more than make up for it in character. The two youngest, Nueve and Lopez, are the cheekiest and most active, to the annoyance of some of the more mature group members. But so far, this mixed species group seems to have settled in well together, with the youngsters having fun and the oldies tolerating their hijinks.
We constantly want to provide environmental enrichment for animals, but actually interactions with other animals is probably the most enriching thing you can get. And if that other animal is a different species, it's even more exciting and more different, but it's actually really, really nice for the animals if it works well.
Next time on Monkey Life, two of the park's more unusual residents get a health check from wildlife vet John Lewis.
They were taken from, obviously, the pet tree. Very thin. They've lost a lot of hair.
And little orangutan Mimi experiments with nest building. Today on Monkey Life, two of the park's more unusual residents get a health check from wildlife vet John Lewis.
They were taken from, obviously, the pet tree. Very thin. They've lost a lot of hair.
Red-bellied guenon baby Biff goes all out to dine out, with backup from Mum Nia when needed.
Nia is doing absolutely fantastic. She's extremely attentive to the baby, very protective, and seems to do everything right.
And little orangutan Mimi experiments with nest building. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I know, this is a big leap of faith, I know.
The park provides a home for more than 260 monkeys and apes from 24 different species. At the park's hospital, the team are about to examine two of Monkey World's more unfamiliar and possibly unique primates, Brass and Evie. The pair have been giving the primate care team real cause for concern. Both males have drastically lost weight recently and also suffered hair loss and a general decline in condition. The team were so concerned, they've called in wildlife vet John Lewis to take a look.
So what have we got them on at the moment?
The pair came to the park 3 years ago from a pub in Altrincham, Cheshire, when the landlord was unable to care for them and had to move on. They were living with 2 female common marmosets. All 4 came to the park. They're so unusual, no one has been able to identify exactly what species they are. But the team think they could be hybrid marmosets, a combination of silvery and common marmosets. When they first arrived at the park, Brass and Evie were in poor health. But with the staff's expertise and a bit of TLC, they've been doing really well. Until now.
We don't know their age, I presume.
John is checking Brass over first. Both are showing similar symptoms, and later he'll be able to compare the 2 small primates. Blood sample results should help with any diagnosis too.
These are a couple of rather odd calitrichids. They're probably hybrid animals of different species that were taken from, obviously, the pet trade. Very thin. They've lost a lot of hair, but I'm not convinced that they're totally happy in the enclosure they're in because they're overlooked by squirrel monkeys and so on. So their keepers are going to move these 2 into somewhere which is a bit more less threatening to them, perhaps, and see if that makes a difference. By which time I would have had the blood results and can see if they've actually got evidence of any kind of internal serious disease.
John finishes his examination of Brass. And Jeremy has Evie ready to be anaesthetised with gas. John soon discovers both marmosets are suffering from the same sort of bowel complaint.
Evie's clearly in better condition, more muscle, but he also has the same obvious thickened loops of bowel that you can see as well as feel in the abdomen.
He can't be positive until he has the results of the blood test, but John is pretty sure that the pair are showing signs of a syndrome known as marmoset wasting.
If they don't show weight gain relatively quickly after moving, I think we'll try and assume that we have a degree of inflammation of the bowel, probably chronic inflammation, and try and design treatment to address that.
Both marmosets will be returned to their bedrooms to recover. Over the next few weeks, the care team will carefully monitor them, and if there's no immediate sign of improvement, they may need further examination and medication. The park's marmoset complex is full to bursting. The majority are, like Brass and Evie, refugees from the primate pet trade, which is still legal in the United Kingdom. Often, they've lived alone, without company of their own kind, which is vital for their well-being. So the park try and pair them up as soon as they arrive. Frank and Douglas have been together for 2 years. Today, primate carekeeper Louise is giving them an enrichment of corn on the cob. Some still on the stalks, and other kernels suspended in their enclosure. To make life a little easier, Louise has opened up some of the leaves.
We always try to keep them curious and busy, otherwise they get bored in set-up enclosures, so we try to provide them with different things every day. This is quite nice for them. They have really strong claws and they are really good at hanging on things and climbing. So the fact that it's hanging down, it's nice, so it kind of will give them some exercise as well. And it's also a food item which they actually like, so that'll keep them busy and happy for a while.
The pair are let into the outside enclosure. They're different species of marmoset. Frank is a Jeffroy's with a big white face and large tufted black ears. He's quite easy to tell apart from Douglas, who is a common marmoset. He has white tufts and is smaller in size. They seem to get on very well together. Their enclosure is full of natural foliage, providing them with an excellent network to climb and plenty of foraging opportunities. Today's enrichment of corn, however, seems to be passing them by. Perhaps because it's bigger than they are. Douglas does give one of the cobs a cursory glance, but he seems more interested in the small cameras put up to record them eating. It's not quite what staff had in mind, but still great to see them checking out new and unusual objects in the enclosure. Marmosets love to tree gouge to get at the sap inside. Frank gives it a go on one of the corn stalks. Not the reward he'd hoped for, perhaps, but to lie down in the warm sunshine more than makes up for it. With summer in full swing, the park has harvested corn for all the primates. And while the marmosets weren't over-enthused with the seasonal crop, some of the larger primates love it. It makes a healthy and tasty treat. Today, it's the orangutan nursery group who are the other beneficiaries. Primate care member James is putting the stalks all over their enclosure.
Orangutans in the wild, they're 99% arboreal animals. They'll spend most of their time up high in the forest canopy. In captivity, they do have a tendency to be a little bit lazy on the floor sometimes. We try and get everything up as high as possible for them most of the time to make them do that little bit more exercise. And it's just really great for their mental health and their physical side of things.
Sylvester is first out of the blocks and heads straight for the corn. It's been a year since he last tasted it, and he wastes no time tucking in. But for Mimi, the youngster of the group, it's her first experience of the large stalks. She's not sure what to make of them, and decides to watch and learn from Sylvester. Bulu Mata enjoys breaking open and eating the sweet and tasty stalk while upside down. But matriarch O'Sheen, who loves her food, refuses to make the effort to reach the corn, instead foraging on the ground for anything else she can find. Enrica is also happy with the less strenuous alternative. After learning from Sylvester, Mimi has taken it all in. Or has she? Rather than eating the corn, she makes a nest with the stalks, something orangutans in the wild do every day. By manipulating leaves and branches, they make a fresh bed every night to sleep in. Although Mimi's nest-building skills need working on. It's been a few weeks since the team had to split the two adolescent males, Jin and Sylvester, following a play fight that went too far. They now take it in turns to come out with the rest of the group. Today, it's Sylvester's turn to enjoy their company and have some fun at the same time. He may be developing into a young adult, but he still revels in a good play session. The park has 20 gibbons from 5 different species, and today, primate carekeeper Kat is going to give one pair a seasonal treat. Golden-cheeked gibbons Kim and Tien are getting fresh-cut cherry browse, full of ripe fruit. It's being suspended high up in the tree canopy of their outdoor enclosure.
It's really exciting because the actual cherries are on it, they're ripe and ready to eat. They also will eat the leaves as well, so it's a really nice browse. So I'm just going to put it up on the pulley feeder so that they're actually going up nice and high into the trees and sort of eating in a really sort of natural way.
The 2 gibbons live in a wonderful tree-filled enclosure. But most of the bigger trees are pines, which lack edible material. So the browse keeps life varied and interesting for the pair. Kim and Tien are a very close couple, but it's 11-year-old female Kim who's in charge. She's definitely the more dominant of the two, and she loves her food. She's soon picking the cherries from the suspended feeding station. 13-year-old Tien takes a flying leap at the easy option, happily tackling the large cuttings left lower down by the team just for him. Kim demonstrates how perfectly adapted gibbons are to life in the trees. They are exclusively arboreal, and in the wild don't go down to the ground. Their long arms allow them to swing from branch to branch, a form of movement known as brachiation, and the gibbons are experts. Their hook-like hands and strong grasp keep them safe living in the tops of the trees. In the wild, they're known as perfect seed propagators, distributing seeds away from parent trees as waste matter, or by spitting them out. They travel many kilometers in search of food, helping to regenerate the forest as they go. Kim and Tien were both born at the park, and it was hoped that one day they could be rehabilitated and released into the forests of southern Vietnam. Life in the trees at Monkey World would be a good preparation for such a release. Unfortunately, releasing gibbons back into the wild has proved difficult, and the team at Monkey World's sister sanctuary, Dao Tien, have faced many obstacles along the way.
With anything, there's always risk, and there's never been a successful gibbon release in Vietnam. We've done the doucs, we've done the loris, and gibbons is something we're still working on.
Dr. Marina Kenyon oversees the day-to-day running of Dao Tien. It's been her goal from the very beginning to successfully release rehabilitated gibbons back into the wild. After a number of false starts, 2 months ago the team at Dao Tien released one of their rescued gibbons, a female called Bin, into a new part of the forest, not currently populated by other gibbons. And so far, she's doing well.
As a single female in the forest, it is quite scary and tough. Normally your family would help guide you, so she's kind of doing the hardcore teenager leaving home. But over the weeks, she's getting much better. She's expanding her home range. So every week we download the data from the collar. She's around 8 hectares now. So for the first week, she stayed at around 1.5 and literally just kind of stayed within 5 trees. But she's slowly moving further and further. We need her to get to around 20 hectares, 15 hectares before we know that she's comfortably got enough food to survive there. So at the moment we are still supplementing her. But she doesn't follow us now, she ignores us, she's busy doing her own thing. So she's feeling more comfortable.
If everything remains positive, there are plans to release the next set of gibbons soon. A family of 5, with an older teenage boy who could be a perfect mate for Bin. Marina is hoping the pair will establish a lasting bond, just like Kim and Tien back in Dorset. It's important all of the primates at the park are given the opportunity to live a life as close as possible to that which they might experience in their natural habitat. But there's one enclosure where this is a real challenge for the care team. It houses a mixed species group of 5 and includes a recently born youngster. Red-bellied guenons Benny and Nia and their 14-week baby daughter Biff live with the odd couple. That's ancient ring-tailed lemur George and the park's only patas monkey, 25-year-old Meetsa. Today, they're going to get a tasty assorted enrichment, which should appeal to all 3 species. Primate care member Sharon is putting out whole plums and kiwi fruit, along with something a bit different. Banana plant stems with treats hidden inside, which should keep them all busy and active. Meetsa and George are let out first, followed swiftly by Nia with baby Biff clinging on. Dad Benny is close behind and has already spotted the unusual banana plant, stripping away the layers and tucking into the succulent flesh inside. Baby Biff has come on leaps and bounds in the last few weeks. She already spends a great deal of time off mum, happily exploring the trees and leaping about. But she's yet to master the technique of tackling the fruit on offer. Nia is doing a good job of rearing her daughter. She's relaxed enough to let her go off exploring, but still incredibly protective, especially with Mitza around. However, she sometimes torments the Patas monkey just for fun.
Nia is doing absolutely fantastic, and I think even from very early on we were kind of quietly hopeful that things were going to work out, because she was extremely attentive to the baby, very protective, and seemed to do everything right. You know, I think they're starting to see this as home now. They've really relaxed around the primate care staff. They're hand feeding from us now. They're coming and going reliably. We're starting to learn kind of what items of food they like, what enrichment we can give them, and how they like to move around. So it's been a big journey for them, but they've really come on.
Nia tends to keep Benny at arm's length for the moment, but he's not too worried. He loves the trees and the leaves and makes the most of the fresh fruit that has been put out. Mitza doesn't take too much notice of the energetic guenons. When she's not being wound up by Nia, who can't resist tugging at her tail, she's quite a laid-back character and has been at the park for 8 years. As for elderly George, nothing phases him much, until Nia gives him a gentle tap. But this interesting mixed group appears to work well. And for Biff, it's home, a place where she can flourish. A good summer at the park means fun, sun, and lots of outdoor play for the primate residents. And while they enjoy the warm weather, the care team work to ensure the animals they tend are comfortable in the heat of the day. Keeping the monkeys and apes cool and hydrated is vital, and the staff relish coming up with new and novel ideas. Today, it's Sunny's group of capuchins who will benefit. They're already outside in their enclosure enjoying the sunshine. But to cool the troop down and give them a delicious and special treat, primate care member Katie is throwing in whole frozen pomegranates. She spreads them around to make sure all 20 in the group get the opportunity to enjoy them. The capuchins don't need a second invitation. Where there are tasty treats around, they are quick off the mark. Pomegranates have a tough exterior skin, especially after being frozen, but they're no match for the capuchin's sharp canine teeth. Jenny has already ripped one open and is busy devouring the seeds inside. Sunny's second in command, Bruce, uses a different method to break the fruit apart. This is exactly the sort of technique capuchins in the wild use to crack open fruit and nuts. They're incredibly strong and have even been known to carry objects heavier than themselves. The smash and grab approach certainly works for Bruce. Even female Terry, who's 34, manages to collect a frozen treat. She's the only pet trade capuchin in the group and arrived with appalling mobility issues. So it's good to see she hasn't missed out. Tia and Tallulah agree to share. The pomegranate seeds are ideal for encouraging the capuchins to use their nimble fingers. The fruit is encased within a fibrous pith and held together in a tough outer shell, so the monkeys have to show great dexterity to pick out the seeds. Letitia is an expert. Leader Sunny cracks open his fruit with ease, but being top man isn't without its problems. When one of your females, such as Tia, is pilfering your prize, and another, like Tallulah, is flirting outrageously, it's hard to get anything done. And unfortunately for Sunny, there's no let-up, as the girls compete for his attention. Capuchin flirting comes in various guises. Raising the eyebrows and rubbing the chest is the most direct form. Veronica takes it one step further by tagging Sonny from beneath the platform. He just can't get any peace. But, as the saying goes, it's tough at the top. Next time on Monkey Life, Alison's in Yorkshire, linking up with the RSPCA and the police to rescue a capuchin living in poor conditions.
This needs to be done, but it's never easy when people are getting upset. I'll have to see how this plays out.
And Ruby's babies brave the outdoor enclosure. Today on Monkey Life, Alison's in Yorkshire linking up with the RSPCA and the police to rescue a capuchin living in poor conditions.
This needs to be done, but it's never easy when people are getting upset. I'll have to see how this plays out.
Orphaned Orangutan Hujan tells foster mum RoRo it's time to come in for his milk feed.
Good boy, Huge. It's done. Boom. Good boy.
And Ruby's babies brave the outdoor enclosure. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. A team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Hey, Mrs. Benny and Nia. Oh, there's a little boy.
The park provides a home for more than 260 monkeys and apes from 24 different species. It's early morning in the north of England. Alison has travelled through the night to West Yorkshire on a rescue mission. She was contacted by the RSPCA following information from a concerned member of the public about a monkey living in inappropriate conditions.
I've been told about a single capuchin monkey that lives in a cage attached to the side of a house in a very exposed, cold place. As far as the RSPCA are concerned, it doesn't appear that the capuchin monkey, which I've identified, has any heat and is living outside all on its own. And in a few minutes, I'll be meeting up with the police and RSPCA, and we'll go and certainly inspect the capuchin and its environment with the consideration of whether or not we confiscate.
It's a scenario that, unfortunately, is becoming all too common in the UK.
There's still a legal trade in keeping primates as pets in Britain, and it's a real problem because most people don't know what they're doing. And the monkeys suffer, and the breeders and dealers keep selling these animals, telling people they can just keep them in garden sheds or in bird cages and that they'll be fine. But that's the furthest from the truth.
The RSPCA officer, Kim, arrives at the meeting point near the house. Alison has worked with her before.
Hi, how are you going? Yeah, it's been a while.
Kim has been to the house and tried to make contact with the owner, to no avail.
This construction is attached to the side of the house.
Okay.
And it's been there a while because the algae that's on there.
The RSPCA are so concerned about the monkeys' welfare, they've asked the police to assist. Alison and Kim are hoping they'll bring a warrant to enter the premises and inspect the monkey.
Nice to meet you.
Pleased to meet you.
You too. Nice to meet you, Gemma.
The officers arrive with good news.
We have the warrant, that's all done, and now we'll head over to the house and see if we can find anybody to let us into the cage, because it is padlocked. So we'll either have to cut it open or deal with it somehow, but we'll have to find out if the owner's about and what's going to happen. So this is where it starts getting interesting.
It's a short journey to the house where the capuchin is being kept. The cage is joined to the outside of the house, open to the elements apart from a small section covered in plastic sheeting. Alison has to wait for the police to execute their warrant before she can enter the cage to get a good look at the capuchin's condition.
This needs to be done, but it's never easy when, you know, people are getting upset. So I'll have to see how this plays out.
Alison knows all too well that some owners can be well-meaning, but without the knowledge or expertise to give the animal the appropriate care. There is another issue. Capuchins are classed as dangerous wild animals. To own one, you need a license, and this owner doesn't have one. It's a waiting game until the police can give Alison the all-clear to rescue the monkey. It's been 5 months since the park's youngest orangutan arrived in Dorset from Krefeld Zoo in Germany. 2-year-old Hujan has settled wonderfully into life in Tuan's group and is now a fully integrated member, with adopted mum RoRo as his constant companion and chaperone.
RoRo has been absolutely awesome, better than expected, considering the fact that she had 2 of her own that she didn't look after back in the day. Yeah, they've really hit it off, and she's been a proper foster mother with him, really caring for him and really just making sure that he's okay throughout the day, which is fantastic for us.
RoRo has relished taking on the maternal duties. She's never too far away and always ready to give a helping hand if needed. Hujan's presence in the group has also given RoRo a lot more confidence too. Previously, she was a quiet, slightly reclusive orangutan, but these days she's more self-assured around the others. The youngster has also brought out her playful side with everyone. Hujan is getting stronger and stronger, and eventually there'll come a time when he won't need his adopted mum quite so much. His climbing skills are already amazing. He can scale most of the enclosure, and he's clearly got a head for heights. He's encouraged by his new firm friend and playmate, 7-year-old Awan. She's a bundle of energy, and the two spend hours in each other's company playing and having fun.
Come on, RoRo! Come on, Hujan!
The team are pleased Hujan is at home in the big enclosure, but they also need to ensure he'll come back in when needed. To persuade him, he has daily milk feeds indoors. When the youngster and his foster mum head inside, the rest of the group are given an outside scatter feed, so no one feels like they're missing out.
We've been developing a little bit of a regime with him now, so he's coming up to the house midday to have that milk. Gives him a good reward for coming into the house, getting him to know his routine properly throughout the day, if you like, of where he can be and what he can do. And then he goes back out again, and then he'll do the same sort of about 4 o'clock-ish, as I say, to come back in for his PM milk. So 3 milks a day, and then all the fresh fruit and vegetables and leaf feeds as well. We're doing a lot of browse at the moment, being the summer months, so he's really enjoying eating that with the other guys as well.
But today, RoRo fancies a nibble of the scatter feed first, and it's up to Hujan to lead the way. By the time they make it indoors, the rest of the group are there as well.
It's okay. All big and scary, lots of new people in the house. Eh? You're a big boy now, though.
The daunting 80-kilogram bulk of Tuan nearby doesn't faze Hujan in the slightest.
Good boy, Huge. Oh, brave boy.
2-year-old Hujan is a real character. and it's clear he feels right at home with his new family at the park.
Done. Boom. Good boy.
Back in West Yorkshire, Alison is waiting for the green light from the police to rescue a capuchin monkey living in an outdoor cage in the owner's backyard.
It would be good to know if she would be helpful, like to learn something about the monkey. Its name, how old it is, where she got it from.
That's it.
The police have served a warrant to enter the premises and are inside the house talking to the owner.
The lady doesn't want to sign over her monkey willingly. She's stating that she's got licenses. We're not sure whether that's the case or not because nothing's come up on the police records, at least at this point in time. So I'm just in holding pattern, trying to make sure that I don't upset or make matters more fractious or difficult, but it's clear to me that the monkey needs good and professional care.
Should we eat worms together?
Alison has had a chance to interact with the monkey and take a look through the mesh at its living conditions. She's concerned at what she's seen.
It's not good. I'm trying to see if it's a little boy or a little girl. Haven't really gotten a look in between the legs. The back end's a bit seized up. There's a rotten melon on the floor and stagnant water. On top of that shed is just a world of filth and muck. That's really not very nice. Her skin appears very thickened and a bit angry. So no, it's not a good or healthy circumstance for this monkey. She needs company and she needs good, clean health care. And I would say that she should also probably have a vet check to be looking at that skin of hers.
Look. I know.
A closer inspection gives Alison the opportunity to determine the capuchin's sex.
Would you like another one, huh? Are you a good girl? I think you are a girl.
She's 99% certain it's female. Now she's keen to get inside the cage. It's open to the elements, which means the monkey may not have had much shelter or heating throughout the winter months. Alison doesn't have to wait much longer.
The police are happy to see you and you do what you need to do.
The police have given Alison the go-ahead to confiscate the capuchin on welfare grounds.
The RSPCA are very clear that they want the monkey seized regardless of licenses or paperwork on a welfare confiscation. So I've been given the all clear.
Now it's a case of trying to persuade the lonely female down to the ground where Alison can grab her safely and get her into the travel box.
Look at this. Oh.
Easier said than done.
It's okay. You're a good girl.
Don't want to have to net her, but she thought about coming down and looking at the box.
You want this?
Tried it the nice way, yeah, for about half an hour. And at this point, I think we probably just need to get on with it. Hey, little girl.
It's time for Plan B. Alan brings in the net.
Oh, I know you're very upset now.
The capuchin is backed into a corner and forced down to the ground.
Down, keep her down. Quickly. I can't keep her in, get her in. Okay, got it. Yeah, totally fine.
Job done.
That was actually not too bad. Frightened her down to the ground with the net, grabbed her in the box quick. It's often easier to do it that way, but now let's just check this place over, make sure that RSPCA get all of the information that they need to make sure that this doesn't continue, because this isn't right.
The RSPCA inspectors take photographic evidence of the capuchin's living conditions.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Very nice to meet you.
Yeah. No doubt we'll speak to them again.
Yeah, please come down anytime.
Now it's time to head back to Dorset and a new home and future for one fortunate capuchin. With so many primates living at the park, the primate care staff are kept busy working to maintain the health and well-being of each one. During the colder winter months, this can be a tough task. The apes in particular are prone to catching viruses, such as the common cold, just like us. Chimpanzees are so closely related to humans that minor ailments can transfer from one species to the other.
Because chimps live in a large group of very social animals, they spend a lot of time grooming with each other, socialising with each other. You've obviously got the infants that sleep with mums. They have best friends, they'll be off playing, and a chimp play laugh is a very heavy breathing. If they've got a cold, that will spread like wildfire through the entire group. So to keep their immune system strong, it's very important for us to make sure they've got all the vitamins and supplements to ward off the dreaded colds. It will literally just go through the entire group. And if they're not prepared for these sorts of things, we can end up with really ill, sick chimps. They don't have hankies and they don't have sleeves, so the snot just flies everywhere. They don't really stand a chance of not catching it. If it comes into the group, everybody's going to go down with it. And a group of sick chimps is not a happy group at all.
Hananya's troop are getting their daily vitamins and supplements to help bolster their immune system and keep them as fit and healthy as possible.
Good boy. Every day, all of our chimps get some cod liver oil, some evening primrose, extra vitamin C and a bonio as a reward for taking it. Just helps them keep in good shape. Vitamin C wards off the dreaded colds. Believe you me, chimp flu is far worse than any man flu you'll ever get. We have to be careful as well, so if they do become ill, we will then, all of our keepers will wear face masks around them so they don't pass it on to us. And if we're ill with a cold, again, we wear face masks so we don't pass it on to them. They are so closely related to us that any illness that we can get, they can get. So we have to be very careful around our chimps when we're not well ourselves.
Some individuals have other ailments requiring specific treatment. Trudy has an ongoing back condition and needs a glucosamine supplement each day.
Trudy.
However, she'll only take it if it's been soaked in orange juice.
Good girl.
The daily routine runs like clockwork. Even young Thelma has learned to come in and take her medicine.
Good girl, Thelma. She's learning. She's like a little sponge. The way she soaks this behaviour up and watches closely what the adults are doing. She's a bright spark, and she's definitely a chip off Cherry's block.
Hananya's chimps, like all other apes at the park, have access inside and out all day. The houses are heated and filled with blankets and bedding to keep everyone warm and comfortable. But it's important they all go outside and have some fresh air too. So the first meal of the day is normally in the enclosure, allowing staff time to clean out the bedrooms.
The more that we can make sure these guys are fit and healthy and happy chimps, that keeps us happy and healthy as well. So it's very important for us, particularly in the winter months when they're not so active outside, to keep these guys, their minds working, their brains working, their bodies working, physically stretching themselves as well as mentally. It really is a vital, vital thing that they have to have.
It's been an eventful time for marmoset Ruby and her partner Oscar. 4 months ago, she gave birth, surprising everyone by delivering quads. Unfortunately, 2 of the babies didn't survive the first few weeks. But the remaining pair, a boy and a girl, are doing well. And with the warmer weather, have started to take their first steps into the outside enclosure.
It has taken them a good few weeks to pluck up the courage to go all the way down the tunnel and then enter the outside enclosure. But now they've found it, they love it. They're out there all the time. They're very, very active. Obviously, they're youngsters still. They're running around, really enjoying the outside enclosure now they know where it is.
The team have named the pair Merry and Pippin. Merry is the female and the more confident and adventurous of the two. Pippin, the male, is a little nervous, but is starting to follow his sister's lead. Their little and large parents, Ruby, one of the biggest marmosets at the park, and Oscar, one of the smallest, have coped remarkably well, considering both arrived from the pet trade with little knowledge of how to bring up a family.
Most of our animals come to us from the result of the UK pet trade, and most of them have been taken from their parents at a really young age, which is quite detrimental to any young animal, really. In the wild, marmosets and tamarin species will live with their pairs and then their small family groups, and the babies will stay with their parents for up to 5 years. That's a long time in a 15-year lifespan. It's a third of their life. And during that time, they live there because they want to learn, and they have to learn how to be a marmoset and also how to rear babies of their own in the future. So in the pet trade, when these babies are being taken away from their parents at less than 2 months old, it's damaging for them. It's psychologically damaging to these small animals. And that's one of the most difficult things I find with the rehabilitation process of marmosets. The physical side of things we can fix quite easily, but actually the psychological side of these animals being kept as pets is far more damaging than not getting the right vitamins, to be honest.
Merry and Pippin are fortunate their parents are always close by, and the foursome has become a tight-knit family unit. It's been a steep learning curve for Ruby and Oscar, but natural instinct has served them well, and the new family can look forward to many years together at the park. After a 5.5-hour journey from West Yorkshire, Alison has arrived back at Monkey World with a rescued female capuchin. She's going to join one of the 5 groups already thriving at the park.
Good girl.
But until then, she's going to stay in one of the bedrooms, alongside Gizmo and his 4 ladies.
She's really well covered fur-wise over her top because there was like very little heat. There was a little bit of heat inside of the shed, but just one of those big like reptile bars.
Alison is unsure of the new capuchin's age. The owner claimed to have had her for 37 years, but Alison is doubtful and estimates the monkey to be between 15 and 20 years old.
Come on, missus.
The team waste no time getting her out of the travel box and into the bedroom. She immediately checks out her surroundings and tucks into the fruit on offer. The noisy, nosy neighbours don't seem to faze her. She seems quite content.
Hi, you. I know. You're a good girl.
On the way back to the park, Alison received additional information about the monkey via the RSPCA.
Supposedly, they called her Chicken. The lady said when she first got her, she was like an oven-ready chicken in terms of having very little fur. So, most importantly, we've got little Chook here, I guess, until we decide on what to call her, back here to the park. And she's chattering away to the other capuchins. Primate care staff will monitor her closely. We'll do fecal checks and start checking her over, and I'll probably arrange for a vet to come down and give her a health check, x-rays, that kind of thing. She weighs 3.08 kilo, because we weighed her in the box and then her out of the box on its own. So, little lady, but yeah, tucking into strawberries and doing good in the warm. It's great.
Next time on Monkey Life, newly rescued capuchin Chuck gets a medical checkup, and it seems her past life may have taken its toll.
I do believe we've got some bronchitis going on.
And Bart's group think extra large ice lollies are pretty cool. Today on Monkey Life, newly rescued capuchin Chuck gets a medical checkup, and it seems her past life may have taken its toll.
I do believe we've got some bronchitis going on.
But there's better news for La Gibbon Kitty, who's recovering from a mystery illness and is back in the swing of things.
Kitty has just made everybody really happy by making a miraculous recovery.
And Bart's group think extra-large ice lollies are pretty cool. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
And I don't know how long she's lived here, but she's been here long enough to know that this is it.
The park provides a home for more than 260 monkeys and apes from 24 different species. It's been a week since the park's latest rescued primate, female capuchin Chuck, arrived in Dorset. For the first few days, she was kept on her own to allow her to get used to her new surroundings. But she could see and hear the 5 members of Gizmo's group, who she'll soon be joining. She's already met one of the more laid-back females, Sophia, and the pair seem to get on well. But before she meets the rest of the group, Chuck will be having a health check.
We often do a health check with a lot of the new arrivals in case there's anything that we've missed from just watching her visually. We'll probably take some x-rays as well, see what her skeleton and everything's like, and that might give us a bit more indication as to what's going on as well.
Chuck is crated up and taken to the park's animal hospital, where local vet Cesar Sastre is going to take a look at her.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hiya, how are you? Yeah, good.
Very little is known about the capuchin. Even her age is a mystery, but the team thinks she could be between 15 and 20 years old.
Eating, drinking well.
Yeah, eating really well, drinking, took us a while. She wasn't that great, but if you offer it through the syringe and stuff, she's drinking fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so then...
Jeremy has the unenviable task of getting Chuck out of her travel crate and onto the examination table. Not an easy job.
1, 2, and 3. Go for it. That's great. That's great. Oh.
Once Chuck has been knocked out with anaesthetic gas and is stable, Cesar can begin his examination. First, he checks her ears.
So left ear, some wax, brown wax in the ear canal. Same on the right ear.
Followed by her eyes.
Okay, so the eyes check is fine as well. You can write down that.
But when he checks Chuck's hands and feet, he discovers the tips of a number of digits are missing.
Right foot.
All missing.
All missing, yeah.
She's also suffering from severe hair loss on her tail and surrounding area.
Another alopecia on dorsal aspect of left thigh.
Cesar takes a number of blood samples to be sent for analysis, before taking a series of x-rays. A close look reveals there may be a problem with Chuck's lungs.
So you see there is sort of like white patchy areas here. This should be black like there.
Yeah.
I do believe we've got some bronchitis going on.
It's not good news. Her respiratory issues could have been caused by living in cold and damp conditions outside, in an enclosure almost entirely exposed to the elements.
He's got quite a lot of nasal discharge, and also he's got in the x-rays we can see most likely some signs of bronchitis. So yeah, this animal apparently lived in outdoors enclosure, which in the UK is, the weather can be quite cold. Yeah, that could have contributed to that, but it's impossible to tell for sure.
Now the team have a clearer picture of Chuck's health, they can monitor her and treat her accordingly. Once she's fully fit, Chuck will continue her rehabilitation in Gizmo's group. It's breakfast time at the Gibbon complex, and primate care member Kat is distributing the morning meal in various feeders around the enclosure. But rather than just the normal fare of raw vegetables, lucky pair Paul and Kitty are getting some interesting treats today as well.
Inside here, we've got a mixture of some dried fruit and nuts and some mealworms as well. So the gibbons don't eat a lot of insects, but both the Lars and the agile gibbons do enjoy the odd occasional worms and stuff. So it's just something a little bit different and a little bit hopefully exciting, keep them busy for the morning.
The two gibbons have lived together for 17 years. Paul is the park's only agile gibbon, and Kitty is a Lar gibbon. There are similarities, and they've become great companions, despite their very different characters. At 24 years old, Paul is still a very lively gibbon.
Paul is completely, definitely our funniest gibbon. Paul just loves life, and he just wants to play all day. That's all he ever wants to do is play. They have very, very different personalities.
Only a few months ago, there was great concern for Kitty. She'd lost a lot of weight, and her hair had turned silvery white. During an exploratory medical examination, her heart stopped, and the team feared they would lose her. But she's made a remarkable recovery. Fast forward to today, and she's a different animal. She's regained most of the weight she lost, and while still grey, she looks a lot healthier. For Kat, it's a bit of a mystery.
Kitty has just made everybody really happy by making a miraculous recovery from her very unusual illness that she had. We're not entirely sure. We never really quite got to the bottom of what was going on with her. The vets were obviously really quite concerned, and we were basically at the point where we were going to lose Kitty. She was so poorly. But she's turned a corner, and she's now happy and fluffy and beautiful, energetic Kitty again, and it is really, really nice to see.
In recent weeks, the team have given Kitty a daily herbal remedy of milk thistle to improve her liver function, and they've changed her contraception. But whatever the cause of her miraculous recovery, everyone is pleased something's done the trick, and Kitty is almost back to her normal self. All the park's primates are given regular enrichment to keep them stimulated. But capturing the interest of the stumpies and motivating them into action is not an easy task. There are 8 stump-tailed macaques in the group, and exercise isn't high on their agenda.
It's a constant challenge keeping the stumpies busy, obviously because of their age, their issues they've had in the past with their weight and their need for muscle tone. We do like to try and keep them as active as we can. It's not their favourite thing being active. They would quite happily just sit on a platform in the sun all day and have their food handed to them, but that's not how it works. They need to go and find it, and it's good for them.
The stumpies love to chew on anything and everything to hand, no matter how tough. The care team enjoy trying to come up with something new to appeal to the whole group. Today, they're being given logs coated in a flour and water paste, with lots of sunflower seeds attached. The paste has hardened, so picking them off should keep the stumpies occupied and interested for quite some time.
If it's got food involved, the stumpies generally will go and investigate it. Then they're probably not going to put the maximum amount of effort. They're not going to be all over it like, say, the capuchins would, but they'll do things at stumpy speed, and hopefully they'll get something out of this.
The low rankers are first on the scene, having been given a head start over the more dominant individuals. Charlie isn't sure what to make of the logs at first, but soon works out that they come with food attached. Most recent arrivals to the group, Freddie and Toto, show no interest in the logs. Perhaps they're aware the higher rankers will soon be out. But Flo makes the most of the opportunity. In the wild, stump-tailed macaques spend a lot of time travelling and foraging in search of food. They are opportunistic feeders, often storing food items in special cheek pouches for later, when they can process and enjoy the food they've gathered. Hopefully, Charlie has done just that, as the higher-ranking members of the group head out. Sylvie immediately forces Charlie to abandon her log. The more dominant female has realised there's food involved, and she's not sharing with anyone. Noreen grabs a log and immediately gets to work. Stumpy hands are a lot like ours. The seeds are stuck on tight, and she has to work hard to pick them out with her fingers. Noreen doesn't mind sharing with leader Sam. The pair are very close. Most of the group are participating and active in their search for food. Even Charlie's managed to get hold of a log and keep it. But Toto and Freddie stick together away from the others, grooming in the warm sunshine. In recent weeks, there's been concern for two of the park's more unusual primates. Marmosets Brass and Evie were examined by wildlife vet John Lewis after they both lost a lot of weight over a short period of time. They also lost most of their hair, with no obvious medical problems. John felt their condition could be the result of marmoset wasting syndrome. He recommended a combination of medication plus a change in their diet, along with a move to a new house away from the noisy and boisterous squirrel monkeys they previously shared with. It seems to be paying off.
The squirrel monkeys are quite active, quite noisy, quite a lot going on in their environment. So we thought that maybe for Brass and Evie it was a bit too much for them, and they didn't really like being around the squirrel monkeys so much. It's a lot calmer up here, it's quieter, it's much more relaxed up here. Obviously we have changed their diet as well, so there's a couple of factors that may have affected them. But yes, certainly moving to a calmer, quieter habitat for them seems to have done wonders for them.
Evie and Brass are thought to be hybrids, possibly a combination of silvery and common marmosets. But whatever their background, the pair seem to have turned a corner. They're a lot happier and more confident in their new environment, and their fur is starting to grow back. Most importantly, their appetite has returned. To check on their progress, Karen is going to weigh them both. The team weigh all the small monkeys at the park every month as part of their routine. Evie and Brass are nervous characters, and being weighed isn't their favourite activity. To entice them, Karen places gum and mealworms on the scales.
Come on, Brass! Come on, Evie! Inside, please!
Hopefully they'll stay still long enough for her to get a reading.
Evie! What's down here? Come on then.
Evie is probably the less nervous of the two.
Evie, you come on the scales, please.
But he's still wary and takes his time to calm down.
Boy, jump on then.
Eventually, the temptation of tasty gum and mealworms proves too much.
Good boy. 400 grams. Good boy, Evie. Well done. Let me go see where Brass is. Brass, do you want to come through?
It may not go quite as smoothly with Brass.
Come on, Brass. Come get weighed. Come on the scales.
He's an extremely nervous character, especially when confronted with anything new.
Brass, come on. Into the scales, please. Got these treats on here for you.
Even the appeal of juicy grapes fails to persuade him.
Go on then, you can do it. Oh, Brass, you were so close.
After numerous stop-starts, Brass plucks up the courage to jump on the scales.
Excellent boy. You are so clever. You are such a clever boy. Yes, you are.
He weighs in at 360 grams.
Good boy, Mr. Brass. That's all you needed to do. That was it.
Karen is pleased with their progress.
These guys are actually doing amazingly well now. Evie is borderline slightly overweight, in fact. So we want them to be between 350 and 400 grams. That's a really good common marmoset weight. And we've got Brass currently at 360 and Evie at 400. So again, Evie's at that top end, but both doing really well. I always prefer to have our animals a little bit heavier, and then if they do get sick, they've got a little bit to lose and they don't just go really, really skinny really quickly. So I'd rather have them at the slightly top end of their scale than at the bottom, really. So we are still working on Brass, but he is a healthy weight now.
The change in diet and a new home seem to have worked wonders for this curious-looking pair. Staff at the park constantly evaluate and update the health and welfare regimes of all the primates in their care. And an important element of that is diet. But there's one species at the park that relatively little is known about: the Bengal slow loris. However, with the help of sister sanctuary Dao Tien in Vietnam, they're constantly learning more about the needs and requirements of these unusual animals. Today, two of the loris, Boo and Bruce, are being given a different source of tree gum, something they would eat in the wild.
The gum is actually a really important part of the diet, although they do eat a lot of sort of fruits and insects and things as well. It provides a really good source of protein and it's full of lots of different minerals that they need as well, so it is a big part of what they eat.
For the last 2 years, the team at Dao Tien have been working hard, measuring and evaluating the diets of the lorises they care for, and in particular, examining which tree gum suits them best. It's this important in-situ research that helps centres like Monkey World continue to care for and protect this vulnerable species. The park's lorises are given gum every day, usually in log feeders placed around their enclosure. The aim is to mimic their natural feeding behaviour, gouging the tree to release the gum. Until today, the lorises have been given Arabic gum, but this morning they're trying the new Vietnamese variety. As always with loris, it's not a mad dash. Boo and Bruce make their way into the bedroom at slow loris pace. But once they get there, they both start tucking into the new gum. Boo and Bruce have been together for 2 years, since Bruce arrived from Hong Kong along with 4 others. They're an incredibly close pair and spend a lot of time playing and grooming each other.
They're actually sort of our most playful pair, so you quite often see these ridiculous hanging upside down off the roof, sort of play fight wrestle sessions. So yeah, little bit of lover's tiff from time to time, but generally they're a pretty solid pair.
But over the last year, Bruce has had to visit the vet on 3 occasions because of an unusual lump on the side of his face. Samples were taken, but the results were inconclusive. Although the lump hasn't reduced, it doesn't seem to be causing him any trouble. The 2 lorises have thoroughly enjoyed the new gum. Not only is it a good source of calcium, it's also known to improve their gut health. Today's success will set them up with a tasty, natural diet for their future well-being. It's a hot and sunny morning at the park, but the care team are keeping their cool as they work to give Bart's chimp group the chance to do the same. They're distributing some of the largest ice lollies ever seen. They're so big and heavy, they need to be bolted onto the climbing frame. The giant lollies have been specially made with fruit and low-sugar squash, suitable for Bart, who has type 1 diabetes. It means the ices are a healthy snack for all the group.
I think we're so lucky to have sort of relatively big communities of chimpanzees, and we try and capitalise on that and do some group-based activities when we can. And it's really interesting to just see how the dynamics play out. It gives you further information about who sits where in the hierarchy and brings the group together, you know, as they would do in the wild, say with a large fruiting tree. So group activities are really important, and it's something we like to do here at Monkey World.
An excited group heads straight for the ices, with Gamba first on the scene. Although he quickly makes way as Bart muscles in. But soon, everyone is involved. And with such big ices on offer, unusually, some of the group opt to share. Grisby, Clin and Eddie seem happy to do just that. But high-ranking Buster has got one to himself for now, and it's finger-licking good. Bixer's got this enrichment well and truly licked. While the others are occupied, Chatter has managed to pilfer a whole ice lolly for herself, without anyone noticing. Eddie has joined not-so-little brother Bart. It's great to see how well Bart is doing since being diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. He's developed into a magnificent-looking alpha male.
He just takes your breath away. He's certainly his father's son, and it's just fantastic to see, you know, now that we're managing his diabetes and we've got over that health scare, he really is going from strength to strength, and the group are looking to him, and more you see all of those adult dominant male behaviours coming out in him. It's brought the community together. It was needed. I think he's there now. What a fantastic male.
While Bart has adapted brilliantly into his new role, there is one individual who's absent from all the excitement going on in the enclosure.
Toprish, unfortunately, still isn't coming outside, and we hoped over time that, you know, she would follow the group, but that hasn't happened. And today, with a big enrichment activity going on, we thought maybe the excitement would kind of outweigh the nerves, but she's yet to make an appearance, so that's something we need to continue to work on.
Luckily for Toprish, her good friend Chatter brings a large ice back into the bedrooms. Toprish gets a piece to enjoy. It's not quite what the team had in mind, but at least she's engaging with the group and, thanks to Chatter, not missing out. Next time on Monkey Life, rescued capuchin Chuck goes outside for the first time.
Her mobility is really good. She seems more confident and she seems way more relaxed in her environment as well.
And Hanania's chimps have a lucky dip for their breakfast. Today on Monkey Life, rescued capuchin Chuck goes outside for the first time.
Her mobility is really good. She seems more confident and she seems way more relaxed in her environment as well.
Hand-reared baby Loris Bobby gets ready to graduate.
I think we're at a crossroads right now. I think it's time to transition the baby into adult life.
And Hanania's chimps have a lucky dip for their breakfast. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Everybody's well aware that they need to be looked after carefully.
The park provides a home for more than 260 monkeys and apes from 24 different species. It's been 3 weeks since Alison travelled to West Yorkshire to rescue a female capuchin living in an outdoor cage in a backyard. When she arrived at the park, a vet check revealed that, as well as missing fur on and around her tail, numerous fingers and toes had been amputated and she had bronchitis. But there was good news when the rest of the tests were declared clear and she was able to join Gizmo's group. The team have named her Chuck and are very pleased with her progress.
Yeah, Chuck's doing really well. She seems to have pretty good capuchin behaviour. So in terms of interacting with the other capuchins, she's doing wonderfully. She knows how to flirt and make friends. And when they do have a bit of a squabble with her, she knows to be submissive and do all of the right things, which is really great. She seems to really enjoy the companionship. Early on, we did have to separate her overnight still, even when we were doing the introductions. And she seemed a little bit more unsettled. And as soon as you put her with another animal the next day, she seemed more relaxed. So yeah, she seems to really respond to the companionship.
Along with male leader Gizmo, also rescued from the pet trade, the group is made up of 4 ladies. Chuck has now met them all, not as one big group, but individually. The introductions have taken place indoors, where the team have more control if anything gets out of hand. But so far, things are progressing well.
One-on-one, it's really positive. We've seen some play sessions and lots of grooming sessions. So that's really, really positive. We're now trying to build it up a little bit, which with capuchins is the really tricky stage. They don't necessarily always build bonds, and although one-on-one, they're perfectly fine. So we're now at the tricky stage of trying to build on the group.
Today, Donna is going to give the whole bunch outside access together. For Chuck, this will be a first. Her initial obstacle is getting through the flap separating the bedrooms from the outside. Once that's negotiated, she heads straight out. She's a little wary and wide-eyed at the large space in front of her. The other females are quite content going about their own business, leaving Chuck to find her own way. At first, she doesn't stray far from the entrance. Leader Gizmo has dealt with the new arrival really well. Since moving troop and living with his own little group of ladies, he's flourished, and it helps that the females all adore him. The care team hope the group's small size will prevent Chuck feeling too overwhelmed. And she's finally started to explore the enclosure.
Her mobility is really good. She seems more confident and she seems way more relaxed in her environment as well. But generally, she is very inquisitive. I think it will just take her a while to get used to her new surroundings and all the new sights and smells, which is understandable. She's popped out a few times and she seems happy, and gradually she'll just come out more and more as that confidence builds.
But that's enough excitement for today, and Chuck heads back into the house. In the lemur enclosure at Malagasy, the troop are out exploring and foraging for food. But for the 11 residents, things are a little different today. In the last 24 hours, their home has had a bit of a revamp.
We've strung up a lot of new ropes. We've had some feeding platforms made that we can hoist high up into the trees to encourage lots of sort of eating at height from the lemurs. We've got numerous new sort of baskets and things, again, that we've strung up on pulleys so that we can lower and raise them up into the treetops. And by having sort of raised platforms and bowls and baskets and things, we can basically spread the food out all amongst the treetops, which gives everybody good opportunity to get to food. And also adjusting their enclosure from time to time as well keeps things interesting. It keeps them exploring and interested and gives them something to think about.
Along with the feeding stations, new ropes provide access points for otherwise hard-to-reach areas. These allow the more nimble members of the troop to explore even further. Those with reduced mobility still have plenty of easier options to feed. The enclosure is full of natural browse and plants for the lemurs to enjoy. And at this time of year, it's the brambles that provide a delicious bounty. Some of the lemurs are making the most of the juicy blackberries. Ring-tailed lemurs have tough, padded feet and hands, meaning the prickly thorns aren't a problem. The care team have also cleared pathways to give them access to the wild fruit.
So ringtails are pretty opportunistic with feeding. They're quite keen on trying a lot of different things. But in the wild, when food becomes scarce in one area, they do spend a lot of time moving around to try and find another good source of food. And although they will travel in the treetops, it's quite common sight to see ringtails walking along the ground with their tails held up, sort of walking from one area to another in pursuit of food. So it's kind of important to have the same setup here. Plenty of action up in the trees, but also plenty of pathways and areas for them to walk around on the ground as well.
All the Malagasy lemurs are actively exploring their new-look enclosure, including the oldest residents who've both recovered since recent visits to the vet. White Spot is now pain-free and eating normally after having an infected canine removed. And Houdini, who recently broke his left arm, is now moving around comfortably.
It basically meant that he had to have some cage rest for a while, so he has had to be in the overnight pen with a different sort of friend every day as company, while he has had time to sort of start using the arm again as it was healing. We've seen gradual improvements. You know, he started putting the hand down from time to time, it kind of got better and better, and now we're at the stage where he's using the arm normally, so it seems like that's healed up really well, and he's back to exploring with everybody else and being a key part of the group.
It seems the newly revamped enclosure is a hit with the whole Malagasy lemur family. At the park's Loris complex, the maintenance team are busy adding another bedroom to the existing accommodation. They're getting it ready for the park's youngest resident, a baby loris who, up till now, has been hand-reared by Alison and the loris team. And the big news is, it's finally been confirmed Bob is actually a girl. And she's now called Bobby.
I think we're at a crossroads right now. I think it's time to transition the baby into adult life. So we are still providing a fair amount of attention and care, but to be quite honest, I think we're about ready to graduate and to be a loris again, which is fantastic.
Now 16 weeks old, the infant's progress has been rapid, and she's eating a wide variety of insects, fruit, and vegetables.
Right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 200, 201.
Since birth, her weight has increased by 600%, from 34 grams to more than 200. And she's now displaying more and more characteristic loris behavior, including becoming mostly nocturnal.
Following on from that, we just stud the cage now with food. Only have to hand out the gum as to not have it everywhere, and the locusts because they're a bit quick. Are you gonna grab one? You're gonna have to be quick. They're gonna go everywhere in a moment. Oh, good one. So this is, I think, gonna be one of the very last glimpses of daylight hours. That's what they want to be, is nocturnal.
Bobby now needs to get used to the sights, sounds and smells of the rest of the Loris complex residents before actually meeting them. That means living side by side in her own bedroom, but without any physical contact just yet. The care team have been preparing the area.
We have made the cages bigger, putting more and more branches in all those cages. They instinctively have a grip because as babies, they have to grip onto their mums. But climbing is still a skill. It's still, they have to learn it. They have to figure out which are the strong branches, which can support their weight. If they get somewhere, they need to figure out if they can get to the next place they want to be or if they have to turn around. And turning around on a branch can be quite tricky for a little loris.
Discovering via DNA tests that the baby was a girl has meant a change of plan at the Loris complex.
Our end game was to hopefully have a pair, a male-female pair with him and Nora. Obviously, we now have 2 little girls, Nora and Bobby. So the aim is still to have them living together. Hopefully they will interact and grow up well together. But obviously, we don't know a long-term end for these 2 now. We will at some point have to try and find them mates.
So far, so good for this female baby loris. When the weather's hot and sunny, it's tempting for the primates to just lie back and enjoy it. But today, the primate care team are hoping to encourage the 19 chimps in Hananya's troop to be a bit more active. They're working hard to create an interesting and exciting diversion for them. The team are filling an empty pond in the enclosure with a mountain of straw. And to encourage the chimps to get involved, they're hiding a whole range of goodies, including some the chimps don't see very often, and certainly not in such large quantities. Into the straw pond are going nuts, whole aubergines, cooling ice lollies, and plenty of fresh-cut browse and maize. And to keep the chimps cool and refreshed, there are also towels soaked in cold water. It promises to be a lot of fun. The group are let out, with alpha male Hananya leading the way. There's a lot of excited hooting as they work out there's something different in their enclosure. But despite their interest, they're a little cautious. Valerie checks things out from above, as does Honey. Even Hananya isn't sure. Everyone is wary of the straw. They don't know what could be lurking inside. Clinging to the hoses above them for safety, the chimps tentatively investigate what's below. Slowly, they start venturing into the straw. And then the foraging begins in earnest, with Arthur and Thelma burrowing enthusiastically. Shamak has found an aubergine. Arthur an ice lolly. Cookie a tasty yogurt drink. Thelma, yep, another aubergine. In fact, aubergine seems to be everyone's favourite vegetable today. Hananya and Arthur both get stuck into the healthy snack too. The mountain of straw is like a giant lucky dip. The chimps forage for food not knowing what they're going to find next. Shamak cools himself down with a juicy ice lolly. Kiki and Trudy, two of the lower-ranking chimps, are quite content eating the corn that's also been distributed. The youngster of the group, Thelma, has her own aubergine, but she's taking a real interest in marjolines. Now she's growing up, the other chimps won't always share. There's plenty to go round, but squabbles still arise. This time, it's the last straw for Arthur and Honey. But it's all part of normal life in a chimp community, and things soon calm down. And with the straw dip supply exhausted, it's back to relaxing and contemplating the day ahead. With autumn fast approaching, staff at the park have been turning their attention to more seasonal forms of enrichment for the primates. Over at the squirrel monkey enclosure, they've been preparing a spiky, delicious and nutritious treat for the group. Teasels full of edible seeds and covered with mealworms. Also on the menu are colourful rose hips, an excellent source of vitamin C. However, one pair of primates are conspicuous by their absence. Saki monkeys Desmond and Chloe.
They have decided they'd rather not live with such noisy friends. The Sakis enjoy a slightly more chilled, slower pace of life. So although they were getting on pretty well with the squirrels in the group, it's just a bit too much for them. So they are in the enclosure that's just on the other side of the house now, very much enjoying a more peaceful sort of life than the squirrel monkeys are able to give.
So today it's just the 7 squirrel monkeys competing for the treats in the enclosure. And it doesn't take the group long to decide what's on offer is right up their street. Three of the troop's newest additions, common squirrel monkeys Lucille, Logan and Lopez, who were rescued last year, are most enthusiastic. Elderly Lucille has been transformed since she arrived at the park as an emaciated, nervous and timid character, with serious psychological problems. Now she's a completely different monkey, confident and full of energy. She's put on weight and her fur is in excellent condition. It's great to see her interacting with everything around her. Logan is the biggest male in the group, and now the man in charge. He's kind and calm, and a great role model for the young and boisterous Lopez. The youngster, along with Nueve, is one of the liveliest characters in the troupe. Always on the move, and often causing mayhem as he goes.
For squirrel monkeys, life is never dull. You are constantly on the go, you're constantly active. So anything new and exciting like enrichment that we can throw in really helps them with that, being busy and doing stuff. And they're just generally a very engaged group, particularly now we have got the bigger group. It seems to have brought a new lease of life to some of the older characters as well, particularly the three that we actually rescued last year. We've seen them become these really sort of big, strong, healthy monkeys, but actually adding them into our other group of squirrel monkeys has brought this whole new lease of life. They have new friends to interact with, which is wonderful to see.
Nueve is the second youngest resident of the squirrel monkey house. She's matured a lot since arriving 18 months ago from Chessington Zoo. But she's still full of curiosity. The mealworms have definitely grabbed her attention. The three older ladies, black-capped squirrel monkeys Topsy, Turvy and Azzy, are taking a back seat today. With their energetic years behind them, they tend to prefer a quieter life these days. Although Turvy can't resist trying a rose hip. It's been a great enrichment for the group. They've enjoyed some of their favourite foods, but had to work to get them, just as they would in the wild. Monkey World aims to give the residents at the park as natural a life as possible, and the primates here continue to flourish. This year, along with baby Loris Bobby, there was a woolly baby for Pakaya, a daughter called Enya, and marmoset Ruby surprised everyone with quads, two of whom survived. Plus, there was an even more rare arrival. Red-bellied guenons Nia and Benny became parents to little Biff. They are the only known family of their kind in captivity.
It's a bit of a voyage of discovery, not only for them, but for us too.
Along with the births, there were other newcomers too. Youngster Hujan came to the park from Krefeld Zoo in Germany. Found a foster mum in RoRo and joined Tuan's group.
He's so confident. This is incredible for Hujan.
Alison went to Thailand to rescue female chimp Naree, an old friend she'd met before.
Hi, you! Do you remember?
Despite her previous life as a circus chimp and then living alone for more than 13 years, she settled well into Bryan's group.
She's just a really, really nice person and she doesn't want any grief.
Naree displayed great social skills and an awareness of chimp society. She now spends her days with her new friends, enjoying the freedom of the outdoor enclosure. But another recent arrival struggled with the challenge of going outside. Chimp Toprish still spends the majority of her time in the bedrooms and the tunnel leading to the outside. But she's growing in confidence every day. As well as welcoming newcomers to the park, the care team had to say goodbye to others. Squirrel monkey Charlie passed on after the vet discovered he had a number of inoperable tumours. He was a lovable character, and after being rescued from the UK pet trade, was given the best life possible. Another loss was Saki monkey Tutu, who'd suffered health issues from birth. His father Desmond missed him, but was comforted by his partner Chloe. Along with the excitement of new arrivals, the long-term residents were kept busy too. And they particularly enjoyed the warm summer months. Bart's group loved their ice lollies. The bachelors solved their puzzle cubes. And the capuchins enjoyed a fur-rubbing frenzy. While the lemurs showed off their acrobatic skills tackling hidden breakfast treats. It's been an eventful year all round for Alison and the team, but there's no let-up. Alison's already working on new cases of primates needing the park's help. Who knows what next year will bring?